Dual Cultivation audiobook by Kevin Volume 3, Idle Talk 1 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Idle Talk 1 TL Note. Edit. 2015-0802 fixed a few things here and there. Idle Talk 1 A god in the form of a thin man was standing by himself in the divine realm when the three main gods appeared. I'm tired, Rurusha, we finally got back. Kufo. Oh, if it isn't Furnovir. Gain, it's quite rare for you to come out of your place. Rurusha, the one who was standing, was the god of magic, Furnovir, as well as the three gods Gain, Kufo, and Rurusha. Well, I was forcefully brought here, but I am also a little concerned. Furnovir forcefully, Gain, Kufo, Rurusha. Suddenly 4 gods came out of nowhere and Gain's group was surrounded. Wait, what's with this situation? Kufo, why are we being surrounded? Rurusha, aren't you going to explain yourselves? Gain, one god stepped out. It was Tekun. You dare ask with your hands in your chest. I won't let you say you don't know Gain. Why are you suddenly mad? Gain, now, calm down for a bit, Tekun-san. If you push them like that, we won't be able to talk. Willyris, exactly. You should calm down and drink some alcohol or something. Grimp, the 2 gods who remonstrated Tekun are the goddess of land and harvest, Willyris, and the god of farming and livestock, Grimp. These 2 are particularly gentle amongst the different gods. The goddess of land and harvest looked like a refined, middle-aged woman, while the god of farming and livestock was a middle-aged man with a hoe on his shoulder. These 2 gods are husband and wife. Although Tekun wasn't in a good mood after being remonstrated, he kept quiet and drank wine while he settled down. With Grimp by her side, Willyris explained, "The reason we're acting like this is because we heard that you 3 went off to a different world to play." The first one who heard this was Tekun, and since he also wanted to waste some time, he got mad. Willyris Furnovir interjected. In order to find you 3, Tekun even called out to Willyris and Grimp to get me to use my power. Furnovir, come to think of it, you even used your power to prevent Tekun from going into your place, right? Rurusha, his craft aside, he's rough and irresponsible. He does nothing but drink wine and make noise. He's a nuisance. Furnovir, hey. You bastards, I can hear you, you know. Tekun, it's not like you have any business at my place. And it's not like you're the only one not permitted to enter either. Anyway, enough of that. What were you thinking going to a different world just to play? Furnovir, wait a moment, who told you that? Rurusha. Tekun answered Rurusha's question. Drop the act, I heard it from Ryalma. Didn't Kufo tell him so? I thought he was lying at the time, so I read his mind, but apparently he wasn't. Tekun, oops. I told him not to tell other humans, but I forgot to mention that he shouldn't tell it to the other gods too, whispered Kufo as he slapped his forehead. After that, chairs, arranged in a circle, appeared out of nowhere and the 3 gods decided to talk about it while they all sat. Now, can you start talking? Or rather, you should have taken me with you. Tekun, that you went there for fun aside, we really can't ignore the fact that you've been going to another world frequently. Willyris, mind explaining yourselves? Grimp, right, actually, we came there to check up on the god of earth. Gain, we talked about it before, remember? That thing about Ryalma's supposed happiness being stolen by the god of earth. Rurusha, right, I do remember being surprised that a god would actually do something forbidden like that. Tekun, so because of that, we decided to go check. Kufo, you didn't go there to play. Tekun, we haven't told Ryalma about the fact that the god of earth stole his happiness, so I gave him an excuse. Kufo, when Tekun heard that, his anger quickly simmered down. Oh, so that's what it was. Tekun, you don't get mad except for things regarding fun, huh? Furnovir. It's still plenty a problem to be frequently going to a different world, you know. Willyris Furnovir, and Willyris was shocked at Tekun's reaction. But Furnovir, quickly regaining his composure, asked Gain's group a question. Won't there be a problem if you keep on doing that? Furnovir, there won't be a problem, but Gain, it's quite difficult to go there without getting caught. Kufo, we haven't been seen so far, but the god on the other side is acting strange. While it's not the same as with rivalries, even until now, that God has been taking other people's happiness. But the really strange thing is that he doesn't seem to be using it for anything. Rurusha, at first we thought he was giving something to his believers, but that didn't seem to be the case at all. He's just stealing as he pleases without giving it to anyone. Gain. The management of the world is also sloppy. The people there may no longer have much to develop in terms of technology, but even though we went through all the trouble of sneaking in because of the rule of not getting involved in other worlds, anticlimactically, we were able to get in really easily. We looked so stupid for trying not to get caught. Qfo, we even thought there might be a trap, but in the end there was nothing. With that kind of management, he wouldn't even be able to respond if a demon king from a different world were to attack. Gain. He's that sloppy. If that's so, then he's no longer doing his job as a god, is he? For Novir, that might actually be the case. Gain, to begin with, what on earth is he planning to do with all that happiness he's stealing? That kind of thing is useless to us gods. Grimp, well, it's also possible to use it to preserve our strength when the people lose faith in us. But if the world is safe, then a god's power shouldn't go below the minimum power needed. So what is he doing with it? Williris, it's certainly true that the Japanese of that world has less faith than the people of this world, but the humans of the other countries of that world have strong faith. Hence, there still shouldn't be any problem. There's also the issue with that world's environment and the nature there is getting rough, but there's still no reason to run out of power. And it's precisely because of that we're sending magic power here from that world. Gain, that's certainly true. I made a foolish question. But if that's the case, then there really isn't any reason for him to steal happiness. Exactly what is that god using it for? Faye Novir, all of the sudden, the god that hadn't said a word until now opened her mouth. Does the reason really matter? We don't do things like stealing people's happiness, so we may not know, but because of that, isn't it possible that there actually is a way to use it? Isn't that enough? Then, all that's left is for us to beat that god if he comes here picking a fight. God Kirillul, you're saying that kind of simple thing again. You're a muscle brain as usual, I see. Really, a woman like you, Fur Novir with a forged body and armor and a sheathed sword at her waist, the one who proclaimed that was the god of war, Kirillul. Her body is well trained, but there are also parts that are supple. Her manner of talking is like that of a man, but she is a full-fledged goddess. Who is a muscle brain? Even I can use my head. Kirillul, the only thing you use your head for is for fighting techniques. For Novir, exactly. But even then, it doesn't change the fact that I'm using my head. In fact, isn't this way healthier than someone like you, who does nothing but isolate himself in his place? Kirillul, what does health have to do with a god when our bodies are indestructible? For Novir, these two gods have opposing personalities, so whenever they meet, things usually end up like this. Before things got worse, Gain interjected and asked Kirillul a question. Let's put that discussion aside for now. Kirillul, why are you here? You weren't called by Tekun, right? Gain, what are you talking about, Gramps? I am the god of war, you know. Where there is conflict, there is war. And where there is war, so am I. I came here because I felt Tekun's anger, and after listening to his story, I found out that Gramps and the others went to play in the other world. So I've been waiting here quietly because I thought we'd be giving an execution. Kirillul, there's no need. Gain, that's not something to joke about. Qfo, you're a god, so you can normally kill us, right? Rurusha, there's no need to worry. I won't do anything this time. I understand that the god of earth is acting weird. And because of him, something strange happened with the soul of that guy, Ryalma. Ryalma isn't someone who'd thoughtlessly wreak havoc, so it's fine. But if he was someone dangerous, then the situation would have become terrible. From now on, there's a possibility that the souls we bring here might be abnormal. You understand why we need to be wary of that, right? But of course, I won't do anything either as long as the god of earth doesn't attack the world here. Kirilul, the god of war, Kirilul, is the strongest amongst the gods when it comes to fighting. Because of this, she is the god who brings harm to the people of the world, and is also the god who protects the world from its enemies. Hence, she is also known as the god of judgment. She rarely has any work to do as the god of judgment, but if the humans were to do something that would bring great harm to the world, the one to bestow judgment will mostly be her. And while strange, it would appear that she also became the judge for the sins of the three gods. Gain and the others do not specialize in fighting, so winning against her is impossible. Moreover, despite both being gods, if she went full force she would also be able to destroy all three of them. But of course they wouldn't disappear, but they would still end up quite hurt. So because of that they were quite relieved when they heard Kirilul's words. This is bad for the heart. Rurusha, I think my lifespan's just shortened. Kufo, please don't scare old people too much. Gain, gods don't need to worry about hearts and lifespans though. Well, in any case, it doesn't seem like I'm needed here, so I'll be taking my leave. There are still some people who are continuing to fight, so I'm quite busy compared to you guys. Kirilul, right, sorry, Tekken, it's not like you called me here, I just came on my own. Also Gain, Kufo, Rurusha, keep it moderate, okay? You guys going to the other world. Kirilul, right, Gain, that's true. Kufo, let's alternate from now on. Rurusha, you're not going to stop. Kirilul, but I still haven't. Rurusha, halfway through her speech, Tekken interjected. Still haven't? What is that, still haven't? Tekken, oh, nothing in particular. Rurusha, there's no need to understand the god on the other side. Kufo, right. Gain's group acted unconcerned, but then Willyris asked a question. Are you guys still hiding something? Willyris, at those words, Tekken once more emanated a dangerous aura. Did you bastards really go there to investigate the god of earth? Tekken, that's right. Rurusha, but of course. Gain, we investigated the god on the other side, you know. Kufo, even now he's still stealing happiness from his people, so that's not a lie. Then in that case I'll change the question. Did you do anything else aside from investigating? Tekken, the three gods stiffened. What's the matter? Kufo, didn't you tell Ryalma that you went sightseeing in Earth? Tekken, well, that's because we were looking for the people who had their happiness taken away. Because of that we ended up seeing some places. Calling something like that sightseeing is a misunderstanding, you know. Kufo, in other words, you thought that you could go sightseeing. At Furnovir's words, Kufo was surprised and his body shook. Wait a moment, isn't that a leading question? Kufo, you know if you say something like that, then you're basically admitting that you took the opportunity to sightsee while looking for people. Grimp, at Kufo's words, Grimp whispered that. And once again, Tekken's aura became dangerous as he asked Gain. Gain, I don't understand it well, but I heard that you got hooked to something called idol. Tekken, in Earth, idols are experts who dance and sing. You can see them often from the boxes that show reflections on Earth called TV. You can also see them downtown if you have the chance to meet them. But don't misunderstand, okay? It's not like I went out of my way to see them. Gain, song and dance, huh? Then in that case this world also has it. It's not really something. Tekken, while Tekken quickly calmed down when he heard the words song and dance. This time Gain's eyes sharpened and he flared up at Tekken. Don't group idols with the things from this world. The idols of Earth are cute and diligent. Whenever I see them, I can't help but want to cheer them on. Gain, Tekken couldn't help but falter before that menacing look. But at that moment Gain noticed his mistake and it showed on his face. Seeing that Willyris said this. Seeing you this serious about those so-called idols, I think I understand perfectly well what's going on now. Willyris Tekken's gaze moved towards Rurusha. Having realized that the ruse is up, Rurusha answered before Tekken could even ask her. As for me, I just ate some sweet things during break time while we were moving on Earth, you know. Rurusha, at that, Tekken's anger and the Gain trio's shriek roared throughout the Divine Realm Volume 3 Chapter 1 TL Note. Gai Kai. Sorry, misread again. Teehee face with tongue also, bridge of scheme, pier of scheme. After reading this chapter, I think this translation is more fitting. Range Microwave Volume 3 Chapter 1. Right after I sent the Jamal household off, I ran towards the mine as training. On the way, I noticed the crowd of adventurers. Then I remembered that a lot of people came to hunt the grell frogs. It was along the way, so I took a look, but I wonder if I should also catch a few more. Thinking that, I took out my waders from my item box and headed towards the swamp. There sure are plenty of people. Ryalma, there's probably over 100 people around here. There are also other people going to a different swamp, so I guess there's just that many people, as I thought that while I looked, I noticed that there were people wearing waders and jumpsuits here and there. Unexpectedly, it would appear it sold quite a bit. Then my eyes stopped on one group, a group with 5 members and all of them wearing waders and jumpsuits. I remember those faces. If I recall correctly, they are the ones who sold me the bloody slime, the pier of scheme. I'm here after all, so I guess I might as well go and say hi, thinking that I went closer, but did something happen? From what I saw, Kaisan, looking slightly down, was patting the backs of the people around him as he encouraged them, saying it can't be helped. Hello, Ryalma, huh, you are from that time. Ryalma-kun, right? Thanks for last time. Kai, no, not at all. After all, I also managed to get a good slime. Ryalma. Then Thane, the man who was drunk last time, stepped forward. Are you the guy who bought the slime last time? Thane. Yes, that's right. Ryalma, I see. Sorry about last time, I'm Thane. I drank a bit too much that time and was quite drunk, so I don't remember much, but you really saved us by buying that slime. On top of that, you even told us a way to make a profit, so thank you. Thane, please don't mind it. That aside, did something happen? You looked like you were making a difficult face. Ryalma, it's not exactly a problem, just a little. Before that, let me introduce these guys. Kai. As he said that, Kai's line of sight moved over to the 2 men who took Thane away last time. Kai-san put his hand on the shoulder of the slightly shorter guy and then said this. This one's K, my little brother. Kai, a pleasure to meet you. K, a pleasure to meet you too. Ryalma. And next is this one. Kai Peyron, nice to meet you. Peyron, a pleasure to meet you. Ryalma, we 5 together are the pier of scheme, but you knew that, right? Kai, yes. Ryalma, actually, I used to be a fisherman. Kai, fisherman. That's fine, but why all of the sudden? I thought. Then Shinsan continued. Sorry, but Kai's bad at explaining, so I'll explain. Shin, from what he told me, the town of Scheme is a village situated by the edge of the biggest lake in this country, and is the biggest fishing village in the entire country. It was there that all 5 of them, the pier of Scheme, was born and raised. It's because of that they're used to handling nets, so although there is quite a difference between mud and water, they were still faster than most of the other adventurers. And like that, they were able to catch plenty of grell frogs. Looks like they made quite the killing in the past few days. And today they've already managed to catch over 20 grell frogs, but when they left the basket unattended for just a moment, someone apparently switched their basket. Unfortunately, that was something lent by the guild, so quite a lot of people have it. With that in mind, it's impossible to find out who the culprit is just by looking for the basket. So your catch was stolen. Ryalma, is that really it? Shin, as I thought, what's with that response? Kaisen showed me the basket. Inside were 20 grell frogs, however each and every one of them was weak. A few of those were even at death's door. If it's just the number, then it's just a switch. But with the quality in mind, Shin, apparently, someone sucked at catching and failed. Because of his technique, the grell frogs are so weak. Weakened grell frogs go for less, and if they die, then they'll go for even lesser. Even if we went to the town now, these little critters will still die on the way. Kai, that's why somebody decided to switch this basket with ours. Thane, it'd be fine if we just went and caught more, but it still stings. But that's all. Shin, I see. Oh, that's right. Do you know how much this would be if you sold all of them? Ryama, this bunch will be really weak once they get to the guild, so 200 suits at most. If they die, then it'll go as low as 50. We learned our mistake from the previous case, so this time we did our assignments properly. Shin, so if the conditions are good, they'll go for 1,000 suits per frog, right? Ryama, right. But what about it? Shin, then in that case, will you sell these to me for 300 suits per frog? Ryama Shin-san titled his head in puzzlement when he heard what I just said. I don't mind, but is that okay? Shin, the price is higher than the guild, so it's good for us, but... Kai, you'll be at a loss, you know. Thane, that may be so if I were selling them to the guild. However, I am using these for myself, so there won't be a problem. Ryama, for yourself. Are you going to make medicine? Shin, yes. I can use these to make antidotes, so I came here with the intention of preparing some household medicines. Ryama, I see. The price is higher than the guild would offer to us, so we're grateful. Shin, we're going to catch more to sell to the guild, so go ahead and buy everything. Kai, thank you very much. Ryama, like this, I purchased 25 grell frogs from them for 7,500 suits. You're amazing. Shin, I also thought it back then when you brought out that small gold coin, but you really do bring out money generously. Kai, it makes sense after seeing just how popular your store is though. Thane, looks like they came to my store. Oh, did you make use of my store's services? Ryama, actually, we were only planning to try it out once, but then not only is it cheap, it also cleans better than washing by hand. So we ended up using it a lot. Shin, and lately, because of all these mud, we've been going there every day. Kai, we were surprised at first, but it looks like the slimes can be useful too. I guess if you try it can turn out to be something good too. Thane, ho, looks like I got myself some good regulars. Laundry's gonna be a pain once we get back to our village. How about setting up a branch there? If you want, I can even introduce you a good place to negotiate with the fishing union. Kai, talks about branch stores have come up from time to time, but I'm not planning to set up a branch as of yet. Ryama, since I just recently hired Calkins, San and the others. Well, that's true. It's certainly not something you can easily set up. But if you do decide to set one up in our town, then contact me. I can help you out with looking for a good spot for your store. Kai, after all, if you use our connection with the fishing union, you should be able to get an even better place than what the merchant guild can get you. Thane, using a community-based organization rather than the guild, right? That might be a good idea. Thank you very much. When that time comes, I'll be relying on you. Ryama, as I said that, I left them and headed towards the abandoned mine. The first thing I did when I got to the mine was to bring out the slimes and rimmel birds from the dimension home. Then we dug a hole in the tunnel and created a place for me to live in, and an alchemy room. All the furniture, including the shelf, were made out of stone. Yeah, this should be good enough for the time being. Afterwards, I let everyone else do as they please except for the bloody slime and cleaner slimes. Then I processed the grell frogs at the alchemy room that I just made, since I needed to process the weak ones quickly, and I also haven't processed the ones I caught the other day. By the way, if you're wondering, I put the grell frogs I caught the other day in a water tank made out of stone inside my dimension home. Provided they were caught skillfully, then they shouldn't have any problem living for around a week. With that much time, a normal doctor would be able to process it well. However, in my case, I have the bloody slime. I don't need that much time. First, I drew a magic formation of separation on a corner of the floor of the alchemy room. Then with earth magic I made out a vessel of stone. Next, I took out the grell frogs from the dimension home, and then put it into a cage I prepared by the corner of the alchemy room. These are the ones I just bought today. After that, I randomly took out one of them and killed it with a knife as it tried to run. At that, I ordered the bloody slime to enter it through its wound. After the bloody slime finishes draining its blood, what came next was disassembly. Following my pharmacy skills knowledge, I uninterestedly separated the important parts. Not even a drop of blood came out during this. The bloody slime's draining was perfect. After this, the next process is to remove the refuse and the mucus, wash the separated parts, and wash off the dirt that stuck to the grell frog's exterior during the disassembly and the refuse removal. If these refuses aren't properly removed, then the quality will greatly drop. Unfortunately, removing these mucus is extremely difficult. Moreover, if this process is done roughly, then its internal organs will suffer, causing the quality to drop again. That's why it's imperative that this process be done carefully and thoroughly. This process is extremely delicate. If you do it normally, that is. I ordered a cleaner slime to clean off the filth. Responding to that, the cleaner slime put the parts inside it and began to wash off the mucus. Shortly after, the cleaner slime finished without either leaving a wound or taking much time. Its work was perfect. Next, I take the parts that have been processed, put it on top of the magic formation, and dry it by separating it from its water contents. Fire and wind magic would normally be used in this process, as it's no good with just one or the other. It's hard for the wind to get rid of the water content by itself, and if you keep it up for too long, the inner organs will start to suffer. With fire, the drying is fast, but a little error would alter the ingredient's effect. And if poorly done, it's also possible to burn it, rendering it useless. But I'm not using fire, so there won't be any alterations. There also won't be any damage. After processing the internal organs of the grell frog in this way, I used Identify on it. The result of the skill showed that all the parts have been processed perfectly. Naturally, that goes to mean that all the parts are of the highest quality. After that, I continued to quietly process the grell frogs. In the end, out of the 25, I managed to get everything else except for 19 to the level of highest quality. And although the 19's quality were lower, they were still considered to be high-quality ingredients. With this, the ingredients are more than usable. As for the reason regarding why the quality dropped, it would appear that the inner organs were damaged since the grell frogs became weak, causing the flow of blood to become bad. It was probably treated roughly while being captured. It's really important to be careful while catching these grell frogs. Incidentally, after I had disassembled the grell frogs, I served the leftover skin and meat to the rimmel birds. I brought it to them as I thought to myself, will they eat it? I mean, they eat grell frogs, so right. Much to my relief, they did in fact eat it. Happily too. From what I'd heard, these rimmel birds like to eat meat, fishes, fruits, vegetables, and grains. But for the meantime, I guess I'll focus on feeding them meat. After all, I can get those from Zeke's store. As I passed the day like that, eventually it became dark outside. Just to be safe, I had the slimes and rimmel birds gather in the mine to make sure that they're safe. It's true that the slimes have gotten stronger, but it's still dangerous in the night. Then I blocked the entrance with building stones, only allowing enough of a gap to let air pass. It's been a while since I've had a night like this. This reminds me of the time I just came into this world. Ryalma, that time, I read Gain's letter, made that house, found that cliff, learned earth magic, and dug a cave with it. At the start, I could only shave the rocks at my fingertips a bit with break rock, but after repeating it a bit, I was eventually able to dig a hole. Then I just blocked the entrance with a wall of rock I made with rock. After that, I gradually improved the environment. After I'd gotten used to the forest, I also started to hunt and train in the evening, but I'm not really in the mood right now. Besides, I have some ingredients with me, so should I go ahead and make some medicines? Ryalma, I aimlessly entered the alchemy room where I processed the grell frogs and took out all the gathered herbs that were preserved by drying from my item box and put them on the shelves. I want a medicine cabinet to put these ingredients in. I'll make it one day. The medicine I can make from these ingredients is an antidote. I have just enough grell frog livers to make it 2. The ingredients I need for it are a grell frog's liver, a poisonous plant called cassory, which by weakening the poison of the cassory herb, it's possible to use it as medicine. And then there's the fruit of kanashi, the invigorating flower of josh, and the euphor herb that causes diuresis. First, I use earth magic and create a pot of rock and 2 spatulas. Then I make a mortar and pestle. Next time, maybe I should just buy the tools from around instead. I've done everything so far with just my magic, but it's definitely better to get some proper tools, right? While I was thinking that, I used water magic and filled the pot, and put the cut cassory herb and fruit of kanashi inside. With the electric magic microwave, I made the water go faster, causing its temperature to rise and mix at the same time. Some materials are weak to heat, so I don't use this method much, but the cassory herb and the fruit of kanashi aren't affected much by heat. Even if I boil these, they'll be fine, so it's all cool. Like that, I boiled the ingredients and the color of the ingredients began to dissolve, changing into a purple liquid. Looking at its outer appearance, it looks very poisonous. By deciding based on the appearance of the color of the liquid, I stopped microwave. While I waited for the medicine to cool down naturally, I thoroughly grinded the grell frog livers that had already been dried. Then I touched the liquid. When I thought that the temperature was good enough, I threw the grinded livers into it and stirred. But this really is convenient. This pharmacy skill that is. I should be been out of my expertise when it comes to the herbs of this world, but because of this skill, I can even learn to figure out the timing just from the color and by feeling the temperature. While I was thinking that, the liquid in the pot cooled down greatly. I guess it's time. I prepared the flower of josh and the euphor herb, threw just the right size into the pot and lightly stirred the pot. I left it alone for a while and waited for the effects of the ingredients to seep in. What should I do until then? At that time, I randomly left the alchemy room and noticed the rimmel birds. There, I decided to take out my guitar from the item box, and I played 2 national anime ending songs because I saw the moon through the hole I made for ventilation. When I finished playing, rimmel birds, an incomprehensible sound echoed within the cave. What? It hurts. Can't you guys shut up for a moment? The source of the sound were the rimmel birds. It looks like they were chirping beautifully like a musical performance this time around too, but because we were inside a cave, it echoed and the sound became too loud. I took more damage than I expected, but it seems the rimmel birds are perfectly fine. What kind of ears do these birds have? Incidentally, the slimes don't have ears, so they don't have any problems either. Afterwards, I passed the time by listening to the rimmel bird's calmer singing voice, and by eating dinner. When I got back to the alchemy room, the flower of josh and the euphor herbs effect had already been extracted, so I figured it should be done soon. As I used identify on the pot's contents, incomplete antidote, high quality, an antidote for poison made out of grell frog liver. Because of the grell frog's liver, the poison will be disassembled. And because of the other ingredients, one will be re-energized and the poison will be ejected. There are plenty of effects, but this antidote is mostly effective against paralysis. It's recommended to drink plenty of water while using this antidote. Good, looks like it's a success so far. Next is, I take out a huge cloth form my item box and had the cleaner slimes clean it. This is one of the belongings of the bandits I defeated back at the forest. The stitches are thin, so it can be useful for straining the medicine. I put a cleaner slime inside an empty pot. Then after having the pot cleaned, I affixed the cloth on that pot by wrapping the string of the sticky slime around the pot. I slowly poured the liquid from the other pot into the pot with a cloth attached to it. Like that, the liquid poured into that empty pot and was filtered. After I finished pouring everything, I took the cloth and wringed it one last time, and then after stirring the medicine with a beautiful spatula, I used identify on it. The part about it being incomplete had disappeared, and the high quality became highest quality. That high quality was before I used the filter. Of course it would change. Making the medicine went well, but what should I do with this now? If I preserve this, then I could use this as a pill instead of as oral medicine, or no, the ingredients aren't sufficient, so I guess I won't be able to use it one way or the other. Ryalma thinking about it a bit more to begin with, I possess the poison resist skill, so half-assed poison won't work against me. Right, in other words, there's no opportunity for me to use this. It's a good idea prepare things like this just in case, but even then I don't need an entire pot of medicine. For the meantime, let's make a funnel and a dipper with earth magic. And so, I prepared 20 bottles and distributed the medicine one by one. After I finished filling up the 20 bottles, I put away 19 of it into my item box, and then I left the alchemy room while playing with the remaining bottle as I went towards the dwelling space. What should I do? Should I sell these over at Surge's, or should I hand these over to Jeff Sons? Ryalma, as I was thinking that, I dropped the medicine bottle while I was playing with it. Oh no. Ryalma, the bottle fell to the ground, and because I was playing with it, the cap wasn't sealed tightly, and so the contents spilled to the floor. Somehow I'm kind of not into it today. I wonder if it's because of that thing about mental regression that Kufo mentioned. Right now I'm 11 years old, but mentally speaking I'm already over 40. So is that the reason why I'm feeling lonely from being separated with the others? Even though I was perfectly fine in my previous life during times like these. Ryalma, there were plenty of times when I or my colleagues resigned, either because of overwork or because the work was too hard. Of course, I'm not really lonely enough to go crying, but somehow I'm feeling down. I thought that for 10 seconds. Whatever, I'll just go sleep. Ryalma, right, I'll go to sleep after having used up my energy, I thought to myself. So before I went to sleep, I decided to clean up the spilled medicine. But when I glanced at the place where the medicine fell, the bottle was still there, but the contents were gone. It was clean. Huh, where did the medicine go? Ryalma, there were several slimes loitering in the room, and amongst them were the cleaner slimes, so I guess they just cleaned it by themselves. Well, whatever. It's not bad to have my work done for me, so I'll just leave it at that. As I thought that, I decided to sleep Volume 3 Chapter 2 TL Note. Special thanks to Cody and to all the Anons that donated to make this extra chapter possible. Volume 3 Chapter 2 the next day. I went out as soon as I opened my eyes only to notice that it was still dark. Did I sleep too early yesterday? It's too early to go to the town. Ryalma, so instead, I decided to expand the tunnel by making a storehouse and a kitchen. Then I also decided to arrange the things in my item box. I've already put everything related to medicinal herbs on the shelves of the alchemy room, but there are still things that haven't been dealt with, like the unsold pelts. Pelt, 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 black tea should be put in the kitchen. Pelt, 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 pelt money. Ah, these are from the bandits. Weapon, armor, armor, weapon, weapon, weapon. Come to think of it, I've forgotten about that Melzen spear. I should try it out next time. Next is pelt. More pelt. There are too many pelts. Why did I take everything so diligently? Ryalma, and so I arranged things for a while like that when I suddenly found something strange. What is this? What was in my hand right now was a goblet. All of my utensils are made with earth magic, so pretty much all of them are made out of stone or shaped out of wood, but this goblet is silver. Moreover, there are decorations of gold here and there, and it even had gems embedded into it. Why do I have something so luxurious in my item box? This shouldn't be something that belongs to the bandits. I confirmed everything before leaving the forest, and I didn't have anything this amazing. Still, I feel like I've seen this before. Thinking that, I used identify. Sacred treasure, the goblet of the god of wine, Tekun. This sacred treasure was created by the god of wine, Tekun. This sacred treasure has been enchanted with the power of the god of wine and can bring forth limitless wine in exchange for magic power. Owner, Ryalmatake Bayashi. Wait a moment, what is this? Why do I have something so exaggerated like a sacred treasure? I remember, this is something I got when I met Tekun. Wait, I brought it with me. Ryalma, now that I think about it, I was quite panicked that time, so I just put everything into my item box. Did I accidentally put it in? Isn't that rather clumsy? Well, in any case, let's go to the church. Ryalma, I gently put the goblet into my item box and have the slimes enter into the dimension home, and then I quickly rush to the town. Actually, I'm already going at full speed. As soon as I got to the town, I headed straight to the church. And when I got to the church, the door of the church opened. The one standing there was the girl who greeted me when I met Kufo last time. Ara, are you here to worship? Girl, yes, would it be all right to go now? Ryalma, yes, go ahead. Still, it's certainly quite strange to have someone come this early. Girl, I don't really have much time to chat, but I'm quite busy lately, so I don't really have time to come except around this time. Ryalma, oh really? Girl, I was also brought to the chapel today. Actually, I already know the way, so there's actually no need, and I could have just refused and ran. But of course I have to keep up appearances. I give my thanks to the girl, sit at a chair and pray, Tekun, take me to the divine realm. As I asked that, a few seconds passed and the world was filled with light. My prayer reached him. As the light stopped, I turned my head. There I saw Tekun. As I confirmed Tekun's appearance, I breathed a sigh of relief. Ryalma, you called. Actually, how did you manage to call me? I clearly heard your voice just now. Tekun, I prayed at the church. Ryalma, oi, you shouldn't be able to call me with just that, you know. If we could be called with just something like that, then we'd always be getting calls. Tekun, even if you tell me that. But anyway, rather than that, I have something to talk to you about. Ryalma, what is it? Did something happen? Tekun, I used my item box and took the goblet out. When Tekun saw that, his eyes opened wide as if he were shocked, and he alternately looked at the goblet and the hole from the item box. Last time we met, you just left this with me and left, right? Ryalma, why, yeah. Tekun, that time I tried to look for some snacks in my item box to eat while drinking, but then I ran out of time, so I quickly cleaned up, but in the process I accidentally took your goblet with me. I only noticed it this morning while I was arranging things from my item box, so I'm sorry that I took it without asking you. Ryalma, you know, I don't actually mind it. But that aside, you were able to take it with you. Tekun, I accidentally put it in my item box, so I guess that's why. I was also able to properly take it out over there on the other side. Ryalma, when Tekun heard that, he scratched his head and then said this. Can you show me that for a bit? Tekun, I gave him the goblet as he said that while pointing at it. Then Tekun looked at the goblet as he caressed it. Ryalma, I don't mind if you take this. Sacred treasures might be something that the humans revere, but I can make something like this any time. Moreover, this has already become your possession. Tekun, mine. Now that you mention it, when I used identify, it said owner, Ryalma take Bayashi. Ryalma, that's it. From the looks of things, ever since I passed that to you and left, it had apparently already been considered as me granting you a sacred treasure. So this is already completely yours. Anyway, drink. Tekun, as Tekun said that, a bottle of liquor appeared out of nowhere and he poured that into the goblet. Is it all right to give it that simply? Also, it's still morning. Ryalma, don't mind it. Right now you're only a soul, your body won't get drunk. And more than anything, a drink comes before talking, right? As for the goblet, I already mentioned it, but I can make something like that any time. So don't mind it. Besides, we also been humans who received our sacred treasures in the past. The otherworlders had all sorts of requests, you know. Abilities were also popular, but the most common one was receiving a sacred treasure. And as for receiving sacred treasure, there's no problem with that at all. So enough of that, liquor's more important. Tekun, is it fine to be that irresponsible? Well, if someone finds out that you have a sacred treasure, it will certainly cause a commotion, so you better make sure to hide it. It's fine as long as you use it drink by yourself, right? Tekun, I see. All right, for the meantime, it's good that there's no problem. While I didn't do it on purpose, I was still really scared when I found out I took something from the divine realm. Ryalma, as I said that, I drank the wine in the goblet. The liquor is delicious as always, but the alcohol feels weaker today than before. Is Tekun being considerate? Gahaha, rather than it be problematic for you to just take, although it's also kind of clumsy. But since that kind of thing is being managed thoroughly, rather than just being able to take this kind of thing carelessly, most shouldn't even have been able to see this. So don't mind it. Besides, that goblet just brings out wine, you know. Compare that to a sacred treasure that allows its wielder to become stronger, and depending on their strength, cut castle walls like paper. This is way safer. That aside, I'm more concerned about how you were able to take a sacred treasure with you, but whatever. Tekun, is that all right? Or rather, was I not supposed to be able to bring it with me? Ryalma, of course you shouldn't have been able to take something carelessly from the divine realm. Under normal circumstances, there's no way that should be possible. To begin with, a human coming here is already plenty weird. Tekun, oh yeah. I've gone here so many times I forgot. Ryalma, well, coming is one thing, but humans shouldn't be able to invocate space magic here, you know. I don't understand magic theories, so I don't understand it well, but it's probably because Gain's trio called you here from your world and that had some kind of effect. Tekun, actually I've been told that often. Is that okay? Ryalma beats me. I'm the god of wine and craft. No way I can answer a question like that. That's something you should ask Fur Novir. If it's him, then he might know something. Tekun, Fur Novir. It's a name I've never heard of before. Who's that Fur Novir? Ryalma, oh, you don't know. It's the magic god Fur Novir. That guy isolates himself in his own place. And while I don't know what he's doing, he's the most informed when it comes to things related to magic and all sorts of stuff. Only it's very rare to meet him even as a god myself. I don't know if you'll ever have the chance to meet him. Tekun, I see. Well, there's no problem normally anyway, and Gain's group did tell me that it's not a bad influence. I just wanted to know the reason is all. Ryalma, well, I guess it's normal to think that since the strange things are happening to you. Tekun, as Tekun said that, my surroundings began to illuminate. Isn't it earlier than normal? Ah, it's time. Ryalma, I quickly drink up the wine and put back the goblet in my item box. Ho, so this is what it's like when you're going back. Tekun, oh, now that you mention it, you weren't here last time so you didn't see, huh? By the way, did you meet up with Gain's group after that? Ryalma, yeah, I caught them while they were going back. They really did go to your world. Next time I'll have them let me go to the other world. Tekun, said Tekun as he began to heartily laugh. I see, then please drink mater. Ah, what am I saying? There's no way the god of wine would get drunk. Ryalma, of course. I could drink enough to bathe. Tekun, speaking of which, what would happen to the liquor in the world when you do something like that? Will it suddenly disappear? Ryalma, that won't happen. Whether it's there or here, the things of that world and the things made by God can also be eaten or drunk. Your goblet is the same. As long as you pour magic power into it, liquor will come out. No matter how much you drink, the drinks of other people won't disappear. Tekun, I see. Then I'll use it without holding back. Ryalma, as I said that, Tekun laughed and said this. Exactly. Just enjoy it. Wine's something to be enjoyed after all. Tekun, I tried to reply, but light completely filled the place, and before I knew it I was back at the chapel. Guess I didn't make it. If I pray here, will it reach? Ryalma, thank you. I'll enjoy myself plenty with your wine here, and I hope you enjoy drinking there as well. I prayed that prayer, then I left the church after donating. Now, I guess I'll go to the store. It's a bit late though, after all, it's already past the store's opening time. As I walked towards the store, I heard the laughter of many people near the store. Somehow I can hear people laughing. Where are their voices coming from? My store. It turns out the voices are coming from my shop. Looking at the crowd gathered outside, I noticed that the people were all laughing. What's going on? Thinking that, I peeked inside the store. There, I saw Li Lingsan knock two men out. What are they doing? Good morning, Li Lingsan. Ryalma, boss, good morning. I'll just tie these two up, so please wait a moment. Li Lingsan quickly tied the two up. During that time, I asked Karmsan, who was tending to the store. What happened? Ryalma, it's been quite a while since the last, but those two came here as thugs. Karm, then what's up with the people laughing? I'd understand it if they were screaming, but why are they laughing? Ryalma, actually. Apparently these two guys stained their clothes with something really hard to wash of so they could complain. After all, if the store can't wash it properly, then the store's reputation would drop. If it was a normal laundromat, then washing it off would certainly have been a problem. However, with the cleaner slimes being able to wash even the filth of a goblin's loincloth, such things are meaningless. But they didn't know that, so the ruffians shouted in a loud voice in front of the curious onlookers. Look! They can't take the dirt off my clothes. At the same time, the perfectly clean laundry were spread before them. Seeing such foolishness, the onlookers couldn't help but begin to laugh. One after another, they began to laugh. And as if it were infectious, before anyone knew it, the entire crowd had already burst into a great laughter. Infuriated, the ruffians tried to act violently, but they were quickly put down by Li Lingsan and arrested. Right after that is when I entered the store. Furthermore, those ruffians were handed to the guards for disturbing the shop's operation. The guards apparently passed by the store by chance because they heard the voices of the customers, so like that they were able to take the ruffians away. Going deep into the store, I called Karlasan and Feisan to discuss, but in the end we arrived at the same conclusion of just continuing to be on guard. And after deciding to hold a meeting again after we find something else we can do, we ended our discussion. Oh, I know. Just in case, I should leave the antidotes I made yesterday here. These are antidotes which I just made yesterday. In the unlikely case where you happen to need it, I'll leave it here. Ryalma understood. Carla, as I said that, I handed 11 bottles of medicine to Karlasan and Feisan. Now what should I do next? Isn't there something that I can do to protect the store? Come to think of it, this store's window isn't that robust, huh? Then, if I were to use that. In order to put into practice my idea, I went to the abandoned mine. When I got back to the abandoned mine, I went over to a slightly bigger tunnel and drew 3 magical formations on a big box of stone. After I completed that, I had the sticky slime spit hardening liquid inside the box. After finishing that, one of the magic formations was a magic formation of separation. Using that, I separated half the water content of the liquid from it. I drained that excess water, and then I had the sticky slime spit out more hardening liquid into the box that has less volume. Next, with the magic formation of mixing, I combined the two liquids. Then I separated the new liquid from its water contents again, put in even more hardening liquid, mixed it, and then separated its water contents. I repeated this process several more times. If you're wondering what I'm doing, well, I'm making the sticky slime's hardening liquid more concentrated. When I used alchemy to separate the sticky slime's liquid from its water content and dried it, only a lump of that liquid was left. From the looks of things, that material was the ingredient that gave the sticky liquid or the hardening liquid its properties. When I saw that, I wondered to myself what would happen if I were to concentrate it. The results were that the hardening liquid became even harder than normal. Normally, if you dried the hardening liquid, with just a little bit of strength it would already start making noises as if it were about to break. But the concentrated material has strength comparable to something strengthened with magic. I drew 2 circles with a square inside the magic formation, and shifted it 45 degrees to make it match. This is the magic formation of transformation. Inside that, I placed the lump of concentrated hardening liquid that couldn't be destroyed easily even if I tried to at full power. If I turn this into a plank, I'll be able to use this as a window glass. I wonder why I couldn't think of this until now. Ryalma, this concentrated liquid has high transparency. While it's not colorless, it's only slightly tinged with yellow. In fact, you wouldn't even notice it unless you were told. So as long as I turn this into a plank-shaped object, I'll be able to use this as glass for the windows. By the way, the windows of this world are normally made with wood. There are also window glasses, but they're absurdly expensive. Bottles and other wares made with glass are normally created by craftsmen, so they're cheap. But the glass used for windows are manufactured with magic, so they're expensive. While it's also possible to make window glasses with hand-blown glass, it might be because of quality check, but only a handful of skilled craftsmen can make it, making it scarce. Because the windows are made out of wood, in order to get light to go in, there's no choice but to keep it open. But because of this, it gets quite troublesome when it gets cold and the wind enters. This is something common in the stores of this world. When I thought I wouldn't be able to acquire window glasses, I checked my architecture skill, and it turns out it's possible to get one with 1 middle gold coin. But of course, I wasn't able to pay that amount. That's why I gave up on it and made the window with wood just like the other stores. However, with this concentrated hardening liquid, it'll be possible to use it as a substitute. Moreover, its hardness can prevent crime, and it has extremely strong properties against fire and heat. And although I'm digressing, the hardness and strength of the concentrated sticky liquid are both fragile. Moreover, on top of not having a muddy color and not being transparent, it burns easily. While the normal dried sticky liquid doesn't burn as much as cloths do, the lump of concentrated sticky liquid burns easily and vigorously. I was surprised to find out that the two liquids were basically opposite each other in properties. The concentrated hardening liquids were too hard, and the concentrated sticky liquids were brittle, and because I had fire magic, I had no need for fuels, so I left it alone too. Who would have thought that I would be able to use the concentrated hardening liquid like this? It might be because I just used my barriers to keep the cold out that I wasn't able to think this up at all. Ryalma, like this, I continued the process while I whispered to myself from time to time. By evening, I was able to make 50 windows of concentrated hardening liquid planks. Volume 3, Chapter 3. TL note: sorry, a bit busy right now. Extra chapter won't be coming this week. Also, I haven't edited this yet. I'll edit this sometime this week. Edit. 2015-08-10 fixed a pronoun and changed staff arts spear arts. Volume 3, Chapter 3. The next day, I woke up in the morning, did my preparations, and then gathered the slimes. But then I noticed something amiss. What is this slime? What lay before my eyes was a slime I'd never seen before. However, I knew for sure that I was contracted with it, so I quickly used Monster Identify. Medicine slime skills: generate liquid medicine, LV3 poison resistance, LV3 disease resistance, LV5 physical attack resistance, LV1 jump, LV3 digestion, LV3 absorption, LV3 split, LV3 spear arts, LV1 medicine slime. I don't remember taming a slime like this. In that case, did it evolve? But I shouldn't have any more normal slimes left. Moreover, it has the spear art skill, I know. Ryalma, when you think about it, medicine can become poison depending on how you use it. The reverse is also true. Then in that case, it must have evolved from the poison slime. No slimes have evolved a second time after evolving until now, so I thought they could only evolve once. But to think that they would actually have a second evolution. But why all of the sudden? Did I fulfill the evolution conditions somewhere? Ryalma, the evolution of a slime is decided by the food they eat. So the medicine slime's evolution condition must be medicine. Something like that. When did I Now that I think about it, last night, the spilled medicine was cleaned up by someone, right? I thought the cleaner slimes were the ones who cleaned it up, but was it this slime? In order to confirm my suspicions, I gathered the poison slimes and poured out a bottle of antidote into a vessel of stone I made before. Right then and there 5 poison slimes gathered and began to drink. Ah, they're drinking. So it really was the poison slime. Ryoma, the poison slime from before, evolved after drinking a bottle. In that case, a simple calculation should mean that 5 slimes would need 5 bottles. Having thought that, I gave the poison slimes 4 more bottles. And while they were drinking, I made several vessels, and then I gave an order to the medicine slime. Show me what kind of medicine you can make. Ryoma, as I said that, I presented to it the vessels. The medicine slime then proceeded to spit out liquid one after another into the vessels. From silky smooth to sticky, there were all sorts. I confirmed those one after another, and potion styptic antidote poison, immediate effect. Poison slow effect. Paralysis poison, immediate effect. Paralysis poison, slow effect. Antibacterial medicine. Oh, it's quite varied. And as expected, it can release both medicine and poison. But what's up with this antibacterial medicine? Ryoma, when I used identify on it, this came out. Antibacterial medicine, a liquid generated by the medicine slime that possesses powerful antibacterial properties. When applied, the viruses and bacteria in the area will be sterilized. Unless applied in an airtight container, the water content will immediately evaporate. This liquid is harmless to humans. Isn't this an antiseptic? This is perfect. Especially since I was quite worried about going to other regions aside from the Jamil region hygiene-wise. I feel like quite a bit of time had passed while I was doing this. I better go to the store now. I headed towards the town after I gathered the slime in a panic. However, the store was already open by the time I got there. I entered the store through the employee's door and met up with Karm-san. Good morning, boss. Karm, good morning, Karm-san. Ryoma, boss, has something been happening lately? Karm, what do you mean? Ryoma, until now you've been coming to the store before opening, but yesterday and today you came here late. So I was wondering if something was happening. Karm, there's no problem. I've just been caught up in my own things is all. Ryoma, really? If so, then that's fine. But if something were up, then please don't hesitate to discuss it with us. Karm, thank you very much. Ryoma, also, since you're here and all, I'd like to ask you to be here at this time from now on. Karm, at this time. Why is that? Ryoma, if you come here early, you'll definitely do the store's preparations yourself, causing the people below to have no work left. It's practice for the newcomers, so please get used to leaving the work to other people. Karm, so I was stealing their work. I see, then in that case it can't be helped. Ryoma, I understand the reason given, but thanks to this I'll have even less work to do. Speaking of which, I need to talk about the windows. Karm-san, are Fei-san and Li Ling-san free right now? Ryoma, Fei-san is tending to the store right now, but Li Ling-san should be in the break room. Is there something you need from them? Karm, it's about the store's crime prevention. I thought of something, so I wanted to hear their opinion. Ryoma, I see. Then please wait at the office, I'll call her now. Karm, right after I got to the office, Karm-san and Li Ling-san also came. They were at the door right next, so of course they'd come that fast. Or rather, it would have been fine if I just went there myself instead. Good morning, boss. I heard you had business with me. Lai Ling, good morning, Li Ling-san. Regarding the windows of the store, they're quite easy to break into, right? Ryoma, yes. As long as one brought a hammer or an axe, it's easy enough for anyone to break in. We'd already thought of that, so we're keeping an eye on it too. Lai Ling, thanks as always. In any case, I figured if the windows were indestructible, it'd make life easier for you guys. Ryoma, well, that's true, but how? Lai Ling, I took out one of the concentrated sticky liquid planks I'd made the previous day from my dimension home. When Karm-san saw that, his gaze changed. Is that a window glass? Carm, it's a little different. Ryalma, but that shape and that transparency, I really can't see it as anything else. No, even if it's not a window glass, we can definitely use this as an alternative. Boss, did you make this? Carm, he's enthusiastic about that, huh? Well, it's true that I plan to use these planks as an alternative for window glasses, but I don't have any intention to sell these right now. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not planning to sell these right now. Besides, the production rate is also insufficient. Ryalma, I see, sorry. Carm, don't mind it. Besides, just like you said, I'm certainly planning to use these planks as an alternative to window glasses. And while it looks similar to a glass, its resilience is on a different level. Ryalma, I hit the glass with my hand to prove to them its resilience. When Li Lingsan saw that, her eyes narrowed. Boss, do you mind if I try that too? Lai Ling, no problem here. I have some spare, so it's fine even if you break it. Ryalma, Li Lingsan hit the plank with her fist several times, but despite that the plank remained unperturbed. Afterwards she used strengthening magic, but at most, all she was able to do was crack it a bit. It's tough, all right. If we install this on the first floor, the assailants will definitely have a hard time breaking in. But in the case we were to be cornered, we also won't be able to break the windows and escape. Because of that, we'll also have to be careful. Lai Ling, so it had that kind of demerit. That's true. It's certainly a good idea to have these installed to defend against assailants. Moreover, if all the windows of the store were to be replaced by these, then we'll be able to focus on the lodging even during the night where there's no people. Lai Ling, I see. Then it's fine if I replace all of the windows with these, right? Ryalma, yes, thank you very much. Lai Ling, like this, I began the replacement of the windows of the store from wood to these concentrated hardening liquid planks. I'll start from behind the store where there are no customers. Then from there I'll work my way towards the side facing the neighboring stores, then to the side facing the road, until finally the front of the store that's facing the residential district is what I was thinking when all of a sudden I heard an angry voice. What did you do to my laundry? Does this store tear its customers' clothes? I quickly hurried to the store's entrance. When I got there, I saw an ill-bred man quarreling with Finasan as Feisan interjected. On top of the counter lay a shirt, torn from its collar all the way down. However, the cleaner slimes can't tear clothes apart from using too much power like you'd get when washing by hand. Even though it's a false accusation, it still doesn't feel good. And even though this is better than a legit claim, I still won't allow this slander. If I recall correctly, the most important part in order to handle these kind of situations according to my previous life is to have a firm attitude. Of course, there's a difference between the real thing and theory. Still, I guess I'll show them some proof I am after all the boss of this store, so there's no way I could just stand here and watch. I called out to the clamoring man. May I know what the problem is? Ryalma, boss. Feisan was the first to react. I gave a fleeting glance at the man to let Feisan know that I'll handle this one today. Seeming to have understood, he let me go while keeping an eye out on the man. Haya, what's with the brat? Get lost. Man, that's not possible since I'm the boss of this store. Is there something unsatisfactory with our store's service? Ryalma, the man's eyebrow twitched when he heard that, and this time he quarreled with me. Oh, well, your fucking store screwed me over. Look, my only good suit's been torn apart. Your shit store better compensate me for this. Man, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a look at that. Ryalma, I took the cloth and examined it. It's important that I put on a good show of properly listening to the claim, otherwise it'll be bad for the store's image. Although I don't care about what this rascal thinks, there are some onlookers watching, so I need to make a good impression. Looks like this torn shirt's been cut with a knife, and then torn from there. If it was washed by hand, then it might have been torn, but that's not possible with the cleaner slimes. This is clearly a false accusation. It's impossible for my cleaner slimes to cause this tear. Even if it is a false accusation, isn't this too lacking? I clearly explained that the slimes were the ones washing the clothes on the store's opening day. If you're going to falsely accuse my store, then you should at least brought a shirt claiming it melted. I'll be troubled if you bring this kind of false accusation, customer. Ryoma, I said as I looked at the man head-on. Ha! False accusation. Me. Wasn't it your store that tore this up? And instead of apologizing, you're actually accusing me. What a store! This fucking corrupt merchant. Man, yelled the man in a loud voice to let the onlookers surrounding us hear. In response to that, I said this. Then shall I show you proof? Ryoma, man, please wait a moment. I will show everyone here how the store washes its laundry. After everyone sees it, you should all come to understand that this kind of thing is impossible. Ryoma, I left that place to face San for a moment as I went to get a cleaner slime. Now, I did say that I will be exhibiting the store's method on washing clothes, but for that I'll need something to wash. Is there anyone amongst you who would volunteer to lend me his laundry? In exchange, I will wash it for free. Ryoma, at those words, voices rose here and there. Then, to the person over there, thank you very much. Ryoma, one of the male customers, lent me his bag of laundry, and I took out its contents and put it over the counter. A blood-stained pair of pants and shirt. They were normal clothes, but considering that the man was also built tough, he's probably an adventurer. Please observe. Ryoma, I ordered the cleaner slime to wash it. The cleaner slime washed it as usual, and even the blood stain was removed, making the clothes good as new. Seeing that, the onlookers couldn't help but let out voices of surprise. The clothes were fully washed in only 10 seconds. What do you think? This is how we wash your clothes. And naturally, because of this, there also isn't any way for there to be a situation like yours. Ryoma T. That's, man, if you want to say it's a fluke, then I'll entertain you as much as you want and show it to you again. Ryoma, after that, I washed 20 more people's worth of clothes, and the man was no longer able to say anything. To begin with, do you think that a slime could cause this kind of tear? The slimes don't have nails or fangs to cut a cloth like this. Moreover, they don't have the strength. And by the way, the slimes of this store eat only the filth sticking to the clothes. So there's no way for them to make the kind of mistake you might see in a normal laundromat. And so, there's no way for them to tear your shirt. In fact, I've already been using this method to have my laundry washed, and not once have I had my clothes torn. That's why I have full confidence that there's no way the store could have caused this kind of tear. Ryoma, when the people around me heard this, everyone but the ruffian was convinced. On top of me not having any clumsiness, it was also important to give the customers a good impression. And now that everyone was already convinced, there's no longer any need for me to mind the ruffian. Now, since you're going to be quite a nuisance to the store operation, I'll have to hand you over to the guards. Could you please behave yourself as I hand you over to them? Ryoma, don't fuck with me. Man, the man came rushing at me as he said that. But in response, I twisted his body, took his arm, and threw him. Naturally, I threw him to a place where the other onlookers won't get caught up. As the man fell, a sharp noise echoed. Then, I rushed over to the fallen man and stomped on his throat. Goha, kahai, gekha. Man having been thrown and stomped on, the man felt not only pain but also found difficulty in breathing. It's only self-defense. There's no injury to, only pain, so there's no problem. Ryoma, with so many eyes here, there's no way I could beat this ruffian too much, so I'll leave it here. After the man was subdued, we called the guards over and handed him to them. With that, this case was concluded. Boss, Fei-san, thank you very much. Fina, I didn't do anything this time, you know. The one who did all the work was the boss. Fei, well, I am the boss after all. I have to act properly when a guy like that comes while I'm here. Ryoma, boss, you're also quite strong. Jean, but boss, was it okay to wash those clothes for free? Fei, this much isn't a problem. Besides, what's important is that I was able to properly let the onlookers know that the ruffian's claim was nothing but false accusation. Otherwise, they would have thought that we were the ones wrong and our profits would take a hit. Ryama, I see. That's certainly true, Carla agreed Carla-san. But still, please tell us beforehand if you're going to do something like that. I was so nervous, you know, Carla, after all, we hadn't any idea that you were so strong. Carm, oh, I forgot about it, but from the outside I'm an 11-year-old kid. I tend to forget this kind of stuff from time to time. They knew that I could use magic, but since I couldn't really use offensive magic much while in the town or in the store, they were worried. And I also haven't had the opportunity to show them my strength. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ryama reporting, contacting, and consultation. These things are important. Although this kind of stuff happened, I was able to finish replacing all the windows with my concentrated hardening liquid plank safely. Just a little bit before dusk, I went over to Surge-san's. There's also the medicine slime, but it's mostly since I had to buy some bottles for the medicine and some tools. Welcome, Ryama-sama, Surge. Hello, Surge-san. I came here today to buy things for myself. Ryama, what are you looking for? Surge, I'd like to purchase a large number of bottles to put medicine in. Ryama, I understand. However, a large number. Surge, yes. Actually, I studied medicine under my grandmother, and now that I have some time, I'd like to practice it. After all, adventurer work is quite dangerous, so it's also to prepare for it. Ryama, I see, but still, if you're going to purchase a large amount of medicine bottles, then you should register as a pharmacy to the Merchant Guild. Moreover, if you purchase through them, you'll be able to get the bottles cheaper. Surge, now that he mentions it, in the end, I wasn't able to buy a medicine bottle from Surge's. And since I had some spare time, I told him I'd treat some extra cloths instead. After that I went to the Merchant Guild, and the guild master greeted me at the guest room. What do you need? More people again? Grisla, no, today's for something else. Ryama, as I said that, I explained. I see, so you want to buy some bottles for your medicine. Exactly how skilled are you? Grisla, having been asked that, I took out the antidote I made the day before yesterday. The guild master took the bottle, used identify, and then she burst into a laughter. Not bad, not bad. This is more than good enough to be sold. With this you could even open up a pharmacy. So how about it? Grisla, I don't plan to right now. Ryama, after all, it's more than enough if you start your branch store like this. It's also important for you to have a craft just in case something happens. And in the case your money is insufficient to start a branch store, won't it be a good idea to have a sideline? Or if you want, I could buy these from you. Grisla, is that okay? Ryama, it's fine. After all, I'm expecting all sorts from you. Moreover, I specialized in medicine before I reached this position, you know. The quality of this medicine is good, so as long as I use my connections, I'll be able to sell as much as I want. Grisla, so the guild master was a medicinal specialist. Thank you very much. I'll be counting on you then when the opportunity comes. Ryama, I gave my thanks to the guild master and purchased a large number of medicinal bottles, along with pots, funnels, and other medical tools. And since I was already here in town, I decided to buy some food too before heading towards the abandoned mine. Afterwards, I went back home without using magic and just running, since the sun was still up. Along the way, I passed by several other adventurers. I guess they're going back from Grell frog hunting. As I ran while thinking that, the stench of the mud of the swamp wafted to my nose, and I thought of something. Back when I cleaned the latrine pits, didn't I use a cloth treated with the deodorization liquid to deal with the stench? In that case, wouldn't deodorization liquid sell quite a bit? After all, there were deodorants back in my world. Yeah, I'll discuss it with Carm-san and the others tomorrow. When I got to the mine, I made some supper quick, ate, and then passed the night examining the medicine slime's antibacterial liquid. I got a bit too into it, and I lost track of the time again. Thanks to that I'll be sleeping late, but that aside, I was able to confirm that the 5 poison slimes who drank the antidotes this morning had also turned into medicine slimes. Since it's like this, does this mean that the other slimes also have another evolution? The slime's possibilities seem to go on endlessly. After I calmed myself from confirming that the slimes had evolved, I drank from the goblet I got from Tekun. Then I thought of something. I know I shouldn't be complaining since I got this from someone else, but still, isn't this a bit too inefficient? Ryalma wine came out of the goblet just as Tekun had mentioned, but I only drank once, and yet I'd already consumed nearly 30,000 points of magic power. I confirmed it with my status board, so there's no mistake. Even if I used up all of my magic power, I still wouldn't be able to drink more than 6 times, or wait, maybe 6 is quite a lot since for an evening drink. How should it normally be anyway? Then again, since I'm making something out of nothing, it might be a given that the magic power consumption is high, and the amount is also dependent on what I want. I don't really know much about the proper amount though, since I haven't been able to get a lot of opportunity to drink other than the socializing I had to do in my previous life. In any case, I'll drink 2 glasses, then I'll call it a day. So I drank from the goblet, and then I went to sleep. The wine was delicious today as well, but it was disappointing that I forgot to prepare some snacks again too. I'll make sure not to forget it next time. Volume 3, Chapter 4. It's been a month since I parted with the Jamel household. In the past month I've finished building my house. I've furnished the tunnels with other facilities on top of the storage room and the alchemy room. And I've also made a 2-story house that will serve as a guest room, along with a reception room in front of the tunnel. I also created a garden and a field of medicinal plants using wood magic along with soil from the forest and the scavenger slime's fertilizer. Finally, it's starting to look like a house. In my free time, I was also finally able to spare some time to investigate Melzin's spear. A magic weapon is able to invocate magic whenever magic power is poured into it. Melzin's spear is able to use the 2 spells, ignition and fireball. When I brought the spear to Tigger's armory before, I found out that there were 2 kinds of magic weapons. The basic one could use only one, but the ones that could invocate several magic can only be created by a skilled artisan. In other words, Melzin's spear is the work of a skilled artisan. I also found out after testing the weapon that putting more magic power into the spear doesn't affect its damage output. The strength of the magic seems to have been set. Moreover, while it's possible to pour any attribute of magic power into the spear, using a similar attribute to the magic being invoked will cost less magic power. The most efficient attribute for Melzin's spear is fire. Next is neutral. Aside from those 2, everything else is mostly the same, but they're all inefficient. Honestly speaking, though, this isn't really all that interesting. Like alchemy, I could just use flame or fireball by willing magic power and using the spells, so it's not particularly useful for someone like me who can use fire magic. It's convenient when fighting against ghosts and magical beasts that are weak to fire, but aside from that it's just a spear that can shoot out fire. It's the kind of weapon fit for someone who can't use fire magic. The spear also seems to have been made with an expensive material called flame ore. It's probably because it shoots out fire. A normal iron wouldn't last, so the craftsman must have used this to keep that from happening. And because of this, it's a first-class spear. So even though the fire magic isn't that useful, I can still use it. Still though, it's kind of hard to come to grips with the fact that its enchantment is just an added value. As for the store, the ruffians have started coming nearly every day since a few days ago, but since dealing with them is easy, the store is doing quite well. Especially since my proposal to sell the cleaner slime's deodorizing liquid has had a bigger effect than I expected, and was a big hit amongst the beastmen and the dragon newts. Nowadays, it has spread even amongst the normal customers, and you can see a large number of people coming to the store every day to buy some. I do wonder if the supply will match the demand once it starts to rise, though. So I discussed with Calkins-san and the others whether I should get the scavenger slimes to help as well. But in the end, we decided that the cleaner slimes alone are enough. Speaking of which, the cleaner slimes now number 123. They've been washing clothes every day, so after their split, they ended up this many. With this many cleaner slimes, as long as there's food and water for them, there shouldn't be any problem spitting out more deodorizing liquid. In other words, as long as they have enough laundry water to drink, then they'll be able to produce deodorizing liquid. They use some of their nutrients in order to make the deodorizing liquid, so their splits have become slower compared to before. But even then, it's still a level faster than back in the forest, so there's no problem in particular. The cleaner slimes also seem to have become better at handling their deodorizing liquid, and they can now produce over twice the amount of diluted deodorizing liquid in their bodies. Right now, they have 3 ratios of concentration that can be used. First, there's the normal liquid, which is good enough to deal with the bad odor from sweat or other things that one would normally get in one's day-to-day life. Then there's the super liquid that can deal with the things that the normal liquid can't deal with, like the armor of the adventurers that have become stuffy because of sweat, or the smell of blood or beasts. And if that's not good enough, then there's the hyper or undiluted liquid. If that's not good enough, then there's no choice but to give up. I've never seen it fail yet, though. The cleaner slimes were doing just fine, but I still wanted to reduce their burden, so I researched on whether or not it was possible to make a dilution with Calkins-san. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a method to create one by ourselves. We tried mixing the deodorizing liquid with water, but for some reason it lost its effect. The slimes themselves are diluting the liquid inside their body with the water they drink, and yet, I wonder what it is that we're doing different. I also found something interesting. When I used Sensory Link on the cleaner slimes as I made them work, I found out that they neither became mentally or physically tired. So as long as they had enough food and water, they will apparently be able to make as many deodorizing liquid as I ask them to. And when I checked the other slimes, they too didn't suffer from fatigue. But I still think it's too much to make them work the entire day every day, so I limited their production to mornings and afternoons every day. This much is more than enough to respond to the demand anyway, so it's fine. And I better continue the research regarding the deodorizing liquid. At any rate, after we got the deodorizing liquid from the slimes, we bottled and stocked them in the store's cellar before selling them. I don't understand the slime's mind and body very well, but there's no other way to describe it other than amazing. And although they're more resilient than me or anyone else, they're not completely immune to it. Really, I wonder what's going in a slime's body. I guess I'll ask Calkins-san and the others about it later. Good work today, everyone. Ryama, thanks for today, boss. Everyone else, we managed to complete today's work without any trouble again. Although I haven't been able to come here to close the store because I've been living at the abandoned mine, I'm here today. Why? Because from now on I'm going to get chummy with the new hires. Putting it bluntly, I just want to talk about the slimes, but they're interested in it anyway, so isn't it fine? I went to the break room along with Calkins-san, Tony-san, and Robelia-san, while everyone else went back to their own rooms. Well, it's already been a month since I've hired you 3. How is it? Ryama, this is the best place I've ever worked at. Tony, we're treated well, and at the same time we're able to do a job that's worth doing. Robelia, and more than anything, it's a wonderful thing to see slimes raking in profit. Calkins, the other 2 nodded at Calkins-san's word. It's a kind of happiness that I didn't get to taste back when I was at the research lab. Tony, it can't be helped though, after all, the slime research lab back then was a place with no future and reeked of despair. Robelia, despair, huh? Ryalma, boss. You might think it's too much, but that's because you haven't seen the misery of the researchers that have been made to work at the slime research lab. Although slime researchers have a somewhat better lifestyle than those from the slimes, they're treated worse than slaves. Calkins, really? Ryalma, seriously. It's a research lab, so I thought they would at least know that's wrong. There are definitely places that treat people cruelly. Even in my previous world that had the Labor Standards Act, there were still companies that abused their employees. It's because of companies like those that the term slave became widespread. When it's been decided that a researcher will be sent to slime research, half the time the researchers will instead choose to retire and leave. Calkins. Slime research has become a place where people are sent to in order to be driven out of the company, so it's only a given that the treatment would be poor. Even the master of a slave would have some sort of duty to ensure that their slaves would be able to live to some extent, but slime researchers are just paid their salaries without any assurance on how they will be living. Robelia. And while it's true that you'll get paid, it's cheap, so it's not possible to live luxuriously. Moreover, they'll cut your salary for the pettiest things, making your life a living hell. Tony. So the slaves of this world has some kind of assurance for their lifestyle. Unexpectedly, it would appear that the slaves of this world and the corporate slaves of my world find little difference in whether they have a collar attached or not. What kind of petty things? Ryalma. The most common one is not being able to bring out results. Robelia. The goals of slime research are the slime's ecology and the method of taming a big slime, but that's something that hasn't been answered for over 300 years already. Calkins, it's precisely because it's that kind of research that they're using it to demote people. Tony, I figured it out by myself, but could it be that I've actually done something amazing? Why couldn't you figure out the slime's ecology? Ryalma, well, first of all, the slime's living grounds are too vast, and the number of variations the slimes have are far too many. The place they're living, the environment, and their strength. Building a hypothesis from all these is important, but because there's two variations, there's definitely one of them that'll be an exception. Calkins. Moreover, the information is just not sufficient to make a hypothesis. When researching other magical beasts, we dissect them in order to understand more. For example, just from seeing the shape of teeth, it's possible to make a conjecture on whether it's a herbivore or a carnivore. But when slimes die, the only thing they leave behind is their nucleus, so we can't dissect them. And there's also no point in dissecting their body since they're transparent to begin with. As for the nucleus, it's brittle, so although it might have some sort of function as an organ, we don't know. In the end, we don't know anything about their mode of life. Robelia, come to think of it, slimes do disappear when they die. Before I started taming them, I killed a lot of slimes, and each time they'd only leave behind their nucleus while the rest of their body disappeared. At the start, I thought that was just how this world worked. Things would die, and without leaving a trace, just leave behind their loot. But then the other magical beasts didn't disappear after dying. Then again, if you can't take apart the beasts after killing them, then it won't be possible to get meat or other ingredients. I did think it was strange, but I was too caught up in the evolutions, so I just let it pass. When we were researching the slimes, there were plenty of times when they evolved into a different slime, but we couldn't figure out the evolution conditions. Tony A. The slimes evolved, but you couldn't figure out the conditions. What kind of slime did they evolve into? Ryalma, there were all sorts. The slimes evolved into a different one nearly every day. Robelia, said Robelia-san as she held her head and let out a breath of sigh. I wonder if something happened. Well, I guess I'll let it be. That aside, what's going on? What were they feeding the slimes? What did you feed the slimes, Ryalma? Feed? Well, we just fed it whatever we could get our hands on, right? Robelia said. Robelia-san, as she asked the other two for confirmation. Tony and Calkins-san nodded. We barely had any funding for our slime research, so we couldn't feed the slimes anything special. So instead we just fed it the leftover feeds that other researchers fed their magical beasts. We didn't really have much of a choice, since even our salaries were only barely enough to let us live. So we just fed the slimes with whatever was available. There were also researchers who would steal the feed of the slimes when it was meat, so there were very few researchers who would pay out of their own pocket to get the slimes good feed. Robelia, the slimes would eat whatever you gave it, so we took that as proof that it was fine to feed it anything. After all, slimes are magical beasts that can even live off the food in completely different environments. Such an adaptable magical beast would definitely be fine eating anything. Tony, I couldn't keep my jaw from falling when I heard Robelia-san's and Tony-san's explanation. You're kidding, right? It's true that slimes can eat anything if you order it to, but still, then again, it's not like I don't understand the reason. But at the same time, it's precisely because you fed it randomly that the slimes evolved randomly. And because of that, you couldn't figure out the importance of feeds to slimes, and you even failed to grasp the evolution conditions as a result. Man, assumptions are scary. As I thought that, I couldn't help but unconsciously hold my head. When I brought my head up, the other three were looking at me. Boss, what's the matter all of the sudden? Arbelia, no, it's just, Ryalma, well, all right, now what, should I just drop the bomb at their face? Actually, the evolution condition for the slimes lie in the feed. Ryalma, Robelia, Tony, what do you mean? Calkins, I said the slimes evolve depending on what you feed them. Ryalma, I explained to them my findings from back in the forest, and all the evolution conditions of the slimes I have with me now. The three were dumbfounded. In no way, Robelia, to think that our theory was actually wrong, and to think that very thing was actually the evolution condition. Tony, as Robelia-san and Tony-san muttered that they held their heads in depression. Calkins-san is actually being quiet. Calkins-san. Ryalma, Calkins-san stood there quietly with his head hung in shame. Then all of the sudden he started crying without letting out his voice. What's going? Boss, Calkins. Why, yes, Ryalma, Calkins-san suddenly began to quietly speak. Your explanation, I get it. Actually, when I was working at the lab, my research was about how to evolve a slime into a big slime. Big slimes in general lived in places with strong magical beasts, so my hypothesis was that if I fed a slime the meat of strong magical beasts, then it would eventually turn into a big slime. No one else was able to bring results, so I focused my attention on something different. Calkins, so they thought big slime was a slime evolution. It's unfortunate that Calkins-san wasn't able to see the importance of feed, but he still got quite close. Just as Robelia had mentioned a while ago, the researchers themselves already have their hands full just trying to feed themselves, so it wasn't possible to feed the slimes with the meat of strong magical beasts. But I had some leeway since I was a noble. A slime that's eaten nothing but the meat of strong magical beasts. I wonder what kind of slime it'll be. After a while the slime evolved, but it didn't turn into a big slime, instead it turned into a meat slime. Calkins, meat slime. You mean meat as in meat? Ryalma, right, but Calkins suddenly stopped talking and he bit his lips. It wasn't only the feeds that were meat, even the slime's body was meat. Calkins, even the body. Ryalma, what's that supposed to mean? The slime turned into something that looked like a wriggling lump of raw meat. Calkins, wriggling raw meat. Ryalma, that sounds disgusting. I think you might have figured it out already, but it was ludicrously eerie. I was fired right after that. I'd completely used up all my fortune by the time I was fired, and I've even had my properties seized, so I wasn't able to run any more tests. If your evolution conditions are correct, then that would explain why my slime turned into a meat slime. That's why I understand. Saying it now might not make a difference, but I wish I had known earlier. If only I had continued that research. It's so vexing to know that I was so close. Calkins. Sand began to tear up again as he said that. That's certainly frustrating. If only he was able to continue researching a bit more, then he might have been able to uncover one of the slime's mode of life. Come to think of it, when I met him for the first time, Jeffson told me that he spent all his fortune in his research. So this is the reason, huh? When he's in charge of a store, I'll definitely have someone else who can manage money work with him. Isn't it fine, Calkins-san? After all, we're already working at this store. Robelia, that's right. From now on we'll be able to work under the boss and make other people understand how useful slimes are. Tony, you're right. You're exactly right. I don't have time to regret. I'll use this to make myself work even harder. Calkins looks like Robelia-san and Tony-san were able to help Calkins-san get back up. It's good that he's even more fired up than before, and more than anything, it's good that he's not the type to be sour. Only, I do know how to make the slime into a big slime. But if I tell him now, I'm sure he'll be depressed again. I don't have the skills to tell him about it without causing him to be depressed, so I better just keep it to myself for now. Oh yeah, what were we talking about again, Calkins? We were explaining to the boss about how the lab treated us poorly. Robelia. And then from there we got to the evolution conditions. Boss, do you still have any other questions? Tony questions. In that case, the slime variations. What kind of slimes were there in the research lab? Ryama, in my research lab, the type of slime I've seen is the same type as the boss is raising, a sticky slime. My lab's hypothesis believes that slimes will evolve into a big slime when they become stronger, so we caught a bunch of slimes and made them fight other magical beasts. The slimes kept dying, so it was very rare for them to evolve. Tony, well yeah, they won't evolve like that. As for me, the slimes we were raising evolved into a slime called tree slime. Robelia, oh, a new slime. What kind of slime was that? Ryama, it was the same as a normal slime at the start, but as time passed, a tree sprouted from its nucleus. Robelia, a tree grew from its nucleus. Is the nucleus of a tree slime a seed? And then, Ryama, that's it. Robelia, Ryama, the tree grew bigger and bigger, and eventually it rooted itself on the ground. At that point, it just became a normal tree. There's a nucleus inside the tree, so it seems to be alive, but it's become completely unable to move. Robelia, isn't there some sort of practical application for it? Ryama, nothing in party. Well, I guess you could say it's quite strong, so as lumber, perhaps. Robelia, lumber, huh? You know, boss, it's actually quite rare to find slimes that are as useful in day-to-day life like yours. At most, there's the sticky slime, whose sticky liquid is used as glue. Tony, but since it's fine to use a normal glue or paste, there's not a whole lot of demand for the sticky slime's adhesive. Robelia, evolved slimes aren't really a target of research at the lab, so they're being treated as failures. Tony, doesn't seem like there's any passion or love amongst researchers regarding slimes. I guess they don't feel like researching much since they're treated poorly, and it doesn't look like there's any future in slimes. But I still think it's a bit too cruel then. Should I seriously start to popularize the slime's usefulness? Yeah, I'll consider this as one of my goals in this world. After that, the three told me all about the slimes they had confirmed until now, the variations, the features, and the population distribution of the slimes. Incidentally, I also asked them at the last moment about the importance of my research. Apparently, it would depend on how much information I release. If I publicize the information on the slime's evolution conditions, then research on it might progress. But with just that, the only ones who will find it interesting are the slime researchers. But if I were to mix that along with the cleaner slimes, and the scavenger slime's ability, then it might make a huge commotion when people start to realize the value of the slimes. But that situation might cause the current slime researchers to be at a disadvantage. The slime researchers today are all generally people who have been demoted. Once people understand the value of slime, there's no way they'll be allowed to continue to work on it. Instead, they'll probably be fired or be demoted to do something else, or so anticipated the three. Could it be that I was on the verge of causing mass layoffs? I should keep this moment in mind. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon, but in the unlikely case, I could pick up some unemployed people. Provided they're trustworthy, I'll be able to secure more manpower too. I ended up thinking about all sorts of things. Today, Volume 3, Chapter 5 TL Note. This counts as the regular chapter for this week. Volume 3, Chapter 5. It's been 2 months since I've parted with the Jamal household. Around the time when the sun had set and the sky darkened, the screams and angry voices of men can be heard coming from a corner of the town of Gimyuru. Those voices came from the men who attacked Ryalma, but was quickly subdued by Ryalma's counterattack. Run. We can't win, ruffian boss. This brat Jaiha, Lackey 1, Guga, Lackey 2, Ku, Lackey 3, morons, didn't I tell you to run? Ruffian boss, one of the assailants, sensing they couldn't win, told the other 3 men to run. However, the 3 men, whose leader had not yet fallen, ignored their leader's order in their rage, and they went after Ryalma. As a result, their arms were broken, their legs crushed, their chins smashed, and their consciousness taken. W8, we surrender. We won't get in your way anymore, ruffian boss. I am truly sorry, however, I no longer have any intentions of listening to such excuses. People like you have recently increased, so if I let you off with an apology, my troubles will never end. Ryalma, no, Gek. Ruffian boss, in a flash, Ryalma had knocked the man out. And case closed. Ryalma, as Ryalma looked around him, it could be seen that there were already 13 men lying around him, groaning, their limbs crushed. Seriously, how long is this going to continue for? Ryalma, a few seconds after Ryalma had whispered that, 4 men ran towards him from a distance. These 4 men are all guards of the town of Gimyuru. What's with all the commotion? Is what I'd normally ask, but as expected, it's you, huh, Ryalma? I won't ask any more. Are these today's criminals? Guard 1. Yes, thank you as always. Ryalma, yeah. Tie up the ones who aren't injured much. As for the injured ones, are you going to do it today as well? Guard 1. Yes. Ryalma, then do it quickly. Guard 1. Ryalma took out a heal slime, and together with it he used high heal on the limbs of the ruffians. Under the power of healing magic, the broken bones were quickly healed. As soon as the healing completed, Ryalma handed over the criminals to the guards. 7 people, adding them up, that totals to 12 bones. It'll be quite costly again. Guard 1. A high heal goes for 1,000 suits per cast. It takes 6 casts to heal a bone, so with 12 bones that will total to 72,000 suits. As service, I'll shave it a bit and settle for 70,000 suits. Ryalma, the man's face stiffened. I know it's needed, but it's still terrifying. Guard 1. The ruffians have decreased quite a bit since I've started doing this, but there's still quite a few coming. If these sorts weren't around, I wouldn't want to do this either. Ryalma, at any rate, I'll have you come to the guardhouse first. After all, we need to pay you. Guard 1. All right. Ryalma has been the target of some ruffians. It was as if they were waiting for the Jamal household to leave. And the day right after the Jamal household had managed to return home, the ruffians' activities suddenly started to increase tremendously. Ruffians like these ones have been coming quite frequently since a month ago. When the ruffians came to realize how difficult it was to find fault with the store, they started fabricating and spreading ill rumors. However, with the store's steadily built-up reputation, along with the help of Grisla and Serge, the rumors were quickly put to rest. Having realized that not even their fabricated rumors had taken effect, the ruffians finally decided to do things directly. Since then, A lot of ruffians attacked the store at night, while others tried to ambush Ryalma. But with the slimes, Fei, Li Ling, and Ryalma all working together, the ruffians were unable to win. As for the damages, such as when the ruffians tried to forcefully push their way into the store, it was only on the level that could easily be fixed with some materials and magic. Of course, those expenses were more or less covered by the guards after the criminals were caught. Moreover, since right from the start Ryalma had used magic to build the store, the damages were fixed at little to no cost, causing the compensation to become a part of the day's profit instead. Speaking of which, the ruffians who broke the buildings were made to pay the repair expenses. When they didn't have enough money to cover the bill, the guards covered it for them in advance. Of course, this isn't free, but an advance. So the guards made the ruffians work as punishment until they were able to pay it back. A lot of the ruffians have been caught since they started attacking, but they still didn't give up despite having no other choice left but violence. Because of that, Ryalma has been the target of their attacks nearly every day. In response to this, Grisla, Surge, and even Wogan huddled together to discuss the issue. They then decided that all the assailants who have been injured or poisoned by the poison slime will have to receive treatment from the heal slime or an antidote, causing them to have a long list of medical expenses. With this, the risks will be higher, and the assailants will now have to think twice before attacking. This is something they decided after taking into account Ryalma's strength and the store's defense. In this world, it's legal to injure your assailants provided that it's under the pretext of self-defense. That's why the ruffians can't complain. In fact, no one would complain even if they were left alone after being injured. But if you do heal them, then you'll have the right to demand payment from them for the medical bill afterwards. Beating someone up and then charging them medical bills. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly extortion. However, since it's self-defense, it's still barely legal according to the laws of this world. Ryalma wasn't happy with this kind of method, but while the current situation wasn't a problem for Ryalma, at the rate it was going it would eventually become dangerous for the employees except for Li Ling and Fei, so Ryalma had no choice but to agree. As a result, Ryalma has been plucking apart the ruffians who have either attacked him or the store. And right after incapacitating them, Ryalma would then heal the ruffians, and then push a huge medical bill onto them. Thanks to this, a rumor started to circulate amongst the ruffians that a legal but ludicrously high medical bill was being pushed onto them, causing the number of assailants to greatly decrease. Here's the payment for today. 70,000 suits all in all, please confirm. Guard 1. The amount's correct, thank you very much. Ryalma gave his thanks after he received the payment for the medical bill at the guardhouse. Don't mind it. It's not like it's hurting our pockets or anything. All we're doing is just shouldering the debt momentarily. We'll have those guys properly pay up later. Besides, this is also beneficial to us. All the ruffians have been going to you, so lately they haven't been bothering other people much. Moreover, there are also those who have started to reform while under forced labor, so this really isn't a bad thing. Guard 1, hearing that makes me relieved. Thank you very much. Ryalma gave his thanks one more time and then he left the guardhouse. Good work. Guards, thanks for today. Guards, it's become a routine for Ryalma to be attacked while on the way home and have to go to the guardhouse. As a result, the guards at the guardhouse in the northern gate have somewhat become acquainted with Ryalma. Like this, the guards would wave and call Ryalma, while Ryalma would do the same back as he went on his way home. Around the same time, at a different place, inside a room. Within the dimly lit room were two figures. Those figures were the guild master of the Tamer Guild, Matthew, and a suspicious masked man. It seems that boy's store is still in business. What's going on? I believe I ordered you to crush his store, but Matthew said as he sent a glare at the masked man. The masked man bowed deeply. My apologies. I did not expect this result as I hired skilled bouncers, but that boy was stronger than I had anticipated. Masked man, incompetent fool, it's only a brat. What the heck have you been doing? I've been giving you money after money, and yet you have no results to show. Matthew the man bit his lips. This man was an expert who would take dirty jobs, put up a plan according to the client's wish, and execute it. People who work at this field will do anything for money, but there are also those who had a sense of aesthetics or pride. This man was that type. He had took pride in his work. But right now, that pride is being trampled on, causing him relentless throes of vexation. The man has been taking jobs from Matthew for a long time. This time was also the same. He received a payment, and as soon as the Jamal household got home, he hired some men and went after Ryalma's store. However, he hasn't been able to bring out a single result. At the start, he may have simply been adopting a wait-and-see strategy as he randomly chose people, but right now is different. He has been calling skilled people from other towns, paying them and ordering them to attack. A regular store would have long folded by now, but until now he hasn't been successful. There are 3 reasons behind this. 1. Ryalma is protected by several influential people, making it difficult for his men to move. Second, Ryalma himself was simply far too strong. And lastly, in order to hire people, it's needed to pay up the appropriate amount, but Matthew hasn't been paying. If we don't hire an expert now, then, masked man, that again. I believe I've informed you that I will not be releasing more money than that. Any more than this won't be appropriate for a little kid like that. If you think you can exploit money from me like this, give it up. Matthew, I don't have any other methods aside from this. Masked man, this useless bastard to begin with, why is that boy's store still open? Even though he's been using such a low-class magical beast like a slime, could it be? Is that boy's store actually profitable? You could investigate at least this much, right? Matthew, when the masked man heard that, he couldn't help but wince back at Matthew's incompetence. This masked man and Matthew may not have a deep relationship, but they have been working together for a long time. Because of that, he had a good grasp on Matthew's jealousy, and he couldn't help but wonder why. Why is it that Matthew won't even bother to investigate the matters surrounding the people he wants hurt? Are you not aware? And here I thought you wanted him hurt because of his store's profits. Masked man, of course. That was not the masked man's true feelings. He's already fully aware that this man, Matthew, is doing this out of jealousy, and had said that as sarcasm. Until now it was the masked man who had been responsible for putting together all the plans, and Matthew has not done a single thing till now except give approval. The masked man knew that as well, but he asked that only to put a stop to the conversation. If one were to give an easy analogy for the man called Matthew, then he's like a kid who received a toy called authority. He desired authority, then upon receiving it, he wanted to use it. And Matthew would use those 2 toys of his, authority and money, to eliminate anyone he didn't like. He was that kind of man. That's why, perhaps, it's useless to think of a reason. Matthew may not be a person who could be said to be above others when it comes to ability, but he was able to accumulate money and build connections through his position and authority. Matthew used those tools to slither his way to the good graces of those above him, and through bribery, he was able to ascend to an even higher position. It was through repeating this sort of unscrupulous method that Matthew was able to take the seat of a guild master at a tamer guild's branch. Moreover, there were also plenty of times when Matthew would use the masked man to deal with future rivals. HMPH, why must I be concerned about a brat like that? Besides, I do know something. Even if it's just a rumor I hear from time to time, I do know that he washes clothes cheaply, and a lot of customers come to his shop. In fact, he's even hired people. So I know that there's no way he could make a profit. Even if he does, it's probably a laughable amount. Matthew, at such a response, what else could the masked man do? Nothing. There was nothing else but disgust. It's certainly a minuscule amount from Matthew Sama's perspective. Masked man, when Matthew heard that, he couldn't help but twist his face in delight. However, the next words were like a downpour of cold rain. But to small creatures like me, a store with enough profit to make a branch store can't be called small. Masked man, those words were clearly sarcastic. He might lose a good customer because of this, as Matthew was a high-paying customer who would bring out money at the pettiest things. However, he's too stupid. So far, the masked man has had no problems with the people he has arranged. Each time, the men he has hired was always able to accomplish the job given. However, Ryama was not a normal boy. Therefore, a normal method which worked for normal people couldn't work on him. So the masked man offered a change of plans, but Matthew wouldn't have any of it. That was the biggest reason they failed, and that failure hurt the masked man's pride. If someone with the ability were to investigate Ryama's background, then one would find out that he is someone who possesses connections to several influential people. The guild master of the Adventurers Guild, the guild master of the Merchant Guild, the president of a leading firm in the country, and even the Duke's household. For someone to lay his hand on a person like that, he must either be uninformed or someone who possesses unyielding confidence. Matthew is the former and the masked man is the latter. Even if he were to go against the Duke's household itself, the masked man is confident that they won't be able to catch him, but Matthew can only get in the way. If the masked man were to continue to associate himself with someone like Matthew, then he might just trip. At this rate, the risks won't match the reward. If Matthew were to do something like this again, then it might be better for him to resign. Branch store, what's the meaning of this? I was told that his laundry services were cheap. There's no way he could make a profit with that. Matthew, it's true that he's making a lot. In fact, the branch store seems to be a story from way back. And while it's true that he charges at a low price, a lot of customers come every day, you know. A single person might only pay 10 suits, but with a 1,000. Then that's 10,000 suits. And because it's cheap, there are plenty of people who become regulars. Moreover, as long as people live, there will be laundries every day. In other words, he'll never run out of business. It's a really well-thought-out business plan. Masked man, true, that's definitely true. However, there shouldn't be any way for him to deal with that many laundry. Otherwise, his employee expenses would pile up. Matthew the masked man blatantly sighed. That store can wash over 1,000 laundries every day. Who know what do you think is washing those? Masked man, it's a person, of course. That's why I'm telling you it's not possible, because his expenses will pile up. Matthew, true, if it was a human, then his expenses would definitely pile up. However, what's washing the laundry is not a human, but a slime. Masked man, slime, you say? What are you saying? Matthew, it's exactly as I have said. That slime you've been making fun of is what's washing the laundries, so there's no problem with expenses. That's all. I have nothing else to say to you. Masked man, as the masked man said that, he took out a bag and tossed it to Matthew. Money? Matthew, it's my portion of the money you have entrusted to me until now. I'm withdrawing from this request. Masked man, what? Wait, now you're telling me that you're withdrawing. Matthew, without paying attention to Matthew's panicked, angry voice, the masked man admonished Matthew with a voice that carried a tinge of disgust. I've returned the money I've been entrusted with. You should quickly stray your hand from the boy called Ryama. That is not an opponent that you can manage. If you listen to me, then it might have still been possible, but... Masked man, as the masked man finished saying that, he quickly used space magic without even giving Matthew the time to stop him. The masked man vanished from the room. Matthew was left all alone. A few seconds passed, and a vein bulged from Matthew's forehead. In his rage, Matthew kicked a nearby chair and briskly strode out of the room. In his eyes glimmered hate and jealousy far more intense than before. Volume 3, Chapter 6 TL Note. Here's the extra chapter. It's very late, So as I've mentioned, I'll be posting another extra chapter for free, not today though, to make up for it. And of course, a huge thanks to all the Anons that donated then for this chapter. Also, if you're planning to donate, please note that the extra chapters are closed for the time being and won't be open till December. Please check the donation page for more info. Click here for link terms, scheme scoom, consequently peer of scheme peer of scoom. Gimel Gimuru, since it's apparently too confusing to change it now. Suggestions please. First, thanks to all the suggestions last chapter. I've decided to use guardhouse for now as it's closer to the definition of the original word. Also, any ideas on how to better word Renafu in English? It's the name of a town. As usual, please post your suggestions in the comments. Thank you. Mistranslation last chapter. The lesser form of warp is actually teleport. The last line in the last chapter just meant to say that the masked man was using space magic to leave the area. Also regarding umami, click here for info about Umami Volume 3 Chapter 6 the next day. I went to the store in the morning. When I got there, I noticed that Carla-san was at the reception desk. Good morning, Carla-san. How was last night? Ryoma, good morning, boss. We weren't attacked last night. How about you? Carla, 13 people came to attack me, you know. Anyway, here's the money I got. Please store it in the store's treasury. Ryoma understood. By the way, there's something I'd like to discuss regarding the branch store. Carla, what is it? Ryoma, honestly speaking, we have more than enough funds from our sales and the medical bills now. So how about starting the branch soon? Carla, already. Shouldn't it still take more time for the others to learn about managing a store? Ryoma, that's true, however, Calkins-san and the others were all former researchers, so they didn't have any problems with things like literature or arithmetic. Normally, it would also be necessary to learn how to bargain with the customers and with other stores as well as for stocking up. However, this store neither has any competitors nor bargaining customers. So Karm-san and I prioritized teaching them how to deal with problems. Moreover, they've already finished learning how to use the account book, so all that's left now is to pile up some experience. Carla, so it's like that. So in other words, the branch store isn't only there to make more profits but also as a training school. Ryoma, exactly. But of course, either I or Karm will work at the store to give them guidance. Afterwards, we'll decide when they're good enough to take care of the store by themselves. Carla, I see. Ryoma, we've been able to get by just fine before Calkins, San and the others came, and the others should have also gotten used to their work by now. So while I can't leave the store to them right off the bat, it's something like an internship, so I guess it's fine. I don't think it's a bad idea. Let's do it. Then next is the location of the branch, the plot of land to build it on, and then lastly the store, right? Ryoma, yes, please take care of it. Carla, I understand. Then I'll leave the employees of the new store to you. I'll go to the guild now and see what I can find out about the store. Ryoma, and so Ryoma went out of the store and headed towards the merchant guild. There he was brought to the reception room, where the guild master received him. You came, Grisla. Sorry for troubling you all the time. Getting straight to the point, I came here today to inquire about setting up a second store. Ryoma, so you finally feel like setting up a branch store, huh? I've already prepared a list of recommendations regarding the towns you could set up your next store in. They are Delma, Azul, Scoom, Gilman, Loofs, and others. Grisla, to think she would actually prepare that for me, I'm grateful. It's my first branch store, so a place that's nearby and easy to get to from Gimuru will be good. It's better to have one near here, right? I've also prepared those. Grisla, this manner of reading minds, frankly, I've somewhat gotten used to it by now. Thank you very much. Ryoma, for the meantime, the towns near here that I recommend are Shakairo, Harkin, and Renafu. The town closest is Renafu. Grisla, can I buy land in that town? Ryoma, when the guild master heard that, she grinned. Preparing it's no problem, but there's nothing as big as your store right now. Greisler, the land she recommended to me, was around half the size of my current land with a building already built on it. I asked her about it while I looked at the rough sketch, and I found out that it was originally a general store. It already has a storage as well, so with just a little renovation it should be good to go. This store is diagonally opposite Piero's. He's also already checked the building and it's well built. You won't have any problems with this. You do have to deal with the documents at the guild over there though. Greisler, so that's how it is. Thank you very much. I'll go with this. Ryama, like this I decided on my new store. Discussions really go fast when it's someone you trust, and all the more so when it's a specialist. Really, she's been such a big help. When I went back to the store, I told Carlasan and Carmsan about the guild master's recommendation. After that, I talked with Calkins-san and the others about the branch store, and had them promise again not to hand the cleaner slimes to others. This is in the contract, but just in case. The three promised without any hesitation. After that, I left the store early. But before I headed back home, I stopped by Serge's store. There I told him about the second store, and the fact that I'll be going to Renafu in order to prepare for its opening. Afterwards, I took a lot of cloth and went back home. I have to start preparing for the trip from tomorrow onwards, but in the meantime I should treat as many cloths as I could. With this many I shouldn't run out any time soon. According to Serge-san, the products made from the waterproof cloths had become quite popular and are now selling really well, especially amongst the adventurers and the merchants. It's not too strange though, after all, adventurers want to bring as few things as possible with them in order to be able to move easily. So it's only normal they'd want to be lighter. As for the merchants, the ones who were buying were mainly those who didn't have carriages with roofs and were using them as rain protection. It's true that there are leather covers for the carriages in this world, however. Using those as a roof to shelter from the rain will make the carriage heavier and take up space. Meaning, not only will it increase the burden on the horses, but it will also cause the number of cargo the merchants can take with them to decrease. If they do try to forcefully overload the carriage, then in the instance where they happen to run into magical beasts or bandits, they won't be able to run. Moreover, that much burden on the horses will significantly decrease its lifespan, causing them to have to buy a new one faster. Like this, their profits will again greatly decrease. But that's not all. There's an unspoken rule amongst merchants regarding horses. A horse is considered to be a merchant's partner, so a merchant who fails to take care of their horse is considered to be a failure. A merchant that treats his own horse poorly will be given the cold shoulder by his fellow merchants. Contrary to all these demerits, a cover made from waterproof cloth does not take up space, is light, and is extremely effective. Because of this, there are many merchants who have started to adopt it. With that in mind, I should feed the sticky slimes a lot and have them split faster. The demand will probably increase from now on, so it could be bad if I don't decrease the burden on the sticky slimes soon. I went back home as I thought those things, and then 4 days passed. In these past few days I informed those who have helped me until now about my trip and settled the necessary preparations. More specifically, I told the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Wogan, who is one of my first acquaintances, that I'll be leaving for a bit. I've also changed some of the store's policies. The first change is the store's logo. Since there's a branch store now, I decided to put a logo on all our bags. The logo has the image of a slime, a bamboo, and the words Bamboo Forest on it. I made a deal with Serge-san's store to get a craftsman to make and imprint the logo for our new bags. I plan to have the new store use these new bags right from the start. As for the customers in the town of Gimyuru, we'll exchange their bags with the new one. The second thing that will change are the employees' day offs. Until now, everyone's been taking turns to get a day off, so the employees haven't been able to go out together at all. So I figured I should change way the day offs work. I need to let everyone know of these changes, so I better put up a sign letting people know that the changes will be implemented in approximately a month. The bags will also be changed within that time. The third thing that'll change is the slime's management. Calkins, San and the rest will be going to the branch store, so there won't be any slave magicians left back here in the main store. Normally, that would mean I won't be able to leave the store unattended for an extended period anymore, but that's not actually the case. In these past 2 months, one of the 3 girls who are working away from their home, Maria-san, has been studying slave magic. Apparently her grandmother is a magician. So if it was just a question of magic power, then she should have more than enough. Unfortunately, though, her grandmother died while she was still young, so she wasn't able to learn any magic. But since she got along well with Robelia-san, she's been practicing slave magic in her off days, and now she's able to make a contract with slimes. So I decided that from now on the management of the slimes will be left to Maria-san and Calkins' trio. My job from now on will only be to retrieve the extra slimes when there are too many for them to contract. Be that as it may, I do wonder if I myself have a limit. From what I'd heard before, the founder of slave magic, who is an otherworlder, had no limits. I got mine from Gaines' trio as well, so does that mean I don't have any limits? I haven't reached any limits yet too, so I guess I'll ask them about it later. I finished my preparations in this way, and now is the day I set off. Then I'll be going. Ryama, take care. Everyone from the store sent me off and I left the town. As I stepped out the town's gates, what greeted me was the sun's dazzling rays, the clear blue sky, and the road seemingly stretching endlessly. Then I ran. It's finally here. My first adventure that's all by myself since coming to this world. Renafu is a town you get to by passing through 4 small towns, and it takes 3 days all in all to get there. Also, while it may not be as big as Gimyuru, it's also quite big in its own right. Now, getting there in 3 days would normally be considered fast, but since I'm using space magic along with Qigong, that time is significantly shortened. Qigong is used in the same way in this world as you would back in Earth, however, the effects are completely different. Back in Earth, you could see plenty of performances being shown on TV where practitioners would hang their throat on a spear. With a little bit of practice, anyone could do that, and as a matter of fact, I've actually managed to do just that. However, in this world, Qigong isn't something like that. In this world, Qigong is able to strengthen and harden the human body in the same way magic is able to. In fact, it's able to do it even more efficiently, by circulating the Qi through the internal organs and the skin, and by circulating it throughout the entire body, inside and out. Qigong is able to greatly strengthen the body, thereby greatly increasing the strength of one's muscles and endurance against shock. And with the effects of the Qi instilled in the body, not even blade or arrow can penetrate it. Moreover, it does not require an incantation, so with enough practice, it's faster than magic. I heard that using Qigong is exhausting, but since the body is strengthened by using it, it becomes easier to move, and it also becomes harder to become tired. When I used it, it felt like the stamina consumption just got canceled off by the ease of movement Qigong provides. But what's more is that with enough mastery over Qigong, the body will become less susceptible to disease and will heal faster, making Qigong more convenient for fighters that prefer to get up close and personal than magic. As for the cons, you could say that there's a downside of having to go through harsh training for a long time before being able to use it. Putting it bluntly, if you can use Qigong, then there's no point in using strengthening magic. But in my case, I'm more interested in magic, so I've been using it more, but, well, whatever. There's nothing wrong with being able to use both anyway. In any case, I should get moving now. I've been using the space magic warp to move in this trip, but I figured I should leave some magic power just in case, so I strengthened my body and started running. By allowing my magic power to recover as I run, I'm able to proceed at a pace that normal people can't imitate. I've also considered going slowly and hunting some magical beasts, but the magical beasts here are so weak I don't even need to use my qigong and magic. This is something I've come to understand in these 2 months of going back and forth my house to the store, going on my errands, and going as far as I can while doing so. It does seem like a slightly stronger magical beast has been appearing near the town of Renafu though, so if I go quickly, then I might get the chance to fight with it. It would be nice if I could get to it before it gets hunted by someone else. Also, since I'm going anyway, I've been entrusted by the guild master of the merchant guild with a parcel for Pyoro-san. I took it since I'm going to pay him a visit anyway, but I should still make sure I finish this job quickly. And so because of that, I decided to hurry to the town of Renafu. I proceeded quickly using my magic power and my stamina. As I left the forest, I crossed the meadows, and then I passed through the small towns. It has only started to get the dark by the time I reach the 4th town, but I guess I'll stop here for the day. I went off the road a bit and used my dimension home. I opened the item box inside and I took out a cup and various meals for traveling that I bought before leaving. There were all sort of delicious stuff back in my world, so I can't help but wonder how the food here are. First is a square-shaped, thin sheet that looks like a biscuit. It's crispy, but it's mostly flour. Not delicious. I poured some water in my cup with water magic and drank it. Next is this tawny, dice-shaped lump. It's hard, but I can still bite through it. Tastes like cracker. It's probably this hard because it's so thick. Next is the jerky. Salty, yep, that's pretty much it, salty. A little bite and salt erupts. There's no umami either, just salt. Yeah, I should stop eating this now. It's not good for the body. Last is this green bread. This also seems to be hard. I can tell just by touching it. After psyching myself, I took a chomp. Ouch, it's hard. What is this? It's way too hard. My teeth literally couldn't bite it. Sigh, there's no helping it, so I reinforced my jaw with qigong. I took another chomp, but this time I was able to bite it. This doesn't seem to have a taste, or so I thought as I munched when, glurg, this tastes horrible. I disconcertedly drank water, but it wasn't enough, so I poured another and drank more. Alright, I've calmed down, but still, what the hell is this? What was that? Grass, medicinal plants. There were all sorts mixed together, so I can't tell, but it blended with my saliva just as hard as I bit it. And some sort of grassy odor invaded me, followed by the budding taste of something astringent, bitter, and harsh. It tastes horrible. I'll never buy these kind of travel foods out of curiosity again. Actually, I don't care much about the other food, but I will absolutely never ever buy that green thing again. After I carved that decision into my mind, I took a fruit out of my item box to wash away the taste and sunk my teeth into it. After supper ended, I entered the dimension home and went to sleep. Normally, it'd be necessary to pay attention to one's surrounding when going out, but with the dimension home, that's not the case. Really, what a convenient spell. Volume 3, Chapter 7 TL Note. Here's the chapter for this week. Just to let you guys know, I've taken away the Anons' right to comment, both in the chat and in the comments, because some Anons have been abusing it. Click here for example reminder. Regarding the schedule, it'll come out every week and be posted on a random day. I've made a post about it before. You can check the announcements page for it. Also, we're right on schedule when it comes to the chapter releases. I haven't missed a chapter. Japanese terms. You'll see a word boke used in this chapter. It's a Japanese term from a kind of Japanese stand-up comedy called manzai. In there is a funny man called a Boke and a straight man called a Tsukomi. More info. Click here Shinkansen equals train in Japan. More info. Click here suggestion. Thanks for all the suggestions. I decided to go with Kuren's suggestion, Renoff. Also, the characters talking a little strange or using Kansai dialect. If you think some of the sentences are strange, just write your suggestions below on how to better phrase some of the sentences. I'll fix it next time around, and use that as a reference too for the next time I have to write something like that. Volume 3 Chapter 7 The next day. I passed the night safely inside the dimension home, and then I started moving again. It was a little past noon when the walls of Renoff came to sight. For the meantime, I'll head over to Pioro's store, but before that, I better wash myself with the cleaner slimes inside the dimension home. It's not really appropriate to visit someone while being this sweaty and dirty. After the cleaner slime shower ended, I went out of the dimension home and walked towards the town's gate. Showing the guard my guild card from the Adventurers Guild, I was able to pass by easily. Incidentally, I took the chance and asked the guard about the location of the Seiyonji firm. The guard told me to walk straight until I reach a dead end and then turn right, after which I should see the firm. I thanked the man and then went as he taught me. Walking through the wide road, a building surrounded by robust walls eventually came to sight. There was a great number of people carrying things in and out of that building. I don't know what this building is, but this is probably the end of the street. Going right from there, I found sign with the words Seiyonji firm written on it. Its big Ryoma lined up were an astounding number of stores selling different things. There were meat, fishes, dried greens, preserved food, seasonings, and more. There was even a small store in a corner selling side dishes. It seems that all of these together make up the Seiyonji firm. I wonder where I should enter. Ryoma, for the meantime, let's try entering the spice store and ask someone there. Why the spice store? Well, I figured it'd be best to go to a store where there aren't a lot of customers so as not to get in the way. And spices are expensive, so there won't be a lot of people. In fact, there isn't even a single customer. Ryoma, welcome. Somebody, when I entered the store, a voice called out to me. While I was wondering where the voice came from, a girl came out from behind the counter. She's most likely around mine and Elia's age. The girl had flowing, blonde hair, a fair complexion, and fox ears. The girl appears to have been working on something as her hair was disheveled, and she was lightly fixing herself when she came out of the counter. What business do you have with us today? Girl, my apologies, however, I'm not a customer. I've been entrusted with a parcel from the Merchant Guild of Gimyuru for Pioro Seiyonji-sama. Ryoma, oh, so you came with a parcel for Dad. Thanks a lot. Girl, Dad. This girl, she's Pioro-san's daughter. Excuse me, but would you happen to be Pioro-san's daughter? Ryoma, you know my dad. Girl, yes, we've been acquainted recently. Ryoma, oh, I see. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm the daughter of Pioro Seiyonji, Miyabi Seiyonji. A pleasure to meet ya. Miyabi Ryoma take Bayashi, a pleasure to meet you as well. Ryoma, where have I heard that name before? In any case, come inside. Miyabi being guided by Miyabi-san, we passed through the deeper corridors of the store into the reception room. Then after a minute, Miyabi-san came back with Pioro-san. Fast. She told me to wait a bit when she went out, but I didn't have to wait at all. Ryoma, it's been 2 months. Looks like you've finally dropped by Renoff. Pioro, long time no see, Pioro-san. I just arrived actually, and I came here to set up a branch store. Ryoma, oh, so you're putting up a branch store here. Then in that case, let me give you a tour of this town's merchant guild. Pioro, but before that, the parcel. Ryoma, I opened my item box, took out the parcel I've been entrusted with and handed it to Pioro-san. Oh right, what's this? Pioro, I haven't been told of its contents. Ryoma, oh, Pioro, said Pioro-san as he opened the parcel. Inside was a letter. After Pioro-san finished reading it, he said, Ryoma, it's been tough on you recently, huh? Pioro, oh, was it about my situation? Ryoma, just about the recent stuff. The letter's Granny Gry asking me to help you out. I would have even without being asked to though. Piaro, thank you very much. Ryalma, it's fine, it's fine. Oh right, let me introduce you. This one's my daughter. She's a year older than you, but if you ever need anything, ask her for help, Kay. Piaro, since the conversations turned to her, Miyabi-san, who was keeping from interjecting all this time, spoke. Dad, what do you mean, this one? I have a name, you know, it's Miyabi. You should at least use my proper name when introducing. Sides, I've at least already properly introduced myself. Miyabi, really? Then what about this? Miyabi's actually the daughter of the founder, so I named her after the ancestor. What cha talking about all of tha sudden? I've never heard of that. Miyabi, what? Is this a two-person comedy? Whatever the case, I can't just not react. Did your ancestor achieve some kind of amazing exploit? Ryalma, haven't heard of anything in particular. As far as I know, she was just a pretty poster girl who got married and lived in bliss while being taken care of by her family. Piaro, I see. So you wanted your daughter to live a happy life just like she. Ryalma, wait. That ancestor, Miyabi's dad, is the founder, you know. And right now I'm Miyabi's dad. So in other words, it's as if I'm the founder. Piaro, are you the one who's being named after? Ryalma, oops. I ended up throwing a Tsukomi. Excuse me. Ryalma, it's fine. It was a pretty good Tsukomi. A little weak though. Lately my daughter hasn't been throwing her Tsukumis, so it's not bad. Piaro, Hugh, that's a relief. Wait, Tsukomi exists in this world. This is the fault of an otherworlder, definitely. Tsukomi, huh? In my previous life, I had a boss from Kansai that would snap at people for letting a boke pass. I guess it's become a reflex. It was really annoying having to deal with a boke while being busy with work, but then letting it pass would have wasted even more time. So there were times when I couldn't help but throw a Tsukomi. But there were also plenty of times where I unconsciously ignored it, so I got unreasonably scolded a lot. As I was thinking that, I shrugged the thought off and went to the merchant guild with Pioro-san. Pioro-san led the way, and now we're standing right before the building with high walls that was right before the Seianji firm. It's my second time seeing it, but as expected, it's really big. In fact, even if these walls were castle's walls, they'd probably still be considered good quality. I thought that to myself as I followed Pioro-san. When we got inside, I couldn't help but be amazed at how even its interior was like a castle. After walking for a while, we got to the reception room and Pioro-san spoke. How's it? Amazing, right? Pioro, yes. I thought the outer walls were like that of a castle's. Ryalma, but of course. After all, this building used to be a fortress, you know. Pioro, a fortress. Ryalma, exactly. A long time ago, during wartime, this place was apparently used as the frontline base. And this town was built at the site of that fortress. So they built this guild that's at the center of the town with the fortress as reference. Piaro, I see. Ryalma, but there's one more reason why the building was built like this. Take a look outside this window. Piaro, the window Pioro-san pointed out was made with glass and was easy to look out of. When I tried looking through it, amazing! It's my first time seeing so many large-type magical beasts. Ryalma, outside the window were many magical beasts. From medium type to large type, and even the bird type wyverns, which are thought to be of the dragon race, were present. A saddle could be seen affixed to the wyvern's neck, and a number of people riding on them could be seen. This scene that felt like it was proclaiming, "This is a fantasy," spread before my eyes. These magical beasts have all been gathered ere all for the sake of transporting goods. Pure all of it. Ryalma, exactly. Flying magical beasts can transport things quickly, but several facilities are needed for them to work, such as a place for them to wait, a place to load and unload the goods, and a terminal for them to land. So they referred to a fortress to build a place like that. Piaro, I see. Ryalma magical beasts would definitely need a place to stay at, all the more so with large types. with the structure having been designed specifically to transport goods using magical beasts. The founder of the Seonji firm who ordered the construction of this town and made this all a reality called it an airport. What do you think? It's good taste, yeah, Piaro no, because that person didn't come up with that name at all. But I can't say that. In the future Otherworld might think the same of my store, huh? Where they'll see it and go, that guy didn't come up with this at all, or something. Just like Piaro-san's Manza-like routine with his daughter, there seems to be traces of the Otherworlder's tone and casual actions. Airport, huh? It's probably because a port city gathers a lot of things. Raiwam, so you understand. Piaro-san, being in a good mood, hit my back as a female employee of the guild entered. Talking business, the one who said I'd buy a store wasn't Piaro-san but me. She was slightly surprised at the start, but after that everything went smoothly and we were able to finish the procedures. From the looks of things, since Piaro-san was able to see the state of the store I'd bought before, the store seems to have been prepared beforehand, and we were able to smoothly finish the deal after deciding on the purchase. After that, I left the guild and went to the store I'd just bought. The store I'd bought was 2 stories tall. The first story had space for the storage room and the store itself, while the second story was for the reception room and the office. Moreover, behind this store is the house used by the previous owner. That was also included with the purchase I made. Excluding the living room, that house had 5 rooms in total. It doesn't seem feasible to give the employees individual rooms, but it seems to be normal to share a room with a few others, so there shouldn't be any problems using it as lodging for them. Any problems? Piaro, none. It seems I'll be able to make use of this store as soon as I make the furniture and the shelves. I'll contact Gimyuru immediately, so at the fastest it'll take 3 days, and at the slowest it'll take 5 days at most before the employees come. Ryoma, when Piaro-san heard my words, he inclined his head. Really? It should take 3 days just sending a letter from here. Piaro, there's no problem on that front because I have a super fast way to contact them. Ryoma, as I said that, I opened my dimension home and took out the Rimmel bird. I normally let them do as they want in the abandoned mine, but I took just one with me as a way to contact the others. The name of this Rimmel bird is Dre. From what I'd heard before, it's 3 in the German language. It kind of sounds cool, no? By the way, the nightmare Rimmel birds named Eins, meaning 1. The other birds are Zwei, Vier, Funf, and Sech, respectively. If you're wondering why I suddenly named the Rimmel birds, well, it's because Elia sent me a letter saying she named hers. Apparently she used musical terms to name them. Because of the contract, it's possible to distinguish between different beats of the same type, so there's no need to name them, but I figured I'd try naming them too. While I was thinking that, Piaro-san fixedly stared at the Rimmel bird. Ha tilde, certainly. If you have a Rimmel bird, you'll be able to contact them quickly. Piaro, the Rimmel bird can fly at 200 kph to 300 kph. When I used SensoryLink and looked at the world through its eyes, the scenery felt like when I ride on the Shinkansen, so it's probably around the same speed. Regardless, it's definitely fast. The Rimmel bird already flies fast normally, but when they used wind magic and ride on its tail wind, their speed goes up even more, and they're able to fly even further. If I ask the Rimmel bird, what would take a carriage 3 days would only take them until morning by tomorrow. If fast, then it could even get there by the end of the day. Taking a pen and ink out of my item box, I wrote a letter. Then I took out a small pipe and a metal fitting with a red cloth attached to it. I inserted the letter into the pipe and attached it to Dre's leg. Lastly, I rolled the red cloth onto Dre's neck and affixed it with the metal fixing. With this, the preparations are complete. That cloth I put last is the sign that it's a magical beast used for communication. If I don't attach something that stands out, it might cause a commotion when it enters the town and gets shot by the guardsmen. So with this, All the preparations are completed, and I went out of the store to send Dre off. I'm relying on you. Ryalma Peraro, Dre chirped as if replying to me, then he flapped his wings and flew into the skies. It revolved in the sky once, going faster and faster, and then it headed over to the direction of the town of Gimyuru until I could no longer see it. Good. Ryalma, all that's left is waiting then. Pioro, yes. Ryalma, did you book a hotel already? Pioro, ah, not good. I forgot. Ryalma, then how about staying over at my place then? Pioro, is it all right? Ryalma, of course, no need to be reserved. Pioro, then I'll take you up on your offer. Ryalma, like this, I decided to accept Pioro-san's offer and stay at his house. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Volume 3 Chapter 8 TL Note. I'm watching something, so I haven't really edited this. Haha. In fact, I was actually planning on just posting tomorrow, but I stopped watching for a bit and rushed this out. Haha. The weird spellings are on purpose though, in case any of you guys are wondering. Still, if you see anything wrong, don't hesitate to comment. Now that aside, I wonder what'll happen if an otherworlder purposely tried to spread Klingon language. Suggestions, better idea for Artisan Guild. As the name suggests, it's a guild of craftsmen. Volume 3, Chapter 8. With me staying at Pioro-san's place having been decided, Pioro-san brought me, and we entered the spice store of the Seonji firm. Apparently this store is connected to Pioro-san's house. When we got inside, just like this afternoon, Miyabi-san was tending to the store. Welcome. What the if it ain't Dad? Miyabi, it's not what the. And I'm not alone, Ryalma's with me, you know. Pioro, sorry for the trouble. Ryalma-san, tha guest room's been prepared, so don't hold back and go ahead and make yourself at home, Miyabi, did she already know that I'm staying over? But we'd only just decided it a while ago. I thought you'd be staying over, did I get it wrong? Miyabi, no thank you, I'll be in your care then. It's just that it so happens that we decided me straying over just a while ago, so it was a little surprising. Ryalma, the guest room's always in good condition since we don't really know when a guest might decide to drop by. Miyabi, I see, thank you very much. Ryalma, don't mind. Oh right, want me to bring you to tha room? Miyabi, please, thank you. Ryalma, and so, Miyabi-san brought me to the guest room. As for Pioro-san, it looks like he went back to work. Here's the guest room, please think it as if it's your own house. Miyabi, the room I was brought to was too big for only a single person and was furnished with good furniture. It had a warm atmosphere to it. As for supper, I'll bring you some nice food that won't bring shame to tha Seonji name, so look forward to it. Miyabi, thank you very much. I'll look forward to it. Ryalma, as I said that, Miyabi-san appeared to be satisfied with my response as she nodded her head. I'll be going then. Enjoy yourself till supper, Miyabi-san quietly left the room. I wonder what supper will be. Ryalma, well, whatever's the case, it won't be like the preserved food I ate last night. Maybe it'll be meat, or maybe fish. There's not a lot of fishes here in this country, so, well, of course, it's not like there's none at all, but it's the inland area, so there ain't no waters to get fish from. Although there are plenty of river fishes and dried fishes, it's difficult to acquire fresh marine products. An exception would be the few towns with a lake nearby where the fish industry is going strong, like the town of Scoom for one. Regarding marine products, as expected, it should be Japanese cuisine. I haven't eaten any Japanese cuisine since I got here. There are plenty of otherworlders, so I thought there'd be plenty of different cuisines, but I haven't seen any Japanese cuisines at all. Should I ask Pioro-san if they have any miso or soy sauce? If they're handling food products, then I might be able to get something that's similar. Afterwards, I rested in the room for a bit and mediated. Then a male servant came and told me that supper was ready. The male servant brought me to a room with a dining table. You came, Ryalma, take a seat. Pioro at the center of the room, Pioro-san, Miyabi-san, and another beastman fox tribe woman were already seated. The woman looked similar to Miyabi-san, so she's probably Pioro-san's wife. She's beautiful. I took my seat as I thought that. Sitting at one side of the table in front of me was Pyoro-san, by my right was Miyabi-san, and by my left was Pyoro-san's wife. Excuse me. Ryoma, you don't have to be that stiff, you know. I think you've already noticed it too, but this here is Miyabi's mother, my wife, Kurana. Pyoro Kurana Seianji, a pleasure to meet you. Kurana, Ryoma take Bayashi, it's my pleasure as well. Ryoma, I've heard of thaw rumors. It seems that you're quite thaw promising young lad. Kurana, oh not at all, my luck just happens to be good. And it's also because of the help of the people around me that I've been blessed with. All I've really done is employ and rely on them. Ryoma, no, really. The store and the employees were mostly taken care of by Serge-san and the guild master. Karm-san and Carla-san advised me on the store's management, and Fei-san and Li Ling-san protect the store. The other employees are helping me out with the rest of the work, so if everyone wasn't around, then forget about getting a branch store out. It'd be strange if I even got a store. All of my success is thanks to the people I've met and their help. If you're able to say such things from the bottom of your heart, then you're plenty amazing. Kurana, exactly. When young people succeed quickly, they lose sight of everything around them and start thinking that they can do anything. Pyoro shops are around precisely because there are customers and servants. If a merchant forgets to thank those around them and make light of their efforts, then it's the end for that merchant. In that situation, regardless of how much talent one has, you won't be able to get by unless you play dirty. Being able to understand that, you're already plenty amazing, Ryoma-han. Kurana, something like that, huh? A merchant's conduct is something that will naturally be learned in the distant future. So it's plenty amazing if you can at least talk like one now. I mean, look at Miyabi, she ain't one bit polite, is she? Pyoro, Dad, why am I being used as an example? Miyabi, it can't be helped, after all you're already around so it's easy to use you as an example. Pyoro, Miyabi, it's better not to push yourself and just talk normally. Kurana, so she really was pushing herself, huh? Ryoma's also noticed too, you know, that you're pushing yourself to talk differently. Pyoro, a little actually. I don't think it's weird to change your manner of speech when talking towards customers, but I don't think you're that used to it, so please don't mind it so much. Ryoma, see. Even Ryoma-han, whom you just met, even noticed that you're only putting up a front. Kurana, how frustrating. Miyabi, looks like she started to become depressed. Is it really something to be bitter about, though? Sorry about this, please ignore this kid. Kurana, Miyabi's been imitating me ever since she became interested in merchant work and started helping me out. I'm happy, but whenever she shows an opening while negotiating with a customer, she becomes quite stubborn. In fact, just recently, a customer told her that she wasn't like a woman. Pyoro, it's not like I want to be seen as a woman that I'm trying to improve. It's just that. Miyabi, just that. Pyoro, I hate the old man that told me I'm not feminine. So I won't be able to get rid of this sense of defeat unless I become graceful. Miyabi, that's what you're bothered about. Well, I guess it's better than being bothered by something weird. In other words, my daughter hates losing. You don't need to mind it, Ryoma-han. Kurana, enough of that, right now's time for meal, you know. Today we prepared a rare meal. Pyoro, as Pyoro-san said that, he signaled with his hand to the servant standing at a corner. Rare. Ryoma, that's right. Ryoma's good at cooking, so it's difficult to surprise you unless we prepare something. So in the end I figured we'd make you something queer. Pyoro, it'd be great if it was to Ryoma-han's taste though. Kurana, when the smell of the dish reached my nose, this smell is miso soup. Ryoma, when I muttered that, Pyoro-san opened his eyes wide in disappointment while Kurana-san laughed amused. What, so you knew about miso soup, Ryoma? Tilda sigh, and here I thought I'd be able to surprise ya. Pyoro, not at all, in fact, it's a huge success. I'm really surprised. And no, I'm more than surprised enough. Pyoro-san, you can get miso soup. Ryoma, yeah, I can. Few sell it, so we don't have plenty of stock, but do you want some? Pyoro, yes, please. Ryoma, it's not that expensive anyway, so I'll get you some. If you come ta like it, feel free ta stop by and buy some. Piaro, yes, thank you very much. Ryalma, it's fine, it's fine. Ah, by the way, if you know bout miso soup, then dia also now bout soy sauce. Piaro, you also have soy sauce. Ryalma, yep. Piaro, like this. While the servant was bringing us food, it's been decided that I'll be getting some miso soup, soy sauce, vinegar, and mirin. To think there would actually be these kind of seasonings in this world. According to Piaro-san, these sort of stuff are being manufactured in an island where dragon newts lived. Unfortunately, because most people don't know how to use it, it's not very popular. What a waste. Let's eat first. We'll talk while we eat. Piaro, oh that's right. Then itadakamasu. Ryalma, I took the dish and the chopsticks and first brought the rice to my mouth. Delicious. This is my first rice in 3 years. Bread's staple here in this country, so I haven't gotten any rice at all. Now it's not like I hate bread or anything, but rice just happens to have that nostalgic taste. Next is the fish and soy sauce and the miso soup. Ah, delicious. It's exactly how it was back in Earth. How nostalgic. Ryalma, oh, Ryalmahan, did yous ta live in a dragon newt village? Kirana, eh? Ah, no. Ryalma, really. You look like a dragon newt that hasn't gone back home in a long time, though. Kirana, is that so? Ryalma, that's right, and what's more is that Ryalma's really good at using chopsticks. Those are really just furnishings, so it would have been fine if you just left them alone. It's really rare to see a customer that's not dragon newt use chopsticks well. Piaro, Ryumhan, where did you come from? Kirana, during times like these, I bring out my grandparents' card. I come from a small village. My grandmother used to make me lots of miso soup in the past. It was also from her that I learned how to use chopsticks. My grandparents are former adventurers, so apparently they've traveled the world a lot. They probably came to know of these sort of things during their travels. Ryalma, oh, is that how it is? Piaro, did I manage to deceive them? By tha way, what are you gonna do starting tomorrow? Tha employees of the store, your store won't be coming till 3 days later, right? Piaro, I plan to create furniture practice and do some adventurer work during that time. Ryalma, it was there that Kirana asked me a question. Ara, Ryalmahan, you're an adventurer. Kirana, yes. Right now, I'm not really sure whether my main job is adventurer work or my store, though. Ryalma, so that's how it is. Miyabi, what's your rank now? Kirana, right now I'm rank E. Ryalma, E. You're younger by a year than our daughter, right? Kirana, I just became E rank 2 months ago. Ryalma, at that age, E rank's more than enough. You also have experience with subjugation requests, right? Kirana, after that, I talked about the subjugation request at the mine, and then I asked them about this town. Apparently, this town was made by the Otherworlder founder of the Seiyonji firm for the sake of business. It might be because of that the shopkeepers and servants of the stores here go way back. There also seem to be a lot of people who use the Kansai dialect amongst the people who grew up here. Incidentally, Kirana-san was born in this town. I don't think the Otherworlder purposely tried to spread the Kansai dialect, but when I think about how the Otherworlder unconsciously left something behind, a feeling I can't describe swells up inside me. Will I also leave something behind in the future? Well, there's no point thinking about this right now. I also asked about the guild. From what I hear, there are 4 guilds, including the Merchant Guild, being gathered within those walls. There are entrances from all directions, but inside that are the Merchant Guild, Adventurers Guild, Artisan Guild, and the Dragoon Guild. Piaro Dragoon Guild. That's new. When I asked about it, Miyabi-san explained it to me. What's the Dragoon Guild? Ryalma, it's a gathering of former Tamer Guild members who use slave magic to carry things with their flying magical beasts. When the airport was built, they went independent, so I guess you could say it's a guild engaged in the air transportation industry. The Tamer Guild seems to do any job, but the Dragoon Guild specializes in exporting people and goods, as well as acting as bodyguards for those. It's quite difficult to have magical beasts carry people and fly in the sky, so the Dragoon Guild makes their magical beasts undergo special training. And although they're independent now, they still seem to have some connection to Tha Tamer's Guild, you know. It's said that Tha first slave magic user who could tame a flying magical beast that could carry people also took a course from the Dragoon Guild once. Miyabi, to think that there's actually a guild like that. Ryoma, it's obvious, but it looks I really still have a lot to learn. Tha gathering of ingredients and resources are taken care of by Tha Adventurers Guild. Then Tha Artisan Guild deals with Tha raw material, while Tha Merchant Guild sells Tha products and resources. And finally, Tha Dragoon Guild's responsible for exporting Tha goods to towns far away. And of course, all this is thanks to our ancestor Sama's efforts. Miyabi, said Miyabi-san as she puffed her chest. Pyoro-san appeared to also share her sentiment. Apparently, they take great pride in this town, its airport, and their otherworld ancestor. As I listened to their stories about the town, I gobbled up more of the nostalgic Japanese cuisine. After that, I went back to my room, used the cleaner slime shower, and quickly went to rest. I wonder what I should do tomorrow. As I thought that, a wave of drowsiness attacked me because of a combination of being full and the pent-up fatigue. I can endure it, but there's no point in doing so right now anyway, so I guess I'll just go to sleep now. I'll think about what to do tomorrow. I have time anyway. Volume 3, Chapter 9 TL Note. Sorry, late chapter, bunch of things happened, PC dying, internet going on and off, no, the net wasn't always like this. And I got a bit too into Goblin Kingdom, haha, ended up until the end of the Raws, so yeah, late chapter. Volume 3, Chapter 9 the next day. Waking up early in the morning, I quickly readied myself and left the room. Just as I got out of the room, Miyabi-san was there. Ryoma-han, G morning. Miyabi, good morning, Miyabi-san. Ryoma, I thought I'd wake you up, but T looks like you're awake already. You're quite the early bird, huh? Miyabi, really? Ryoma, we wake up pretty early since we're merchants, so for Ryoma-han ta wake up the same time as us is plenty early, you know. But of course, the servants preparing the meal wake up even earlier. Miyabi, I see. Ah, no good. Ryoma-han, food's already ready, so feel free to stuff yourself. Miyabi, thank you very much. Ryoma, and so, just like yesterday, I was brought to the dining room and we had our meal. Speaking of which, everyone eats quite fast. Well, I do eat around the same pace myself too, though. After the meal, Pyoro-san and Kirana-san went to their jobs. Then I'll leave it to you, Miyabi. Pyoro, do a good job. Kirana, leave it to me. Miyabi, huh, what are they talking about? Is what I was thinking when Miyabi-san came over and talked to me. Ryoma-han, do you have any plans for today? Have you gotten used to the town already? Let me show you around. Miyabi, I'd be grateful, but what about your work? Ryoma, no prob, you know. I might be the president's daughter, but I'm still only 12. It's pretty normal not to do anything. Me watching over the store's just practice for the future. Miyabi, now that she mentions it, that does make sense. Rather than myself, I'd say you're plenty strange, being only 11, yet already having a store, but that's definitely an exception, right? Miyabi, well, yeah. In any case, since she's going to show me around, I could leave my adventurer work for later and go make those furniture first. Then today, I want to create some furniture for my store, so could you bring me to a store I could buy some lumber from? Ryoma, no prob, I'll bring Ryoma-han to a good store. Miyabi, said Miyabi-san as she puffed her chest. As the two left the store, Dre, who has been tasked with a message to Gimyuru since yesterday, arrived. Ah, Ryoma, what's Kaya? Miyabi. Dre perched over my shoulder. But because he went in between me and Miyabi-san was taken by surprise and she jumped back. Oh, her tail's moving vigorously. In my past life, I heard that foxes normally don't show their emotion through their tails much, but I guess beastmen fox tribes are different. But then again, she hasn't moved her tail much till now, so maybe it's just because she's surprised. A reflex in other words. Well, in any case, I better apologize for having frightened her. Sorry, I ended up frightening you. This one here is my slave monster. I'm a slave monster. Oh right, it's quite unique though. I've never seen such a pretty magical beast before. Miyabi, it's called Rimmel bird. It flies really fast, so I had it bring a letter to the town of Gimyuru. Ryoma, I then took the letter from the cylinder attached to its leg and read it. It's the reply from the others. Looks like Dre managed to arrive last night and was able to get a reply. According to this, everyone plans to make a trip here and they'll be leaving today, so their arrival will be 3 days from now. Well, the expected time of arrival anyway. I informed Miyabi about the contents of the letter, and then we started walking again. Miyabi-san brought me to a lumber manufacturer from which I bought some lumber. I then stored it into my dimension home, and then went back to the store. I selected a storehouse in the work area, after which I had the acid slimes make some components, while the sticky slimes along with me put together the components with nail and sticky liquid. Like this, we were able to slowly make furniture of all sorts, like chairs, tables, and shelves. Miyabi-san watched us work quietly, but it doesn't look like she's just watching. And after a while, Miyabi-san asked me a question. Ryoma-han, what are these? Miyabi, they're slimes. Ryoma, no way, absolutely no way. I've never seen slimes like these. Why are slimes able to use tools? Miyabi, it's because I taught them. And not only tools, but also weapons like spears and staffs. In fact, the slimes can also use taijutsu, you know. Ryoma, really? Miyabi, yes. Ryoma, as I said that, I shaved off the wood waste of a wooden rod with polish wheel, handed it over to a sticky slime and made it show off some of its staff techniques. It's seriously doing it. Miyabi, right. Ryoma, were slimes always this skillful? Miyabi, at the start they were normal slimes, but after training a lot they became like this. Ryoma, so that's how it is. Didn't know that was possible at all. Miyabi, a lot of people don't. In fact, everyone who sees it is shocked at first. Ryoma, if you announce your finding, it'll be a huge find, you know. Miyabi, you think so? Slimes are thought of lowly both by researchers and the tamer guild, so they won't think much of it. And besides, I don't have any intention of publicizing my research findings yet. Ryoma, as I said that, Miyabi-san muttered under her breath. What a waste, as she stared at the slimes. The silence continued for a few minutes like that until Miyabi-san suddenly asked me this. Ryoma-han, what will you be doing next year? Miyabi, what I'll be doing? Ryoma-han, you're 11 right now, right? You'll be turning 12 next year, so aren't you entering the Imperial Capital's Academy? Ryoma-han, your store's making plenty from the looks of things, so it's not like you can't pay the tuition fee, right? Won't you go to the academy? Miyabi, academy, huh? I don't really feel like going. I'd rather train myself and work as an adventurer freely. And from what I hear, the relationship of the people in the school are troublesome, and there's not a lot of things to study. Ryoma, as I said that, Miyabi-san sighed deeply. Ha tilde, so you knew, huh? Miyabi, oh, did you also know about it? Ryoma, naturally, I have Tago this year after all, so it's a given that I'd at least gather some information about the place. That and Dad also told me all sorts about it. Miyabi, I see, and then? Why did you want me to enter too? Ryoma, well, that's 'cause Ryoma-han's personality is nice, and if there were someone I knew there, my life would be easier. People there are really stiff, you know, and more than anything, I specialize at magic. Once I go there, a bunch of annoying nobles will have their eyes on me. Miyabi, if it's so bad, why go? Ryoma, it's 'cause I need to make contacts as a merchant. That academy makes a point of not discriminating between nobles and commoners, so it's easier to get close to the nobles there compared to other places. Well, even then, it's not like there's really no discrimination, but at least we can talk casually. Speaking of which, Ryoma-han, you also specialize at magic, right? How reassuring. Miyabi, for her to be this determined at this age. Merchants are scary. But it seems the number of students who enroll with this sort of objective isn't few. Well, that aside is Miyabi, sans so good at magic for others to envy her. So magic is your specialty. Ryalma, that's right, but not as good as Ryalmahan. I am at the level where I can use a mid-level magic, but for students this is plenty good. Miyabi apparently, according to Miyabi-san, there are plenty amongst the students who can't even use low-level magic after enrolling, and have to learn the foundations there in the school. So with that crowd in mind, someone who could use a mid-level magic is more than good enough to shock them, right? Speaking of which, Beastmen Fox tribe people seem to have a lot of magic power despite being beastmen. If I'm correct, I heard this from someone at the guild anyway. I wonder if it's because of this that Miyabi-san is good at magic. In this world there are little to no persecution or discrimination towards other races, so there are no problems even if someone is a half. So she shouldn't have anything to worry about regarding that. In fact, if you use race as an excuse to discriminate against someone, you'll instead get frowned upon. Apparently there was plenty of discrimination in the past, but the otherworlders that came before me worked hard to get rid of it. Well, there are still some jealousy and envy when it comes to the strengths of the other races, though. I see. Ryalma, well, if you can't go, then it can't be helped. It's not good if I force you to go too, and besides, it's not like I really expected anything. I just intended to introduce you to some good nobles if you were going, so that you don't find yourself caught up with some annoying nobles. Miyabi, so she was thinking of helping me out. Miyabi-san's not a bad kid at all. It seems like it'll be difficult from now on, but do your best, I'll support you. After that, I continued to make furniture. I got help from Miyabi-san with the easier parts, and like this we was able to finish making the furniture and the tools. After finishing making the furniture, I told Miyabi-san that I'm going to the Adventurers Guild, so she should go back to the store. But then she told me this. Ryalmahan, there aren't really a lot of jobs in the Adventurer Guild of this town, you know. It's mostly just chores in the town, gathering herbal plants in the fields or hunting small animals. Miyabi, really? But I heard that there was a strong magical beast that appeared near here. Ryalma, could it have already been hunted? So you heard about that. It's because of that that only E rank up are able to go north. Miyabi, is it that strong? Ryalma, nah, actually a D rank party is more than enough. But there really ain't a lot of adventurers in this town that's above E rank. Miyabi, apparently, because this town has the Dragon Guild. Wyverns and other large-type magical beasts appear frequently, causing many of the magical beasts in the area to flee. With an unprofitable town like this, it's only a given that the adventurers wouldn't stay here. And the guards just stay at the garrison and watch over the gate, so it's quite problematic during times like these. Well, whatever. In any case, it's because of that only E-rank adventurers up can go north. Hugh, it's good that it's not requiring D rank up. So as long as you're E rank, you can go right. Ryalma, that's right. You'll be able to at least grab some herbs there in the northern woods. Oh right, Ryalmahan, you're E rank, right? I won't tell you not to go, but be careful. If you see that magical beast, you better run immediately, all right? Miyabi, after that, I gave my thanks to Miyabi-san and headed towards the guild. Naturally, it's quite difficult for a girl who's not an adventurer to go the Adventurers Guild, so she didn't bring me there this time. When I got to the guild, I headed towards the reception desk and gathered some information. I got my information from a male employee. He looked to be the type who does his job without much care. When I showed him my E-rank guild card, he, without checking my age or appearance, quickly went and brought back only the jobs for E-rank up. I also ended up getting information on the magical beast. Apparently, it's a strong magical beast that's known as Smash Boar. If I recall correctly, a Smash Boar is a short-horned pig. Its body is big, and it's plenty tough. Its skin is also thick, so you can't deal a fatal damage to it if your strength is superficial. If you're wondering why I know this before even being told about it, well, it's because it was written there in the letter I got from Gain and the others when I first came to this world. Along with the information of my lineage in this world and my grandparents, was to fight a smash boar once if I have the chance before going to my grandparents' village. And apparently, the smash boar in this town is exactly the same as the smash boar I'm thinking about. It wasn't possible to accept the subjugation request for the smash boar, so I got an herb collection request near the place where the smash boar appears instead. Then afterwards, I went back to Pyoro-san's store. Along the way, I recalled the contents of the letter. The name of the village your grandparents lived in is Cormy Village. That village lies within the thick forest known as the Great Forest of Shurus. The Great Forest of Shurus is a treasure house of medicinal plants, and you can find precious stones with good quality inside the caves of the Great Forest. It was in order to acquire those things that many villages were built around, and inside that thick forest, serving as a stopping point. The Cormy village is one of those, and it was because of that your grandparents lived there. But the Great Forest of Shurus is also a nest of monsters, making it a perilous forest. Even in the shallow parts of the forest, the weaker monsters are all D-rank up. Moreover, the adventurers who went there to collect herbal plants or mine precious stones that were killed have had their remains turned into undead, and are loitering around the forest as zombies, skeletons, or ghosts. That's why, along with the will of your grandparents for you to inherit their belongings as well as for you to continue your grandmother's research, is a warning that you must train in magic and get used to your body before going to the village. It's not impossible for me to go the village right from the start with only the martial arts and qi gong that I had with me when I got here into this world. However, if I were to have happened upon a ghost who is immune to physical attacks, then it's not guaranteed that I would have been able to come back alive. That's why I began training myself in the forest of Ghana during that time. I got caught up in my hobbies, and past 3 years I've been thinking of going since I got out of the forest. But before that, I need to prepare. I went back to Pyoro's store while thinking that. When I got back, I had supper there as well today. During mealtime I talked to Pyoro-san about my plans to go the north tomorrow, at which Pyoro-san replied, "Going north? So you're finally going to hunt the smash boar then?" Right after Pyoro-san said that, Miyabi-san hit him with a tsukomi, while his wife, Kirana-san, rebuked him with a frightening smile. The smash boar is nothing but practice for me, but for Pyoro-san it's an obstacle for his business, and at the same time a good product. Apparently, the smash boar's meat is not only odorless, but also soft and delicious. In case I end up hunting the smash boar, I should take it to this store. It's true that I didn't take the subjugation request, but just because I didn't take it doesn't mean I can't fight it. After all, it can't be helped if while gathering herbal plants I end up fighting with it. No one wants to be killed without fighting back after all, so there's no need to hold back if I happen upon the smash boar by chance. It's not like anyone would complain if I accidentally end up meeting the smash boar and end up killing it, right? Was my personality always like this? I wonder if I'll end up rustling the ruffians around here. I better take care. After supper ended, I went back to my room and prepared for tomorrow Volume 3 Chapter 10 Volume 3 Chapter 10 the next day. Be careful. Miyabi sent me off, and I headed towards the north gate. I leisurely walked, taking my time to enjoy the scenery of the lively town, but as soon as I got close to the gate, I braced myself. They're restricting access, so people aren't being allowed to pass through the gate. But there won't be any problems so long as one is able to provide proof of being an E-rank adventurer. From here, I should go to a place with plenty of plants that's near the smash boar's last known sightings, and begin gathering herbs there. I have a bow and knife equipped. I've also prepared a spear in my item box, but I'm not planning to use it. Spears and large swords are supposedly effective against smash boars, but I'm fighting it under the pretense of having accidentally stumbled onto it, right? Then in order to keep up that pretense, I can't be using a weapon tailored for fighting against it now, can I? Otherwise, I'll get suspicious. And so I went on my way to gather herbs. However, I can't seem to find the smash boar at all. I know that just because it's a magical beast whose whereabouts are generally easy to find, doesn't mean that it's going to stay in places where there are plenty of herbs all the time. Still, this has to be first time I've had to deal with a prey that's so hard to find. I've even used search magic, but I can't find it at all. Or rather, even the other magical beasts are missing. It's exactly just as Miyabi-san had mentioned. There are almost no magical beasts around here. After that, I went to gather some more herbs in other areas while I continued to look for the smash boar. After some time, I finally managed to gather enough. The deadline for this request is still the day after tomorrow, so it's not like there's really any need to finish it today. But well, apparently because of the rank restriction on the northern gate, the supply of these herbs has been dwindling, and because it's not easy to get these kind of herbs anymore, apparently they'll be purchasing all the herbs I can get. I figured that since there wasn't any harm in getting more herbs, I could go get more, but right as I thought that, I heard a small voice. A person's voice. It's a bit far though, or am I just imagining things? Help me, someone, there it goes again. It's not just my imagination, someone's asking for help. I grabbed my bow, heightened my senses as I minimized my own presence and headed towards the direction of the voice. There I saw two adventurers being chased by the smash boar, but rather than a boar, isn't this a pig? It does have some fangs, but they're quite small and it's not even sharp either. The only thing this pig has going for it is that it's a little bigger than I thought. I guess it's about the size of a cow. Wait a moment. This isn't the time to be thinking about this. Carefully timing my shot, I knocked my arrow and let one fly between the trees. The arrow flew sharply, slipping through the woods, smashing the thinner trees, and as the smash boar passed by, the arrow pierced its right eye. Immediately, the smash boar went into a rampage as its death throes resounded throughout the area. Noticing the smash boar's behavior, the two adventurers stopped moving and looked back. What are these two doing? Don't stop, keep on running. When the two heard me, they looked my way and were flustered. I tried calling out to them again, but it was no good. And the smash boar, after getting back up to its feet, already had its gaze locked onto my direction. It's a bit different from what I planned, but I put the bow onto my back. And as I stared at the smash boar, I let the kai move throughout my body. The smash boar was like a pig with short, dull fangs protruding from both sides of its lower jaw. The fangs aren't venomous, but the strength of those fangs from a head-on collision still isn't something to be scoffed at. The main problem is its constitution. It might be a pig, but its size is around 1.5 times that of a cow, probably. Anyway, the point is that it's covered by thick meat all over. Its body is full of cuts, so those two adventurers must cut it a lot, but forget the inner organs. I don't think those cuts have even managed to reach the muscles. Since attacking the body seems useless, then, the aim should be where the meat is the least. The head. Boo-hoo-hoo, smash boar. The smash boar bellowed out a war cry as it charged towards me. It moved at a speed that made the trees look like nothing but nuisances. In response, I moved to my right and dodged its charge. The smash boar was caught off guard by my sudden movement and ended up crashing into the tree immediately behind me. That powerful charge easily mowed down that tree, and the smash boar began to charge towards me again. This time I moved to the left, and as the smash boar passed by me, I hit its temple with Kai's strengthened palm strike. Piggy! The smash boar whimpered as it came to a halt. I know from hitting it just how thin the meat was in that area. No wonder it was so effective. Next it shook its head and tried to impale me with its fangs, but I easily dodged that with a single step, leaving its left temple wide open. I threw a kick at that opening and the smash boar whimpered again. Pi GGY. Smash boar looks like it was more effective this time as the smash boar broke its right foreleg and is now lying on the ground. Not giving it time to rest, I began my counterattack. With an uppercut from my left, I sent the smash boar's head flying. While still in midair from the impact, I grabbed its fangs with the same hand, brought it down, made it spin counterclockwise, and finished it off with a right elbow strike. As my elbow sunk into the smash boar, I felt and heard the bones being crushed. The smash boar's feet shook for a moment, and afterwards it immediately fell over, unmoving. Hugh, did I kill it? Well, from the looks of things, that seems to be the case. After I confirmed that I'd killed the smash boar, the two people from a while ago called me as they walked towards me. I didn't notice it a while ago because of the distance and the armor, but apparently one of the adventurers was a woman. You, Adventurer 1, thank you very much for saving us. Adventurer 1, you're welcome. Are you hurt anywhere? Ryalma, no, we're fine, thanks to you. Adventurer 2, but one of our friends is still injured and is over there. We haven't been able to thank you yet for saving us, but please let us go help our friend first. Adventurer 1, well, if someone's injured, we can't just leave them alone. Of course, and if you don't mind, could I come along as well? After all, I can use healing magic. Ryalma, really? Adventurer 1, thank you very much, please. Adventurer 2, but we can't leave the smash boar here by itself alone, huh? Ryalma, by the way, you are. Adventurer 2, please pardon my delayed introduction. I am Ryalma Take Bayashi. Ryalma-kun, right? Then Ryalma-kun, please stay here. We'll go and bring our friend here ourselves. Adventurer 2, there are some malicious adventurers around here, so please be careful. Adventurer 1, said the two as they left. Malicious adventurers. Isn't that a flag? While I thought of that, I drained the blood from the smash boar while they weren't around. Of course, I used the bloody slime. After the blood was fully drained, I put back the bloody slime into the dimension home and brought out 2 heal slimes in its place. In the end, no malicious adventurer came, and the 2 adventurers from before carried back an injured female swordsman. She was in pain, covered in cold sweat. At least her internal organs seemed to be safe. Together with the heal slimes, we casted high heal on her many times over. High heal, high heal, high heal, high heal. Ryalma, and after a short time passed, the female swordsman's treatment was over. Apparently she took the smash boar's charge head-on and was sent flying into a tree. As a result, the bones of her feet and shoulder were broken. Fortunately, her internal organs were safe. After the treatment ended, her countenance changed for the better and she was able to get up. Really, thank you very much. Adventurer 1, thank you, thanks to you I was saved. Adventurer 3, you're welcome, but your lost strength won't be back for a while, so please don't push yourself. Ryalma, the wounded female swordsman, was named Philly. The two being chased by the smash boar were Ken and Luri for the male and female adventurers respectively. The 3 haven't officially made a party or anything, but since they all lived in Renouf, they were all well acquainted with each other, and they decided to do their jobs together. Something like this is nothing, thanks to you and your heal slimes. Philly, you've helped us so much, and yet there's nothing we can repay you with. Luri, for the meantime, please take this. I know it's not enough, so we'll pay the rest after coming back to the town. Ken said Ken-san as he handed over a small bag with money inside. I don't really need it since I don't have any problems with money, but these 3 are E-rank adventurers, and they shouldn't have a lot of disposable income. So for the meantime, I better just accept this and end it with this. Thank you, but you don't need to pay any more than this. In exchange, how about just telling me about those malicious adventurers you were talking about a while ago? Ryalma, is that really all right? Ken, I don't think just this is enough to repay you for everything, but all right. Normally we do jobs as a three-man team, but today there were two others. Listening to their story, they apparently met a pair of C-rank adventurers from another town at the bar. They got along well, and the C-rank adventurers asked them to be their guide for them to find the smash boar. In exchange, they were to help them become better fighters, help them pile up some experience, and give them a small part of the reward. We had them show us their guild cards, and it was definitely C rank. Just in case something went wrong, we recorded and checked their guild cards. But nothing was written on the records, so we figured nothing bad would happen. Luri, the compensation and the money were just right after all. But then they made us fight using piling up some experience as an excuse. And when things turned for the worst, they used us as decoys and ran away by themselves. I was sent flying and ended up unable to move, so in order to protect me, these two caught the smash boar's attention and ran away. The rest is as you know. Philly, so that's how it is. Ryalma, were they tricked? Well, an adventurer using someone as a decoy and running away by himself is definitely not a good adventurer. At the very least, I don't think these three are lying. Besides, these two were being chased by the smash boar, and the other one seriously injured to the point of being unable to move. No matter how you look at it, this is just too much effort for a lie. Is it really okay with just this? You definitely need some cash as, Luri, it's fine, it's fine. Besides, I'm the one who proposed to use healing magic. Just consider this as service, okay? Ryalma, but, Luri, I know you feel sorry, but it's just as rude to force the issue. Let's just accept Ryalma-san's offer here. Philly, while listening to Philly-san, it suddenly hit me. Ah, right. If you don't mind, could you guys help me carry this smash boar back to the town? Ryalma, it is a hassle to carry it all the way alone after all. I mean, it's gotten way lighter now that it's been drained of blood, so I can carry it as long as I strengthen my body with magic or use qigong, but my body is still quite small, so no matter what I'll end up dragging it. Even if I did put it inside the dimension home, I'll still end up dragging it. Something like that's no problem. We'll help. Luri, thank you. Philly, like this, I received their help, and we carried the smash boar all the way to the town. The people at the gate were quite shocked, but I gave them a simple explanation, and we were able to pass through. And so, we walked like that until Pyoro-san's store. A lot of people obviously stared at us along the way, but we managed to arrive at the store safely in the end. But then the customers at the store saw what we were carrying, and they made a fuss. Because of that, even the store's employees went out, and amongst them were Pyoro-san and the others. Ryalma-han, what's that big thing you have there? Miyabi-san, thanks for all your effort today. This is a smash boar, by the way. Ryalma, I can figure that out be myself, you know. What I'm asking you is why there's a smash boar here. I told you it'd be dangerous, and yet you still fought it. Miyabi, it was Pyoro-san who calmed down the overexcited Miyabi-san, and Ken-san and the others were the one who explained to them what had happened. So in other words, it's our fault that he fought the smash boar. I don't know what would have happened if he hadn't come to save us. Philly, please don't blame him too much, Luri, said the three with their heads bowed. Seeing that, Miyabi couldn't help but sigh. So you saved some people, did ya? Sigh, I guess it can't be helped then. Miyabi, doesn't seem like Ryalma fought recklessly too, so just let him go, all right. Pyoro, sorry for worrying you. Ryalma, seriously, sigh, anyway let's leave it at this. That aside, Dad, if we don't do something about this meat soon it'll go bad. Miyabi, oh right, we can't leave it here, hurry. Bring it inside. Pyoro, following his words, we brought the smash boar to the butcher that Pyoro-san led us to. As the butchers began to cut the smash boar, Kirana-san came to tell us to wait for a bit. Someone from the Adventurers Guild apparently came. What did they come for? Couldn't you have them wait for a bit? We're busy right now, you know. Pyoro, they said that they want to investigate that smash boar. They just want to confirm that the smash boar rampaging in the north's been subjugated. Kirana, come to think of it, I did mention that I'm going to sell it at the Seonji firm. I guess the guards must have informed the guild then. After that, a short while passed, and the male employee I met yesterday entered the store. Welcome, Piaro. My apologies for intruding on you while you're busy. I've only come here to confirm that the smash bore's been subjugated and will be leaving immediately afterwards. Adventurer Guild staff, as the male employee said that, he went around the smash bore, inspecting it, and after breathing out a sigh of relief, he said this. This is definitely the smash bore. Thank you for your cooperation. With this, we'll be able to lift the entry restriction on the north gate. Adventurer Guild staff, continuing, the male employee turned our way, bowed, and said this. Please accept my deepest gratitude for subjugating the smash bore. Now, the north gate will be back to normal again. Adventurer Guild staff. The three adventurers quickly explained what happened to the male employee. The male employee, having understood the situation, planned to deal with the issue. So that's what happened. I'll need a written evidence, so could the three of you come with me? And take Bayashi-sama. You may also come to the guild at any time with a part of the smash bore's body to receive the payment for subjugating the smash bore. Adventurer Guild staff. Thank you very much. Ryoma, the three adventurers gave their thanks one more time, and then they left with the male employee. After sending them off, we went back to the butcher. There the butchers were waiting, already ready to butcher the smash boar. We had a bit of intermission there for a bit, but now we're good to go. Begin. Piaro, yes. Butchers Ryoma, is it okay to sell all these to our store? Piaro, yes. I don't know any other store to sell it to anyway. Ah, but would it be all right to keep a portion for myself? I'll sell everything else though. Ryoma, of course, something like that's no problem at all, right everyone? Piaro, at those words, all the butchers in the room nodded. But as the butchers began to work, they suddenly raised their voices in disbelief. What's wrong? Piaro, this boar, no blood is coming out of it. Butcher, what did you say? Did thaw blood coagulate? But if that were the case, then a drop of blood should at least be dripping, right? Piaro, no, not even a drop is dripping out. Butcher, when he said that, Piaro-san went to check the meat and he wringed its neck. Ah, oh yeah, I forgot. I'd already drained its blood with the bloody slime. Actually that's because I drained its blood. Ryoma, when I said that, immediately all of them stared at me. You drained its blood with these few wounds, and you even managed to do it while keeping it this clean. Piaro, I have a special method, you see. By any chance, would you happen to know of the slime called bloody slime? Ryoma, when I mentioned that, one of the butchers raised his voice. That's a slime that manipulates blood, right? I remember one being found in the forest when I was a kid. Butcher, yes, that's exactly it. Ryoma, ta think there was actually a slime that dealt with blood. Ryoma, did you have that slime suck the smash bore's blood out? Piaro, yes. I always do so for all the prey I hunt. The smash boar was a bit big though, so it took quite a bit of time. The meat doesn't seem to have any problems, but could it be that it's no longer purchasable because of that? Ryoma, the meat's definitely fine. I've also used Identify on it myself. And problems, you say? Forget problems, this meat here is one hell of a high-quality meat. In fact, it's enough to make me want that slime of yours. Piaro, after that I spoke with Piaro-san more about the details surrounding the bloody slime. But I only have one with me right now, and they also didn't have any slave demon magic users to contract with the beast, leaving them no choice but to leave the bloody slimes that has split off alone by itself, uncontracted. And amongst all others, not having a slave demon magic user around leaves a huge chance for problem to arise. So in the end, we decided it'd be best for me not to give them a bloody slime for now. Well, in the future, once the bloody slime splits, and Piaro-san manages to find a trustworthy slave demon magic user, then I won't mind handing them one. It's also necessary in order to spread the value of slimes, and besides, it's Piaro-san's store. I can definitely rest assured leaving it here. The bloody slime is also different from the cleaner slime and the scavenger slime in that there's a possibility that they can be found elsewhere. So there's not a whole lot of reason to monitor these guys. While I was thinking that, the butchers finished butchering the smash boar. I got my portion and sold off the rest of the meat. I got a middle gold coin from the exchange, and at the same time, I also retrieved the proof of subjugating the smash boar, its fangs. Today was quite exhausting, so I'll leave handing in the gathered herbs to the guild tomorrow. Volume 3, Chapter 11 TL Note. Tanjiro/Butajiru equals pork soup. Buta shabu equals shabu shabu using pork. Buta equals pig. Butadin equals pork and veggies on rice. Dashi equals Japanese soup stock. Kombu equals kelp eaten in Japan and other East Asian countries. Changes in terms. Side dish store, fine dish store, or would you guys prefer delicatessen? Fictional ingredients. Jija ginger Ramon equals lemon. I think, if someone could double check it, that'd be great. Regarding the queue, I'm aware I still have that free extra chapter I mentioned for this series. I'll post it when I have the time. School's a bit busy right now, so I might post it sometime nearing November or something. P.S. I kept typoing Kurana as Kurama this chapter. Haha. Edit. 2015-10-04. Fixed a name error pointed out by Inuzuka. 2015-10-04. Fixed a duplicate word pointed out by Mantius. Volume 3, Chapter 11. The next day, Pyoro-san gave me some miso and soy sauce in the morning. Afterwards I thanked him, and I threw the lot into my item box. Then I went to the guild to submit the fang of the smash boar and the herbs I gathered yesterday. And immediately, I was able to receive the compensation for both. Looks like the male employee had properly informed them just as he said he would. I went out of the way to make it look like a coincidence, even going as far as to equip the wrong equipment, but apparently it wasn't necessary. Then again, I'm just saying that because of how things turned out. Normally it wouldn't have been strange if they pursued the matter a bit, but I did save Ken-san and the others, so let's just consider it a good thing that they're not pursuing the issue. While I was thinking that, the employee in charge came back with the compensation, and along with it, a word of gratitude. Apparently he's a friend of those three yesterday. Taking the opportunity, I asked about what happened to the two adventurers, and apparently they've already been caught. From what I'm told, they were overheard at the bar by some guild employees who were there drinking after work. Those employees informed the guild, and the two adventurers were quickly apprehended. After that, the investigation found out that they were in fact guilty, and that their guild cards were masked. Being guilty of other crimes, the guild decided to excommunicate them. And having committed the crime of masking their guild card, they will be serving over 5 years of forced labor in the mines, or work indefinitely as a slave. When I heard about masking the guild card, I asked about whether something like that was really possible. And apparently it is possible to remove the punishments and information written on one's card. However, it takes a special magic tool to do it, so a normal adventurer can't do it. Of course, the employee couldn't talk about how to acquire the means to mask one's card, so I wasn't able to get any more information other than that. Not that I want to mask my guild card or anything, but I should be careful. After I thanked the employee for the reward, I left the guild. Now, what should I do? I've already finished everything that I needed to do here. While I thought what to do from here on out, I walked to Pyoro-san's store. There, I was informed that Pyoro-san was looking for me and was brought to Pyoro-san's office. At Pyoro-san's office, I drank the tea I was served while I listened to Pyoro-san. Ryoma, would you happen to know any good dish with the smash boar's meat, miso, and soy sauce as ingredients? Pyoro, dish, you say. Ryoma, if you're talking about Japanese cuisine, then there's tanjiro, buta shabu, butadin, and pork fried with ginger. Well, I do know a few. Ryalma, could I have you teach me? I mean, don't get me wrong, fried fish and miso soup's plenty delicious, but it gets pretty tiring after a while, you know. So I've always been thinking that I could sell miso and soy sauce more if there were more way to use it. Piaro, so that's what it was. Well, it'll be convenient for me too if I could get Japanese food easier, so I guess I could teach him. Then how about some how about some smashed boar fried with jija? Ryalma, there's pork, there's soy sauce, and there's even mirin. And I can get the ginger from a chemist. With this, I won't be making the ginger-tasting meat I've been eating this past 3 years, but the real, unadulterated, one true pork fried with ginger dish. Ah, if you don't mind, could I have you cook this fried jija of yours? You can use as much of our ingredients as you want. Piaro, is that okay? Ryalma, of course, after all, we're benefiting a lot from you teaching us a new dish. Piaro, like this it was decided that I'll be cooking lunch. But what surprised me was that Kurana-san and Miyabi-san will apparently also be cooking alongside me. I thought I'd be teaching some servants, I said, to which they laughed and said this. From time to time, Mom would drill in Tommy how cooking is a woman's taste. So yeah, and besides it's not like I hate cooking or anything. And it's not cool for the daughter of a company that sells food to suck at cooking either. Miyabi, I'm looking forward to Ryalmahan's skill and that new dish of yours. Kurana, under the scrutiny of the two, I took the tools and ingredients that were prepared beforehand, and I began to cook. First comes grinding the rice and cooking it. Though to be honest, I've never really gotten the opportunity to do this with a kilt back in my previous life. To be eaten with the pork fried with ginger is tanjiro, so I need to make that too to serve as a complement for the main dish. Then comes the dashi, which I made from seaweed that's similar to kombu and small fish. And for garnish are onions, great burdocks, mushrooms, and other various vegetables on smashed boar meat. Ever since entering the towns, I've come to realize just how many vegetables being sold are similar to the ones in Earth, both in name and taste. It's highly possible that this too is a result of the otherworlders' influence. While making the tanjiro, Miyabi-san took charge of watching over the rice. And after I finished making the tanjiro, I got a pot from my item box and filled it with the excess dashi. Then I added soy sauce, mirin, and vinegar into it. When Kurana-san saw that, she walked over and asked me a question. Ryalmahan, what is that? Kurana, it's seasoning made from soy sauce, mirin, dashi, and vinegar. If you leave it for a few days, the sour taste will mellow out and it'll become quite delicious. And if you add the juice of lemon to it, it'll become even more delicious. It can be used as dressing for salads, as well as seasoning for meat or fish. Ryalma, ta think was something like that, Kurana, said Kurana-san as she looked into the pot. Not long after, though, she immediately went back to the tanjiro after a while. The tanjiro was almost ready, so I guess I should start working on the pork fried with ginger now. I cut the smashed boar's meat into thin slices and then fried it on a frying pan. During that time, I grated some jija and mixed it with an appropriate amount of soy sauce and mirin, mixing it into a sauce. Adding that to the fried pork, and after a little mixing, the fired pork with ginger was done. It's simple and easy to make, but it's definitely delicious. The pork fried with ginger can be made in many ways, like marinating it with the sauce instead of doing what I did, but this is the method I prefer the most. After all, fast and delicious is the way to go. Then for garnish, I cut some cabbage into thin strips and then cut a tomato with a strange size that's bigger than a cherry tomato but smaller than a normal one into 4 pieces. Good. Next is the rice, which should be finished around now. As I was about to go over to the rice, I noticed a man with black hair at the corner of my eyes. Pioro-san, since when have you been there? Ryalma, Pioro-san came out from the shadow of the kitchen's entrance. It was quite awkward. Atilda, well, the thing is, something delicious found its way to my nose, and before I knew it I found myself here. Piaro of course. I mean with the rice's scent and the pork fried with ginger being cooked, anyone's appetite would be whetted, right? Dad, that's bad manners, you know. If you wanna watch, then just go in. Miyabi, I gave a sidelong glance to the dad that was being rebuked by his own daughter and prepared the dishes for us four to eat. It's done. Ryalma, oh, really? Then let's eat already. Piaro the servants brought the food into the dining room and we took our seats. Please, enjoy the smash boar fried with Jija set meal. Ryalma, it really looks good. Itadakamasu, Miyabi-san as she nimbly used the chopsticks and quickly put the pork fried with ginger in her mouth. Then in the next moment her ears tensed and with her eyes wide open she said, delicious. This is really, really delicious. Miyabi, oh wow, it's true. I thought it'd be delicious watching you make it, but looks like the real thing's even more delicious. Kirana, this fried jija is also good, but what was this soup called? Tanjuru. Well, it's also delicious. And not only is it good, but since it has so much vegetables, it's also good for the body. If this kind of dish were to be widespread, then soy sauce and miso will definitely start to sell. Piaro looks like they like it. Well, I'm happy they're enjoying it. I know Piaro-san's also somewhat thinking from a merchant standpoint, but it looks like he's really enjoying it. I tasted the dish I made while I explained it to them. And after eating, Piaro-san announced that the pork fried with ginger that he likes so much will be added to the fine food store from evening onwards. And just as he had announced, the pork fried with ginger was there, recommended in one corner of the fine food store. He sure works fast. The next day, after having breakfast, I was about to go to my store when a carriage stopped in front of the Seiyunji firm. The things loaded on its roof rack are Carla-san, Ryalma A. boss. Carla, the one who responded to my voice, was Carla-san. Apparently because she had her back turned and was ordering other people, she wasn't able to notice me. So you've arrived. Well done, you must be tired from your journey. Ryalma, sorry for making you wait, boss. By the way, where's the store? Carla, it's that building over there that's separated by the road. Ryalma, I said, pointing to the store's location. In response, Carla-san gave orders to some people I don't know and made them go to the store. Those guys are probably new employees. Afterwards, I brought Carla-san, Calkins-san, and the others with me and dropped by Piaro-san's place to say hi. Finally, the store's getting started. 4 days after. It took us 2 days to settle the details regarding the store, and after reviewing the work to be done, we opened on the 3rd day. Interestingly enough, the work actually went smooth for a first day. But apparently, it's because they had given the new employees a crash course while traveling. This new store has 5 new employees. One is exclusively for cooking, and the other 4 are clerks and at the same time bouncers. These 4 are apparently C-rank adventurers. When I asked why they decided to join the store, they said it's because they've started to see their limits as adventurers. Moreover, when they happened to meet a magical beast outside, they even lost 2 of their friends. During that time, they just ran away and were only able to survive because of luck, and because their 2 friends who died frantically tried to get the magical beast's attention when they realized they wouldn't make it anymore. Having been able to survive, they ran to the guild, submitted information about that beast, and had it subjugated. And as luck would have it, there was a rank party in that town, allowing the quick subjugation of the magical beast. In order to settle their feelings, they went to take a look at the place where the killer of their friends had died. But then they found out at the guild there that it was apparently a B-rank magical beast. A magical beast that they couldn't fight against at all was only 1 rank above them. Moreover, it was easily hunted by a party of adventurers. After finding that out, they just gave up on becoming B-rank adventurers up. To begin with, even C-rank requests alone are already sufficient enough to make money. So they just did those while saving money. And at the same time, they looked for a workplace they could settle down with. It was then that they heard about my store. Although these guys can't fight B-rank monsters, their strength is more than enough for handling ruffians. So there shouldn't be any problem with them working as bouncers. Moreover, they also asked whether I was an adventurer or not. And then when they found out that I was, they told me of their experiences and warned me to prioritize my safety above all else. They're good people, so I'm sure they'll get along just fine with other employees. Incidentally, just a few days ago when the store had just opened, Ken-san and his group came over. There were barely any customers at the time, so taking the opportunity, I serviced them to get them as regular customers. I also explained to them how the store works and also introduced to them the employees. But somehow they ended up talking about the case a few days ago regarding the smash boars, and Ken-san's story tugged at the heartstrings of the 4 employees, leading to them talking about various things, and the 4 giving advice to Ken-san and his group. Actually, that talk about the employees being retired adventurers is something I only found out when I introduced them to Ken-san. In any case, with nothing left for me to do, I left the branch store in Renouf to Carla-san and went back to the town of Gimel. Right now, Pioro-san and Carla-san along with the others are sending me off at the gate. Ryoma, do your best, okay? Because from now on's a match of whoever can multiply his store the fastest. Pioro, please take care. Kirana, boss, please rest assured and leave all the work here to us. Robelia will learn how to manage a store as soon as possible, boss. Tony, don't worry and just leave things to us. Wasting money like what had happened before won't happen anymore, and I'll definitely show you a prospering store. Calkins, boss, please take care of your body. Carla, you too, take care of yourself, all right. Ryama, it's no good to push yourself too hard, you know. I don't know when we'll get to meet again, but don't die, okay? Miyabi, of course, I won't die just yet. Ryoma, after all, I still have my grandparents' inheritance, their research, the matter regarding the slimes, and my promise with Elia. Oh, speaking of which, Miyabi-san's going to the Imperial Capital's Academy in half a year, right? Then in that case she might meet up with Elia. Elia did say she didn't have friends, and Miyabi-san is going there to meet with nobles, so... Oh right, Miyabi-san. Ryoma, yeah. Miyabi, you'll be going to the academy at the Imperial Capital this year, right? Ryoma, yep, what about it? Miyabi, then in that case I have a request. Ryoma, what is it? If it's something I can do, then go ahead. Miyabi, there's a girl who will be enrolling this year named Elialia. If you could, please be good friends with her. She's a good kid and she's also a noble. And also please tell her, do your best, for me. Ryoma, well, we can't have such a nice kid get caught up with some no-good bunch now, can we? Miyabi, thank you very much. Miyabi-san, please do your best. Ryoma, of course. You do your best to, okay? Miyabi, I bowed my head to everyone who came to see me off, and I went on my way back to Gimyuru. Volume 3, Chapter 12 TL Note, reserved for edits. Volume 3, Chapter 12, 1 month since returning from Renouf. When I woke up, I went out to the storefront where the morning's brisk blue sky greeted me. It's been quite hot lately, so this is a nice change of pace. It's also that time of the year where adventurers who use ice magic make the most. So if ever you happen to drop by the guild, you'll spot quite a few excited adventurers. A good weather like today shouldn't be spent inside the mines. And since I've been doing nothing but treating those waterproof cloths since I came back from Renouf, I'll be taking the day off. With that, I dressed myself, and I went to the town. I thought of dropping by the store, but the door was closed. Then I remembered that starting from this month, the store will be having regular holidays. Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Like that, I walked aimlessly around the town, when all of the sudden a neighbor called out to me. Well, if it isn't Ryoma, what cha doing? Pauline-san, good morning. The store is closed for the day, so I've decided to spend the day walking around the town. After all, it'd be a waste to spend such a nice morning cooped up indoors. Ryoma, said I as I walked towards her, at which Pauline-san chuckled. Certainly, A weather like this shouldn't be wasted cooped up indoors. By the way, since you're free today, why don't you drop by my husband's store? He'll have some feed for your slimes. Pauline, thank you as always. Ryalma following Pauline-san, I received some blood, bones, and meat from Zeke-san. There ate quite a bit this time around, so I'm guessing it must be because of the hot weather. They've been a real huge help to me, so maybe I should give them a refrigerator as thanks. But on second thought, let's not. That so-called refrigerator stops being a refrigerator when I'm not around after all, so if I gave them one it'd just be a hassle for me. While I was thinking that, someone suddenly shouted in the store. Mom! Rick, I can hear you just fine without the shouting. Pauline, the owner of that voice, was Pauline-san's mischievous child, Rick. Oh, you were here, Ryalma. Rick, good morning, Rick. Ryalma, at least greet properly. Pauline-san poked Rick, and Rick rubbed the place he was poked. So what did you want? Pauline, oh right, Toles arrived, so I'll be going now. Rick, oh it's that time already. Pauline, him. Rick's going somewhere. Where's Rick headed to? Ryalma, you didn't know. Today's the cleaning day for the church. Rick, once every 2 months the children of this town have to clean the church and do some miscellaneous jobs. Pauline, we do it as thanks to God. Rick, so community service in other words. When I think of it like that, I'm somewhat impressed by Rick, but Pauline-san just smiled wryly and said this. Don't be fooled. My kid's not so benevolent as to do something with that in mind. He's just spouting some stuff he heard from somewhere. His real aim is the giveaway candy. Pauline. Rick looked the other way. That aside, are you going too, Ryalma? Pauline, well, I just heard of it today. Ryalma, should I join? I mean, I don't exactly have anything planned, so. Would it be okay if I went as well? Ryalma, I don't mind. Rick, then I'll go too. Ryalma, all right, come with me then, Rick, said Rick as he happily raised his right hand as he walked. After I said goodbye to Pauline-san, I went after Rick. Ryalma, you're slow. Rick, yes, I'm coming. Ryalma. Rick talks cheeky, but he still waited for me. He might actually unexpectedly become a good brother figure who's able to take care of others. Like this, I followed behind Rick and met up with Rinny and Toll in front of the church. Going in, the girl in nun clothing told us to go to the chapel by following the signs. Just as she said, there were signs inside the church here and there. And inside the chapel was a huge crowd of children and one woman who was in charge of them. There are around 60 children in total. They seem to have attended out of their own will, but I wonder whether if this is supposed to be many or few for this town. In any case, we'll have to sit and wait till the sweeping starts. So I sat with Toll and the others in the chapel, when suddenly light appeared before my eyes. Light. Where am I? Ryalma, that's strange. Even though I didn't pray, the light leading to the divine realm still came. And what's more is that this isn't the usual empty white room. This is a library, right? Ryalma. Surrounding me were numerous wooden bookshelves full of books, but the bookshelves stood not only on the ground but also in the air. I had thought it to be only a normal library at first, but now that I've taken a better look, I suppose it's not. Oh, so it worked. Looking for the unfamiliar voice, I looked up, and there a thin young man was floating downwards to where I stood. Well, I should greet him first before anything else. A pleasure to meet you. I am, Ryalma, I've heard of you. You are the new Otherworlder, correct? Rumors of the Otherworlder being quite interesting have been going around, you see. Someone, he knows that I'm an Otherworlder. As expected, he is a god. I am the god of magic, Furnovir, and this space here is mine. It would appear that you are quite surprised at how different this world is compared to the time you met with the other gods. However, you do not need to be alert. It is the same divine realm you are used to. When time passes, you will return. Until then, why don't we enjoy ourselves? Furnovir, thank you very much. Ryalma. So this is the god of magic, Furnovir. According to Tekun, opportunities of meeting with this god is extremely rare. Don't mention it. Something to this effect is only a matter of fact. I've heard of the 4 gods you've met before calling the soul and consciousness of the living to this realm, and so I thought to take the opportunity to try it out myself. Naturally, I wouldn't do something crude such as being impolite to someone I called out on my whim. From our conversation, I found out that he was in the middle of investigating why I'm able to come here, and by chance, I happened to be at the church, so he decided to take the opportunity and called me. In other words, an experiment. I'd be quite pleased if you'd answer some of my questions, do you mind? Furnovier, I don't really have any reason to refuse. Or rather, since I can't refuse, I just replied by listening. The questions of the magic god started out from my lifestyle, both in my previous world and in this world, to silly questions such as my favorite food, to questions such as what I thought when I was first called here to the divine realm, and my opinions on matters regarding things such as slavery and war. All sorts. For a while now I've just been listening, but I can't seem to find a pattern to his questions. Until finally the last question came. Thank you for your cooperation. It's the last question, but what do you think of this world? What I think. Since the questions are so vague, I'm not really sure how to answer, but I think it's a good world. Of course, I haven't gone around the world and my information on it is also scarce. However, the people I've met so far have mostly been good people, and I've even made friends. Magic and slimes are also interesting, and my life's been prospering, so I don't have any complaints. With all that in mind, I think it was a good thing that I came to this world. I see, I understand now. Furnovier, did I speak out just now? Ralma, you didn't, I just read your mind. Furnovier read my mind. I didn't realize it at all, sorry about that. I wanted to be on the safe side, so I read your mind. Furnovier, safe side. Ralma, unfortunately, not all of the otherworlders were like you. Furnovier, apparently, there are those among otherworlders who drowned in the power they've been given and committed all sorts of heinous acts. There were also those who, despite not having any malicious intent, ended up using their powers incorrectly and caused many tragedies. So it seems he's observing me. Well, I can understand where he's coming from. It really is dangerous after all to carelessly go on a rampage after having been given cheats. Exactly. As much as possible, I don't want to bring people with dangerous thoughts into this world. The same goes for people who lose themselves to their power. Moreover, we can't really interfere with the otherworlders normally. The most we can do is have them stop with an oracle and try to persuade them to make up for their sins. We can interfere in situations where the world's about to be destroyed, but those kind of situations are rare. Besides, it's already too late once the situation turns that grim anyway. I'm glad that you understand. Furnovier, he read my mind again. After Furnovier explained to me while slightly complaining, he seemed to calm down. From now on, I'll be doing a lot of things, but I'll take care not to drown in power. My apologies for not being able to say outright that I'll absolutely not do so, though. Ralma, I can't trust someone who says something like absolutely so carelessly. It's more than enough for you to think of keeping my advice to the best of your abilities. Furnovier, thank you very much. I'll continue to do my best from now on. Ralma, after hearing those words, the usual light began to shine. Looks like the time's come. I'll give you one last advice. There is an abnormality awakening in your body, but it's not really something that rare. It's limited to otherworlders from Earth, but more or less there is an inclination similar to yours. Furnovier, by abnormality, he's referring to how I went into this realm and went off with a divine tool, right? Is that true? Ralma, I haven't identified the cause, but there are also people in the past who were able to do things that should normally be impossible. It just so happens that you happen to have a similar inclination for some reason. It's precisely because Gain and the others have a precedent that we know there's nothing wrong with your body or your mind. There were also other people who had that inclination, but there weren't anyone who suddenly died or went mad. Furnovier, come to think of it, Q4 mentioned of a saint dying and removing all diseases from this world. That's definitely not something that a person should normally be able to do. I haven't really been minding it, but I wonder if I was actually concerned, since I'm actually quite relieved now that I've heard of these words that were spoken just now. Thank you for telling me that. Ryalma, at the same time I gave my thanks, the light wrapped around me, and I was brought back to the chapel. I wonder if my voice reached him. I don't know the timing for leaving, so I'm quite anxious. What I was thinking might have come out on my face since Toll and the others told me. You're making a strange face, you know. Is something the matter? To be honest, I completely forgot about these three. After that, I tricked the three, and after waiting for a while, the woman who was in charge of the kids thanked me along with the rest of the kids for participating. Looks like there's no debut for my magic and scavenger guys here. It'd be faster if I used those guys, but the kids are doing their best to clean up, so I can't just bring out the slimes just because they're more efficient. So I just brought out the normal tools and swept like a normal person along with everyone else. The sweeping took until afternoon. After we cleaned the church, we had sandwich for lunch. After that was time for the candies that Rick was looking forward to. We were given a pouch with a ribbon tied to it. Inside were 4 pieces of cookie. All the kids ate here, so I tried eating it too. The baked sweet smelled good and had just the right sweetness. It also had the strong fruit smell of something like jam added onto it. It was delicious. After we finished eating the sandwich and the cookies, all the kids formed groups and started playing in the garden. At the same time, there are those who seem to be looking at the entrance of the church, waiting for something. I get the kids who are playing, but what about the kids who are waiting for something? So I tried asking Rick and the others what they were doing. What are you guys doing? Ryalma, we're waiting for Uncle. Rick, the one who answered first was Rick. But that answer only told me that you're waiting for someone. After sweeping, there's an uncle who comes every time. That uncle teaches us swordsmanship and how to fight. Toll, how to fight? Ryalma, hearing Toll's explanation. Apparently there's a former adventurer who drops by after the kids finish sweeping. That person doesn't just donate to the church, but also hopes for the orphans who live in the church to be independent when they grow up and have to leave. So he teaches them how to fight free of charge. In other words, a volunteer. And because it's possible to learn how to fight for free, there are also kids who admire warriors who join the sweeping on the day of the church's cleaning. Even if you say it's practice, taking into consideration the age, it's not at a level where it can be considered much. At least looking at from mine or any adventurer's perspective, but that can't be helped. I get Rick, but why do you two want to train? Ryalma, Rick's a naughty boy, so it doesn't feel weird when he wants to join the training. But as for Toll, well, he doesn't strike me as that sort of person. Is it just because he's a young boy that he admires adventurers? It's not bad for girls to fight too, you know. I might get involved with some strange guy in the future, and I need to look after Rick too. Renee, as for me, my mom told me to train my body a bit. I never intended to slacken that much though. Toll, it's because your personality's so girly. If you train, then you can become manlier. Rick, why yeah, Toll, I see, or rather Toll, aren't you just being pushed around? As I thought that, the surrounding children grew noisy. He's here. Kids, uncle, kids, the scary uncle came. Kids, hearing that, I looked towards the entrance. And just as they'd mentioned, a man with a scary face was there, heading over here. Oi, who said my face is scary? That was uncalled for. Scary uncle, shouted the man as he walked over our direction. It was the guild master of the adventurer guild, Wogan. Apparently by uncle they meant Wogan-san. The surrounding children seemed to have already gotten used to Wogan, and they didn't flinch at Wogan's loud voice. Rather, there were even some kids who clung to him. While he was wrapped up with children like those, our eyes suddenly met. Oh, Ryalma, what are you doing here, Wogan? The store's closed today, so I thought I'd walk around the town to spend the day, but then I heard about the church's cleaning day, so I figured I'd participate. I thought an opportunity like this where I could be a part of the community and mingle with the others was a good thing. Ryalma, well, that's certainly a good thing, oh right. Since there's still some time, how about you go and help me for a bit? Wogan, help. Ryalma, yeah, come on, lend me your ear for a bit. Wogan, after a while, I found out that he apparently wants me to help out with the training. In the open area where children are gathered and separated according to ranking as they practice their foundations, I took out from my dimension home 20 scavenger slimes. Good, today we'll do something more practical for your training. Ryalma, Wogan, right. Ryalma, everyone. Today you'll have these slimes as your opponents. Wogan, the wounds will be treated with healing magic, so please don't hesitate and go all out. Ryalma, I think the ones who will be injured are the kids, though. After all, I've been training the slimes until now, and they've also learned the taijutsu and physical attack resist skills. Plus their opponents are just using wooden swords, with a child's strength to boot too. Yep, the slimes probably won't get hurt at all. In any case, I had the slimes focus on dodging and ordered them to only use their body slam for their attack, so the children should be safe. Body slams will only be able to trip people over at most after all. Ryalma, is it okay? As Rick asked that, I replied with a no problem. At which Rick expressed that he wants to go first. That wasn't a problem, so Wogan let him. Rick wielded the wooden sword that children used. But his eyes were a lot more serious compared to the other children. The scavenger slime didn't attack and instead waited for Rick to attack first. Rick looked on at the unmoving scavenger slime and ascertained his aim. And then he swung his sword downwards. But because he's mostly only studied the form, his swing was wide open and he had plenty of openings. But above all else, he was slow. He's a kid though, so I guess it can't be helped. And as expected, the scavenger slime was able to dodge it. Frustrated, Rick continued to attack at the slime. And in his frustration, his form gradually fell apart until he completely forgot it and started just swinging his sword wildly. That went on for a while until Rick started tire. And when he brought his sword up, the slime took that opportunity and rammed its body into him perfectly. He's not hurt, but because he was lightly pushed away, Rick fell on his tushy. That's enough. Rick, your body's still too small and you also haven't done proper training yet, so it can't be helped that you lost. But you shouldn't let the blood go to your head just because your sword missed. Just now, except for the first one, everything was a mess and you were full of openings. Next time, you should focus on making each movement as clean as possible. Wogan. Rick looked frustrated, but he nodded his head and went back to the observing children. After that, everyone took turns fighting the slime and received Wogan's guidance. After that, Wogan divided the area and had them all battle with the slimes simultaneously. During that time, I took charge of healing with my healing magic, while Wogan-san patrolled and taught the children individually. When it was almost dusk, the training ended. After we sent the children off, Wogan-san and I were finally able to rest. Good work today. Ryalma, yeah, you too. Thanks for your help. Wogan, same here actually. I took the day off, but I didn't really know what to do, so this turn of events was quite convenient. Also, regarding that matter, I'll leave it to you. Ryalma, information about the magical beast, right? No problem, leave it to me. Wogan, as compensation for my participation in today's training, I will be receiving information on various magical beasts in the future. I want to gather as much information as I can on the magical beasts in the great forest of Shurus before going. And also, although I've already become D rank, I want to become C rank first before going, since that way I'll have an easier time entering the forest. It's payment for your service today, so I can have it ready by tomorrow. The information will depend on the subjugation request's contents though. Still, don't push yourself, okay? Though since it's you, I think you'll do just fine and come back safely, but still, you shouldn't let your guard down. Also, if you don't mind, come help me train the kids again. Your slimes make for really good training partners after all. Accepting the training missions for new guild recruits from the adventurer guilds also fine. Wogan, I'll have to refrain, I'm bad at holding back. Ryalma, that's so. Wogan, yes. When I started training the slimes at first I ended up killing quite a few of them too. Ryalma, oi, isn't that because you were fighting with slimes? Wogan, Ryalma, slimes can be defeated even by kids as long as they have a weapon, you know. If you can hold back enough not to kill that, then that's more than enough for a human. Or rather, if you hold back that much, then it won't be training. Besides, haven't you been capturing the people attacking you all this time? Wogan. Ryalma, now that he mentions it. You realized it just now. Wogan, yes. Ryalma, looks like after training with the slimes I've actually ended up being able to hold back without realizing it. I wonder why I haven't noticed it until now. Maybe it's because I've hurt others before. While we were talking, the nun brought us some drinks as thanks, and I gratefully accepted it. By the way, the woman who made my status boards apparently named Riera, and the young girl named Belle apparently. Also, this church is apparently being managed by only these two. When I asked her if they didn't lack manpower, she said although it's not easy, she's being helped out by the orphans and the people in the town, so there's no problem. Moreover, she also asked me some questions. They wanted to raise some slimes in the church, so she wanted to know whether learning slave magic's difficult or not, whether it's hard to raise slimes or not, and a bunch of other questions relating to slimes. I started off by answering her questions one at a time until I finally couldn't take it and just asked outright, "Why do you want to raise slimes?" Because after today, I've come to realize just how cute slimes are. Belle, and if I can safely secure them by slave magic, then it'll also be good as education for the kids. Riera, is that all right? To use slimes as education. Back in my previous world, the most we had were rabbits. Or rather, this world actually had the custom of using animals as a form of education. For the meantime, it's not like she's already decided and they just mentioned that they might do so later. While we were talking, it became dark. Now, I should go back and have supper at home, drink some, and then sleep. Then tomorrow, I'll do my best again. Volume 3, Chapter 13 TL Note. For those of you who don't know, you can follow me at NeoTranslations on Twitter or visit the non-mobile version of this site to see the chat and check if the chapter's going to be late. Also, chapters get released once a week, usually Sunday for this one. With that in mind, I'm not late at all, am I? The goblins were technically late though, haha. Anyways, here's your chapter, guys, enjoy. Author's note: this time I'm writing from the perspective of the protagonist's employee. Volume 3, Chapter 13, Waking Up on Her Assigned Bed. Fina, wake up. Jean, Jean, Fina, good grief. Even though you're fine normally, why are you so bad at waking up? Jean, no good, I want to sleep again. Normally, it's no good to go back to sleep, but it's our off today, so. Have you already forgotten that everyone's going out to town today? Jean, oh right. Fina, from this month onwards, everyone will get a day off together once a week. So we decided to go out to town to play. I'll get dressed immediately, wait for me. Fina, I hurriedly dressed myself and went towards the employees' dorm lobby. There Maria and Jean, two girls who left the same village I did for money, and our dormmate Li Lingsan were waiting. I'm ready, sorry I'm late. Fina, morning. Tilda Maria, don't mind it. Li Ling, it's the same as always anyway. Jean, I wanted to say something back, but it's true, so I can't deny it. Sigh, why am I so bad at waking up? Then let's go. Jean, as Jean said that, she took the lead and we went out to town. Li Lingsan and Maria comforted me as we followed. I started feeling better when we got out, and the four of us enjoyed ourselves in town. For breakfast we bought food from the stalls selling to the bachelor laborers. That store's main customers were manual laborers, so the serving was a little more than a meal for both me and Maria. After eating, we went shopping for our daily necessities until noon, at which we looked around for clothes. Who would have thought that we'd be able to live like this after leaving our homes? We're truly fortunate. Everyone who left said so, so I thought we'd end up working from morning until late in the evening every day and still end up without enough money. Jean and Maria's probably thought of the same thing, but what actually happened is completely different. We were given individual rooms, Selmasan makes us delicious food, and our salaries high. Even after doubling the money I send back home and despite eating out once a week and shopping, I still have enough left over to save. From time to time, Maria has a tendency to be distracted, and once upon a time she fell over and got hurt. But she was healed with healing magic. And according to Li Lingsan, even Fei San's broken leg was healed. But what's more is that in both of these cases, they were healed free of charge. Healing magic's normally not something used that freely. But in our store, we can receive that free of charge anytime. Ever since trouble's been around the store, the boss left the heal slime there permanently to help us. In the past, the boss himself was the one managing. But when Robelia-san and the others were around, they were the ones managing. And after Robelia-san's group left to manage the new branch store, Maria's been left in charge of the heal slimes. Robelia-san said that it's an important slime, so I wonder if it was really okay to hand it over that easily. Still, it's certainly assuring to know that healing magic can be used anytime. The place I work at is really good. When my parents sent me a letter asking and worrying about my workplace and my boss, I wrote them back not to worry. Fina, what are you dazing off for? Are you sleeping again? Jean, sheesh, I'm plenty awake. How long are you going to keep pestering me about that? Fina, for the meantime, let's go to that store. Jean, by that store, we mean the coffee shop that's recently been popular here in Gimyuru. Their confections are relatively cheap, but more than anything, they're delicious. Maria and Jean wanted to go as soon as they heard the rumors, but we decided to go after shopping instead. We took the seats by the window, and a female employee came to get our orders. During that time, Jean asked me, "So, what were you thinking about a while ago?" Jean, nothing in particular, just how lucky we are is all. Fina, oh, so it's that. But yeah, a normally definitely wouldn't let us live this luxuriously. Jean, we get to send lots of cash back home, tilde. We get to rest, tilde. What a great place to work at, tilde. Maria. Come to think of it, you three came from the same village, huh? Lai Ling. That's right, tilde. Maria. But with no strong magical beasts, no special products, and a land that's not particularly healthy. It's just a poor village. Fina, since you're working away for your families, are you guys planning to leave this work eventually? Lai Ling, it's true that there are those who work away from home and eventually come back, but we have no plans of doing so. As long as the boss is fine with it, then we'll work forever, tilde. Maria. This job allows us to send more money than anything else, and more than anything, we don't know if we'll be hired again after retiring once. Fina, after all, if the boss opens up recruitment, then from the looks of things there'll be a flood of applicants. Speaking of which, how about you and Fei San? I heard you were peddlers in the past, but Jean, our country's very dangerous. Me and my dad, we don't plan on going back. Ai Ling, what kind of country's Gilmer anyway? It's big but really far, so its name's about all I know about it. While living in the village, I thought it'd be a good idea to familiarize myself with the name of this country and the surrounding towns, so unfortunately, I couldn't get time to gather more information regarding the farther countries. And from the looks of things, just like me, Maria and Jean also couldn't understand. I mean, I get that it's dangerous, but exactly how is it dangerous? Realizing that, Li Lingsan explained. For a long time now, Gilman's been at war, not with other countries but inside. The different nobles inside have been warring on endlessly. Apparently it's a scramble for the founder king's equipment. When the king died, the nobles immediately fought each other in hopes to gain it. Lai Ling. A war to steal a weapon. Jean, not just a weapon, but also an armor and a helmet. Apparently, all of the king's equipment have an amazing power concealed within it. And once one gathers all of those, then that person will receive power and become the strongest, gaining the right to rule the country, or so the story goes. But that story should be fake. Lai Ling. Even until now, Jean, right now they're fighting for vengeance. After one succeeds, the other will start fighting for vengeance. Like this, the cycle just repeats itself. And it's because of this that the country's a mess and there are plenty of bandits. I don't have any relatives left in Gilmer, so I plan to live in this peaceful country. Lai Ling. Then, let's do our best from now on together, Maria. I look forward to working with you as well. Fina, as I was saying, that the tea and sweets came. Sorry for making you wait. Here are your black tea and seasonal fruits pie. Waitress Jean's and Maria's eyes sparkled when they saw the pie the waitress brought with her. It's here, it's here. I've wanted to eat this. Jean Itadaka Matilda Sue. Maria following after the two, I and Li Lingsan eat as well. And as soon as that pie entered my mouth, the indescribable sweetness and freshness of various fruits mixing spread inside my mouth. Delicious. Yep, just as rumored, this is good. Jean, I'm in bliss. Tilda, Maria, Jean and Maria praised the food, and Li Lingsan agreed with them. After that, we continued to talk over tea and pie. And after finishing the conversation on clothes, Jean suddenly cut in. By the way, what do you guys think of our boss? Jean, what's this all of the sudden? Tilda, Maria. A letter came from the village, right? Jean, true, a letter did come. A letter from our worrying parents arrived just a few days ago. In my letter, various things like, are your senior employees and boss treating you badly? Are they harassing you? You know, various things pressing for my relationships in work. Jean, well, those kind of bosses do exist, so I guess it's only normal for even Jean's parents to be worried. My letter's also nonchalantly asking about those things. Of course, I wrote back that it's a good store and that there are no men trying to use their position to woo me. But as for the boss, I don't really know much. Tilda, Maria. Really? Jean, well, yeah, after all, I barely anything about him aside from being a good kid. All I know is that he has a lot of slimes and that he lives in the mine inside a house he built. Maria, now that she mentions it, that's certainly the case. Whenever we talk to the boss, it's mostly about the store's equipment, the customer's reception, and the salary of the employees. We barely talk of anything outside that. And so, we all started to think for a bit after that. But in the end, we could only come up with, he's a good kid. And we ended the conversation there. I should get to know the boss better little by little. Li Lingsan and I don't plan on encroaching too much, but Jean and Maria look way too eager about this. I should probably take care not to be a bother. As I was thinking that, we finished the tea and the sweets. Without noticing it, we've overstayed at the store, so we left. After that, we walked around the town for a bit, then we went back to the dorm. My wallet got a bit lighter today, but something like this is no problem. Once I save up a bit, I'll go with the others to that store again. Volume 3, Chapter 14 TL Note. The chemist referred to in this chapter is the chemist, Chinese letter from Final Fantasy V. It's a pretty specific term. If you're curious, then here's a link. Click here for link. Volume 3, Chapter 14. 3 months later. Half a year since parting with the Duke and his family. It's been so peaceful lately. Tilda. The ruffians have mostly stopped attacking. Most likely, it's because more and more of their employers are being arrested. Without anyone to hire them, the ruffians won't have a reason to come. Speaking of which, some of the arrested employers happen to be merchants. Apparently, because I'm a newcomer, some of them wanted to destroy my store to threaten me and get me to join them so as to gain the secret behind my business. But because of that, the Merchant Guild found a reason to investigate their stores. As it turns out, they've apparently done the same thing to many other stores. Moreover, there are those amongst them who apparently have a connection with the Dark Guild. That news really shook Gimuru, and even caused unrest for some time. You might not think so, but several companies actually ended up being closed. So now, the guild started to investigate even the branches and the main stores in the other towns. This case has really turned into a big one. Fortunately, though, the merchant guild covered for the affected stores and the people who have contracted with them, preventing anything too big from occurring. To give an example, amongst those who have sent a thug to my store is the owner of a pharmacy who wanted to know how I made my deodorizing liquid. That store owner seems to have been getting his medicine from an exclusively contracted chemist. But because of the recent case, that store owner's been arrested and his store closed, causing the chemists to be unable to conduct their wholesaling business. And now they're jobless. But the guild master gave them some appropriate positions such as the ones in a wholesale store, and like that they managed to find a new job. Amongst those workplaces that the guild provided is Serge San's Morgan firm. After all, Serge San's store also sells medicine, so they had some room to hire some new employees. Incidentally, the Morgan firm was mixed up in the confusion of this case's uproar, and the firm managed to take the customers of the now closed store, greatly increasing their profits. After all, one of the stores that were closed were one of the rival stores of the Morgan firm. The guild master said so herself, so there's definitely no mistaking it. Going back to the main topic, there hasn't been any problems lately, but in exchange, the number of cleaning stores that have opened recently in an attempt to imitate me has increased. Unfortunately for them, though, their rate of mixing up the laundry and tearing it up is quite high. They're not able to wash away the dirt from the laundry that well either, so in the end they couldn't get a lot of customers. And even when the stores do manage to do a good job because they're using human employees, they are unable to keep up with the salary, resulting in them barely making any profits. As a result, the branches tend to close quite frequently. But that's not my store's fault, so no problems came out of it. The disturbances in the store have mostly stopped in this regard, but in a place I don't know, I've apparently begun to stir new trouble. This is actually something I heard about since coming back from Renouf, but apparently Matthew stormed the Merchant Guild and demanded that the Tamer Guild be responsible for my store. At the start, Matthew wasn't shouting or yelling, but because the guild master told him to cut his explanation short, he got mad at the guild master, and the few words he yelled was condensed. Matthew's few words were hard to understand, so when he asked for a detailed explanation from the guild master, he was only given the main points. There are other merchants like me in the merchant guild who use slave magic. Such people often transport goods by land or peddle to dangerous places. People like those and myself are somewhat in between being a slave magic user and a merchant, but because we're doing business, we should still be under the jurisdiction of the merchant guild. And normally, the Tamer Guild shouldn't try to interject in such cases. But of course there are exceptions, such as when the slave magic user's slave monsters go out of control or on a rampage. It's dangerous when magical beasts aren't handled properly, so disciplinary actions in regards to second-hand offenses and recurring problems need to be handled swiftly, but those cases are rare. Moreover, those cases are limited to when slave magic users are the cause of the problem, or when the merchant guild itself is the one who requested the Tamer Guild's help. But then in that case, I haven't even caused any problems once, and I haven't failed any jobs from the Tamer Guild either. Although to begin with, I haven't actually taken any jobs from the Tamer Guild. With no scandals to use, Matthew tried to force the issue by using my young age and my supposedly half-baked knowledge regarding slave magic, since it was only learned from my grandmother, as a reason to get me under the jurisdiction of the Tamer Guild. At the same time, He pestered the guild master with some shameless lie about how they need to take the future of young slave magic users into consideration or something. It's imperative that talented, young slave magic users receive appropriate guidance. Matthew, regardless how excellent a child is, there are bound to be problems with his management of magical beasts, and that's precisely why our tamer guild should guide them. Matthew, or something like that. Of course, the guild master just rejected that, but Matthew wouldn't give up, and he tried everything he could to try to butter up to the guild master as he proposed the same thing over and over. Doesn't this mean that Matthew's somehow involved with the disturbances? Is what I thought. But then it doesn't seem to make sense for him to talk directly to the guild master like this. Moreover, I don't really have any evidence that he employed the ruffians, but it is true that he's been somewhat troublesome. Still though, why is he being this direct? Doesn't he know that the guild master is my ally, or is he really unrelated to the ruffians? No matter how much I thought about it, I just couldn't seem to grasp what Matthew was thinking, so I figured I'd just leave this to the guild master. The guild master said that as long as she kept rejecting the requests, eventually Matthew will give up. But when she said that, a terrifying smile surfaced on her face. Most likely, since Matthew's charade isn't hurting her in any way, she plans to stay like this until he makes his move. But then at that time she'll be dealing with him thoroughly. In any case, because of that, I don't have any problems right now, and I've been spending my days training and completing some adventurer requests. There might be a storm brewing in a place I don't know of, but from where I am, everything's peaceful and not a hint of typhoon can be seen. But then all of the sudden, on such a fine day like that, I was suddenly called by the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Wogan-san, and was brought to his office. Ryoma, it looks like you've been doing well lately. There was a time when I thought you just work as a merchant, but it seems that's not the case. Wogan, it just ended up becoming bigger than expected, so I just couldn't get my hands off of it. Being the owner, I can't really just leave problems lying around. Ryoma, well, that's true. Once you take a position that has authority over others, it doesn't matter whether you're suited for it or not. You have to take responsibility. Going to the main point, though, are you free a week from now for 2 weeks? Wogan, I don't have anything planned in particular. I've already stocked up on the cloth treatments too. Yeah, I'm free. Ryoma, I see. Then in that case I have a request. It's only a harvesting request, but because of the amount, space magic will be necessary. So can you take on the request as a transporter? The magical beasts you want to fight so much will also be appearing in the gathering points, so anyway, I'll give a more detailed explanation tomorrow after I gather people, so come tomorrow afternoon to the guild. If you feel like participating after hearing the details, then I'll register your name. Wogan, I understand, I'll definitely come. By the way, what's the monster that's going to appear in that request? Ryoma, Treant. Wogan, a Treant is a plant-type magical beast that looks like a tree. They like to hide themselves amongst the trees and prey on people and other magical beasts. There should be a lot of them living in the great forest of Shurus. There's a constant threat of surprise attacks from these magical beasts, so they're considered to be very dangerous. I understand. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon then. Ryoma, yeah, take care. I left the guild and went to the abandoned mine, and then sometime after passing the northern gate, I opened my dimension home and took out my iron slimes and my metal slimes. I've been running with these guys lately whenever I went back home or left the house. At first, I thought these two's weakness was their slow mobility, but after some time had passed since taming them, their movements have gotten smoother to the point that there are now way more opportunities when I can take them along with me. I'm honestly quite surprised about that. As for the impetus that changed them, well, at first I just had them try to change their body through training, but then they would just fall down from the slope of the mines all the time. But then, I suddenly realized something. In those days, They weren't as flexible as the other slimes and were limited in their transformations, but it was still possible to make slight changes. At the same time, their bodies were also harder than the other slimes who were soft all over. Using those features of theirs that made them quite different from the others, I concocted a plan to make them more mobile. With my new idea in mind, I ordered them to change their bodies into a ball. It's not really that much different from their original bodies, so they succeeded without a hitch, and the two of them turned into two balls that were slightly smaller than normal. Using this shape, the two slimes were able to move at a speed faster than the other slimes by relying on the slope. This was the beginning of their growth. After that, 1 week of rolling down and crawling back up the hill passed. Then a change began to occur. Previously, the two slimes could only roll on the slope, but now for some reason, the slimes have become able to roll even on level surfaces. When I investigated it a bit, the secret was apparently in their nucleus. Transforming is hard, that's a given, but moving the nucleus inside the body isn't. So with that in mind, the slimes apparently started transforming into a ball, and then while still in that form, they would move the nucleus inside their body to shift their center of gravity, which would then allow them to move even on level surfaces. After that, a few weeks passed again. When they started out, they could only roll slowly, but gradually they've started to transform a part of their body to kick the ground to accelerate themselves. Because of that, they've become able to move at a similar speed on level ground as they do on downward slopes. It was then that they successfully learned the high-speed movement skill. Later, they became even more used to transforming a part of their body to accelerate that they've started to do those small transformations nearly instantly. Turning a part of their body into tentacles is a given, but whenever I see them move, I couldn't help but be reminded of the tires of the bicycles back in my previous world. Seeing that uncanny resemblance, I thought of having them transform into tires. At first, they couldn't quite get their balance down properly, and they kept falling. But after a bit of training, they've started to slowly change from that ball form to a fat tire with a small diameter. And then that fat tire gradually turned into a thinner one with a bigger diameter, until eventually they succeeded into a tire that looks just like the bicycles back in my previous world. Because of this, the two slimes' speed became even faster. The tire form can go fast on straight lines, but unfortunately it's quite difficult for it to move on sharp curves and tight turns. The ball form can't go as fast as the tire form, but they can do sudden stops from max speed, allowing them to easily change direction, thereby making turns easy. So the slimes are normally in ball form, but when they need the extra speed, they can transform to tire form to go faster. Also, after I fed those two slimes iron and aluminum in large amounts and made them split, I got a big metal slime and a big iron slime. I was wondering whether they could become a bicycle or not, but apparently it doesn't work. No matter how many times I tried making a part to ride on, their center of gravity just kept breaking, and they couldn't move at all using the nucleus trick. I thought of making something like a chain to pedal with, but unfortunately that didn't work either. As a unicycle it's possible, but it's too slow, so there's no meaning to it. There's no way to tell when a magical beast might come when one is outside the town, so in that regard, the safeness of the unicycle is an out. With that, I postponed the idea. Oh, and by the way, the big metal slime and the big iron slime both require around 100 slimes to transform, but because I fed them too much, I now have 200 of them. As I thought those things, I ran. When we got closer to the abandoned mine, I called out to the slimes. Actually, I don't really need to, but I feel like it, so yeah. Just a little bit more. This is the last one. Ryalma, at those words, the slimes transformed into tire form and accelerated. In order not to lose, I also sprinted. Not long after, we arrived at my house by the entrance of the mine. I opened my dimension home and I let loose the slimes, letting them do as they please. Recently, this has been our routine. Recently, these guys have started developing an individuality. Lately, whenever I let the slimes out, most of them have been performing self-practice. Most of them would practice with their staffs or their spears, while the metal and iron slimes would mostly practice running around the mine. They tend to run a bit too fast, so there were some accidents in the past. So in order to keep that from happening, I created a racetrack for them. The accidents happened because they sped up too much, and since their bodies were hard, they ended up flying. In other words, they didn't have much grip. It's only a given they'd get into an accident, though, after all. They ran like the tires of those four-wheel drive cars that go off-road in television back in my previous world. Jumping about, bumping into the mountain, and falling off a cliff. If it wasn't for their hardness and physical attack resist skills, they would have already died long ago. Recently, those slimes have also started to moderately soften their skin, allowing them to absorb the shocks better. Also, from the looks of things, they've properly learned to grip the surface, and the instances of jumping about has become very rare. The ground of the racetrack is also pavement, so there's really been little to no accidents lately. But still, aren't these guys growing up too fast? It's not a bad thing, but lately I've been getting surprised so many times, it's starting to be a little troublesome. If I try to relax and focus on my research, I'll end up forgetting about the other things, so I have to be careful. Incidentally, there's something I don't understand. Lately, there have been slimes that do nothing but jump in circles non-stop in the same place. Are they bunny hopping? That aside, lately I've also been training the magic of the earth slimes and the dark slime. The other slimes can grow as long as I give them their training menu, but I enjoy studying with these slimes that can use elemental magic. The number of slimes that can use elemental magic has also increased compared to before. Since the slimes managed to evolve into earth slimes and dark slimes, then I figured that they should also be able to turn into slimes of other elements. The result is that I got the wind slime and the light slime, but then a question came up. Why is it that the slimes I catch generally favor earth element and dark element magic power the most? The slimes I caught number 10. The number of slimes that like the wind element is only 1. I couldn't find any slimes who liked the elements: fire, water, ice, lighting, wood, poison, light, or space magic. And no matter how much I fed the slimes that liked neutral magic power, they wouldn't evolve. The wind slime evolved within 3 days, but the light slime who didn't like the light element took 3 months to evolve. The remaining 8 slimes haven't evolved yet. But as expected, it's best to feed them their preferred magic power, as that's the fastest way for them to evolve. Also, although the wind slime and the light slime have different elements from the dark slimes and earth slime, their statuses are mostly the same. Wind slime skills. Wind magic LV2, wind attribute resistance, LV8 wind magic absorption, LV1 jump LV1, digestion LV3 absorption LV3 split LV1 light slime skills, light magic LV2 light attribute resistance, LV8 light magic absorption, LV1 jump LV1 digestion LV3 absorption LV3 split LV1. When this magic absorption is hit with an attack magic, then provided it's the same element as itself, its magic power will be sucked, and the force of the attack will weaken. It seems to be a skill used to nourish oneself. With this skill along with the resistance skill, the damage received from the same element will be mostly negated. Also, the magic the wind slime can use are breeze and wind cutter. The light slime can use light, which lights up the surrounding area, and the low-level light element attack magic, light ball. Its abilities seem to have an effect on skeleton and other undead class-type monsters, but there are no other effects aside from that. Right now, I'm receiving some lighting from it inside the mine. Overall, it's an undead specialist slime. Well then, it's time for training. As I began the day's training, I thought to myself, should I keep the training light in preparation for tomorrow? Volume 3, Chapter 15 TL Note. Sorry for the delays, here's the chapter for last Sunday. Yes, that means there'll still be a chapter for this Sunday. Volume 3, Chapter 15. The next day, as promised, I went to the guild. There, I saw Miyasan in the room I was brought to. I spent the time idly chatting with her as we waited for the others, at which Waranasan's group, Rapin-san and Asaga-san came one after another. The last one to arrive was Wogan-san. At his arrival, he immediately began to explain the details of the request. With Wogan's explanation finished, I found out that the request is about securing lumber by hunting treants and carrying them back home. Our goal, at the very minimum, is to have at least around 300 treants. But of course, if there's more, then the reward will also increase. I don't know exactly how much 300 treants will end up being, but I do know that will be an amazing amount. And that's most likely the reason why they called someone like me who can use space magic. I don't have any problems with it in particular, so I decided to participate. The others did too from the looks of things. But then, after everyone finished accepting the request, Waranasan asked, considering how much treant wood we're gathering, is there something going on? Warana, yeah. You know about the population decline of this town, right? Wogan, well, yeah. After all, one of the mines did get abandoned. It might have only been one mine, but there are still quite a few guys who lost their job. Warana, right, and that's the reason why. The thing is, although this story's old news by now, a section of the public office once tried to think of a way to increase the town's profits, but unfortunately the head back then wasn't that passionate about it, so nothing came out of it. But the new head of the public office knew about that event, and this time he thought of asking for their opinion. The result? They decided to gather people who can make some specialty products, but unfortunately, this town doesn't have anything noteworthy aside from the mines and iron. Wogan, how about being a tourist spot for the Rimmel birds? Can't the Rimmel birds be considered a specialty of the town? Ryama, well, that idea was proposed too, but the thing is that the season that the Rimmel birds appear in is also the time when the Grell frogs are being hunted, so it's not possible to make them a tourist attraction. We can't stop the hunts either, and besides, something like that is temporary. What the public office wants is something that's available all year round. Wogan, I suppose town development isn't that simple, huh? But while I don't really get it, isn't it good enough as long as there's something that sells well? So wouldn't it be better not to be so picky and just make the most out of something already known to be profitable? Like that one, or maybe even a festival. Isn't it fine even if it's temporary? You could do it as something like the flavor of the season or something. Ryama, that's not a bad idea, but this is a mining town, remember. If the mine runs out in the future, then the town will only be able to make a profit during that season. So with that in mind, it's imperative that the town finds something that can be profited off of for the whole year. Wogan, now that he mentions it. Well, it's not like I don't understand what you're trying to say. In fact, I've actually also thought that it'd be fine to make some profit gradually. But, well, in any case, the discussion this time around went that way, and in the end it was decided for an arena to be made beyond the southern gate of the town to attract tourists. There, those who wish to participate in a bout will be able to, and at the same time, spectators who want to watch will have lodging available for them to stay at, as well as other facilities that might be of service to them. Moreover, we also plan to make some profit out of the spectating fees and the betting. It'll take a lot of money to have everything ready, but in exchange, the profits will also be equally big. Wogan, fighting and gambling, huh? The profits will definitely be big, but in exchange, the public order will probably greatly decline, de Gazaru. Asagi, yeah, I imagine a number of ruffians and thugs will probably come. And that's exactly why it's basically a new town. All of the facilities, including the lodging for both the guests and the participants, will be built in the new town. As for this town, it will remain a mining town, and nothing will change. It'd be better if you just consider that town and this town to only happen to be managed by the same people, but are completely different from each other. Moreover, we'll also raise the budge on security and hire more guards in order to keep the public order safe. The gambling will also be managed by the town. With that kind of thorough management, nothing should go wrong, right? And to answer Warana's question, the design and construction of the arena is being handled by Pearl Bekentine. Wogan, at those words, everyone besides me was shocked. Is that person famous? What kind of man is that person? Ryalma, oh, you don't know Ryalma. He is the second son of Viscount Bekentine. He was originally supposed to help manage the region under his brother, but then he left his family and went on to become an architect, de Aru. Rapin, as an architect, he's an unparalleled genius, but at the same time, he's famous for being an eccentric. Mia a rather deep person in more ways than one. Not that I know anything about him. Well, that's how it is. After sounding it out, he quickly took the job, apparently thinking it'd be good for his image. But when he did, he gave us a condition. I want to use Trent wood for the arena, so unless it's Trent wood, I refuse to work on it, he said. And that's how we ended up in the current situation, where we're starting to gradually stock up on those Trent wood. Wogan, the fastidiousness of an artist. Trent wood being used for architecture is definitely not unheard of, however. It's something generally used for magical contraptions, so it's not usually used as construction material. Considering that this architect is asking for something rather unreasonable, I suppose his skill must be equally considerable. Then again, he is known to be an unparalleled genius. I mused to myself like that for a bit, after which the meeting ended and we were dismissed. The day of departure, I've had to do quite a number of preparations for today actually. First, I had to put away all the unneeded belongings from my dimension home to the storage room in the mine. Then, in order to keep thieves from coming in and stealing from me, I blocked the entrance with earth magic. After I finished storing my belongings and ensuring that it's safe, I then went on to train to increase the space of my dimension home spell that I've learned from Sebasu-san. When I first tried expanding it, I felt the burden on me increase, but leaving it to the abundance of my magic power, I was able to repeat the expansion several times as I tempered myself at the same time. In the end, I managed to create a space equivalent to the size of the first floor of my store in Gimyuru. Now I'm not exactly privy to the Trent sizes, but I reckon a space this size would be able to fit in a considerable amount of lumber. Currently, I'm at the south gate of Gimyuru, standing here by myself as I wait for the others. Are they not coming yet? Ryalma, I'm standing here, looking around me, but not one of them is in sight. At that, I couldn't help but wonder whether they're coming or not. But then as I thought that, I saw, from a considerable distance away, the figures of Rapin-san and Asaga-san walking towards me. Good morning, Rapin-san, Asaga-san. Ryalma, good morning, de Aru. Rapin, good morning, Ryalma. How are you, de Gazaru? Asagi, I'm all right. Ryalma, after that, we rendezvoused with Mia-san and the rest. Then we got on the carriage with 2 horses that was prepared by the guild master. Soon as we got our food allowance, we set off. Incidentally, the carriage we were lent was freight class, driven by Myzelia-san. We continued like this for some time until we finally reached a plain with trees growing here and there. It was a tranquil and heartwarming scenery, and within that was the object of the request we accepted. Oh, and by the way, the leader this time around happens to be Asaga-san. Then Mia and I, along with Warana's group, will be responsible for defeating the Treants. Rapin and Ryalma will be in charge of transporting the defeated Treants. At the same time, Rapin will also be in charge of looking for Treants and watching our perimeters. Lastly, Ryalma, you won't mind escorting Rapin, right, de Gazaru? Asagi, hearing that, I responded with a nod, indicating that I don't have any problems with it. Although that's how the plan basically is, it's not like I won't be fighting at all. After all, everyone's already aware that the reason I participated in this request is because I wanted to accumulate experience in regards to fighting Treants. So it's a given that I'll also be getting some fighting experience. After that, we talked a bit about what to watch out for regarding the Treants and their weaknesses. The Treants attack by whipping their branches from above, and their weak point is the lump that looks like a human's face on their body. Hitting that or around it will greatly damage it, but if you cut it off or break it from below its face, you can kill it. Since our objective this time is to gather lumber, it's important to minimize the damage on the Treants as much as possible. While there's no need to fuss too much about not damaging it, it's important to keep it in mind. And should the case where a higher variation, an elder Treant, appears, then it's all the more important to take caution. Elder Treants move extremely slow, but the branches they move are far thicker than the normal Treants, causing it to have just that much more power behind each attack. But more than anything, the elder Treants are able to use earth magic. So with that and its ability to stop movement with its branches and vines, it's the natural enemy for vanguards. After that, distinguishing between Treants and other trees can only be done by spotting its face. So if the face is located in a blind spot, then distinguishing becomes very difficult. But fortunately, the Treants possess a significant amount of magic power. So with the magic perception skill, it's possible to tell them apart by figuring out which tree is emitting magic power. Lastly, although I'm digressing here, the Treants are apparently able to move. They're slower than slimes, but they can uproot themselves and creep about slowly. After the discussion ended, I went to ask Rapin-san about magical beasts. And from what I hear, magical beasts are flora, fauna, and natural objects of the world that change and propagate according to magic power. Using Treants as an example, Treants are normal trees that became magical beasts with magic power. Since mutation occurs with magic power, then trees becoming a magical beast isn't that strange. When I heard that, I couldn't help but ask whether people would be affected or not. And apparently, although it's possible to get intoxicated from too much magic power, causing the body to crumble, the human body will naturally release the excess magic power, preventing something like mutation from occurring. Since we were on the topic, I took the opportunity and asked about magic power intoxication, and it would appear that people with naturally high magic power are rarely affected. And even for normal people, it only really happens when they use too much magic jewels or eat too much magical beast meat. But since most of the magical power are concentrated in the blood of the magical beasts, as long as one refrains from blood, there shouldn't be any problem eating meat. So overall, it's not a particularly serious illness, and catching it from eating meat is so rare that you can only really blame your luck if that were to be the case. While talking, we leisurely rode our carriage as we paid careful attention to our surroundings. Rapin told me that because it's obvious when a magical beast is attacking here, it's easy to dodge weak foes. Moreover, there are a few magical beasts that would actually dare attack 7 adventurers here in Gimyuru. And just as he said, not a single attack came at us since our departure from the village. Along the way, I talked a lot with Rapin-san about magical beasts and slimes. When MyLittleBrother asked me about the places I've traveled to so far, as soon as I mentioned miso and soy sauce, Asagi-san started to talk enthusiastically. Miso soup, That's so nostalgic, Dagazaru. Who would have thought that Renouf would actually manage to get their hands on miso and soy sauce? Thank you for sharing this information with me, Dagazaru. Asagi, if you'd like, I could create miso soup for tonight's supper. I have the ingredients for it after all. Ryoma, is that true? Then by all means, Dagazaru. Asagi apparently. Asaga-san was born and raised in a Dragonute island where they used miso and soy sauce. When nightfall came, I took charge of the day's supper, and inside Rapin-san's dimension home, I took out miso soup, meat and potato stew, and lastly rice. The food was well received by everyone, but Asaga-san shed tears at the nostalgia of miso soup. Hey Asagi, could it be that you haven't been able to visit your hometown for a long time now? Whereana, yes, my hometown is in an island far away, so visiting isn't something I can casually do, Dagazaru. But more than anything, the teaching in the dojo I studied at dictated that those who have completed their training to some extent must go and become adventurers. So once one reaches that level, they will be driven out of the island and be forced to go on a journey. And until one is able to become S rank in the guild, or at least 50 years pass, then that student may not return home. Asagi, 50 years. Isn't that a bit much? Whereana, it's apparently the number of years that the founder of the dojo went around the world. During that time, one must either spend his time training his sword or spend his time learning from the things he sees and hears in his travel. Surviving in the outside world is both a training and a trial.